Okay, testing. One, two, three.
Hey, coming through great both. Thanks, Greg.
Cool, thanks. I'll
Hey,
mute.
Greg. Good morning. Excited to have you
Hey,
here.
likewise, good morning.
Hey, and I realize we got a few more folks who are joining in gradually. I realize that a couple of you are potentially joining us via an alternate pathway that we're sending out to via email, sending out to all the attendees. Some tech issues going on with our join process. Just bear with us on that. We're going to make sure that we have everybody taken care of in terms of getting joined in appropriately. We do have backup plans. Certainly not our first time going through this, so our team is working behind the scenes to make sure everybody is getting joined in. But for those of you who are in already, definitely welcome and glad to have you here. For those joining natively in Zoom, you should be fine, no problem at all. And for those who are joining via the alternate pathway that we're emailing out, if you haven't gotten it already, we'll make sure that we get that to folks that they can get joined in before we start. But we're just a little under 10 minutes away from kickoff. Welcome to the Threat Hunting Summit. And if there's any questions or anything that you need, by all means, reach out via the Slack workspace that we've emailed to you. And we'll be checking in periodically. But very excited to have you here for the next couple of days. And again, reach out if there's anything that you need us for. Happy to help. Hey, just one real quick heads up. Because of some of the tech issues that we are seeing with getting folks joined in, we want to make sure everybody has an opportunity to get into the room before we kick things off. We are going to delay the start by 5 minutes. So we'll start at 5 after 9 East Coast time. And we're working on a couple of things behind the scenes. So if you're in here already, you're all taken care of. We just want to make sure that all of your colleagues and friends are able to join in before we kick off as well. So thanks for your patience while we work through a couple of those things. Hey, technology being what it is, we expect that these may occasionally happen. We do have backup plans in place. We just want to give plenty of time in order to give everybody a chance to join in. So we'll get started at 5 minutes after the top of the hour here. Hey, good morning, everybody. I realize that we've got folks that are joining two different ways. We have emailed out that emergency link for the YouTube stream. Zoom's given us just a little bit of problems today, but we will make sure we get all of the content to you regardless. We got a couple of minutes before we're going to kick off. Again, we're just delaying things by about 5 minutes to give everybody a chance. So about a couple of more to go. Good morning, Matt. How are you doing today, sir?
Hey, Phil, what's going on? And hey, Summit attendees, how's everyone doing on this wonderful Thursday? Hopefully, none of you are in areas of the country where it's snowing right now. I heard we had some snow earlier this week. And actually, Phil, you have some close proximity to folks with snow. So, not a fan of that. Denver had snow on Tuesday.
Yes, I was like, wait a minute, I am in Delaware. We do not get snow here typically. But yes, yeah, my work crew is in Denver, and it's kind of funny that this week they had a record high over 100 degrees, and then they had snow in the same week, and it's that season in Denver, which is also known as chaos. But
Nicely done.
we are getting some folks joined in here. For those of you who are in already, I realize we've got a handful of you natively on Zoom and a large number of you who are coming in through our alternate pathway via the YouTube stream that we emailed out to you and posted into the Slack workspace. Welcome, and we're glad to have you here. We're going to have a lot of great information for you over the next couple of days. And really have been, it's been fascinating to work with our speakers, with our advisory board, and our support team to bring this to you. So we're really glad to have you. It's going to be a good time. Let's take a look. Just making sure that I'm looking into the Slack workspace. If you're not yet in the Slack workspace, please make sure you take a look at that welcome email that we sent out to you and join in. Especially now that we've got so many folks coming in through the alternate access method through the YouTube simulcast. That'll be where we do all our questions and answers. So we want to make sure that you have a chance to do that as well. Let's see. Looks like most folks are joining in. Let me just get a count real quick on. Yeah. Okay. All right. We're going to go ahead and kick off. Sound like a plan?
Sounds like a plan to me. Let's do it. Let's go ahead. I think everyone's hungry for some knowledge. I don't know about you, Phil, but I'm ready. We've got an amazing lineup of speakers here, and I'm not trying to get off the mic as soon as I can. You all know I love to talk, but we've got some awesome things lined up today that I'm excited to hear about. We've got a great keynote starting shortly. Once Phil and I work through some of this, we've got some awesome SANS alumni. We've got some SANS instructors. We've got some new speakers. We've got all kinds of stuff going on here, which is exciting, I think. I do want to make a quick note for everyone here, kind of our first like housekeeping maintenance thing, if you will, due to the way that you're observing this. And I think this is the most important one. And you're going to hear Phil and I actually repeat this multiple times throughout the day as folks join in as well. Because of the multiple ways we're viewing this, I can't stress or reiterate enough the importance of you being in the Slack channel, primarily because that's going to be your primary vehicle for asking questions and for interacting with Phil and myself on the committee here, interacting with the speakers. Those of you in the Slack, you may notice we've given each speaker kind of a hallway channel, if you will. That is your opportunity to sit and kind of speak with them. So that's going to be one of the first ones that you're going to want to pay attention to, especially if you have questions for the speakers after they've dropped off. Despite being virtual, we are going to do our best to try and adhere to the schedule. And for that reason, even though it is virtual, we will try and observe break time. So if you have questions for speakers, you want to use Slack. You'll notice being displayed right now, there's a couple of other channels that are important to pay attention to as well. The first is the announcements channel. That's going to be an announcements from SANS in general. It's not going to be someone announcing, they're taking lunch or something like that. It's going to be an announcement from SANS, something critical to the event. Hey, check this stream out. We're doing this. We're moving here. 15 minutes left, so on and so forth. And then there's two really important channels that you need to be aware of as attendees in this particular summit here. The first channel is going to be #help, which you can see. And help is going to be, hey, audio's not coming through. My video stream stopped working. Zoom has crashed. Something's wrong. Of course, don't use that channel if Slack itself has crashed. we won't be able to see that if that happens, but you definitely might want to utilize that one to say if something's gone wrong. Full disclosure for everyone, if we get a flood of requests in the help channel, we'll do our best to get to them. But if it's something like an isolated incident, meaning 100 people have audio and you don't, we're likely going to push you towards like, hey, double check your own settings. We can't like restart a whole stream in a feed with this many folks watching if it's kind of an isolated thing. So do us a favor and kind of troubleshoot your own system. If you're on Windows, just go ahead and kick it, reboot it. If you're on a Mac, you're never going to have a problem anyways. So never mind. Don't worry about it. I'm just kidding. If you're on a Mac, go to settings, privacy, and make sure you've given access to every single iota and electron that wants to pass through the CPU, because that's what you need to do these days. And then the most important one, and I'm actually going to go see if we can go back a slide really quick, please, Allison. I think yeah, perfect. The other important one I want everyone to be aware of here, there's a channel in here called Report Issue, #report-issue, and Report Issue. And I'm going to read this out here, and Phil, feel free to jump in or keep me honest if I mispronounce something or say something incorrectly. But I want everyone to be very clear here that these summits are atmospheres of learning, growth, and community. We want participation from you. We want input. We want folks from all genders, sexual identities, cultural, socioeconomic backgrounds, races, ethnicities, nationalities, religions, and ages to participate here. We want everyone to feel a part and welcome in this community. So we have a few requests. Number one, be respectful with respectful behavior, respectful speech. Those of you who saw the DFIR Summit, I'm going to go ahead and nip it in the bud now. Those of you who saw the DFIR Summit, there was unfortunately some language that slipped past us. We've taken some steps to ensure it's not going to happen this time. If it does happen, we will correct it immediately. This applies also to what happens inside of the Slack channels, as well as in the Zoom chat. Voice and text come into play here. We have some folks whose sole purpose in attending the summit is to learn and grow and develop and get better. They're not here to be harassed. They're not here to hear things or look at things or read things that they're not interested in. With all due respect, keep this, please, a respectable event. We've planned it as such. We hope you'll adhere as such. That said, if anyone who is attending this, and we will probably stress this again either later today or tomorrow for those who didn't get a chance to see it. If anyone here runs into any conduct you are questionable about, you are curious, something doesn't feel right, something doesn't seem right, you have the report-issue channel. That's what that channel is for. It's for you to report something that you feel kind of violates our code of conduct or doesn't really gel with what you expect out of this particular event. Let me just issue this one more time, and I'll ask Phil to add anything else to what I'm saying. The help channel is for tech related, speaker related, audio, video related, meaning you can't hear, you can't see, something's wrong. If you need to instead talk about something you didn't agree with, something that's happening, violation of code of conduct, someone harassing, so on and so forth, that's going to push you into the report issue channel. I'm not saying we don't read them both. We definitely do, but they're treated with a little bit of a different approach just due to the sensitivity of the topic. So with that said, Phil, anything to add to that, sir?
No, I think you covered it really well. Thanks, Matt. And I think the big thing is, we've got a lot of folks, and we want everybody to be able to participate and consume our content here. And that's really what we're most interested in. So we want to make sure that you feel comfortable here with us.
Yes.
So moving to a couple of the other things, for those of you who have been to SANS events before, you know that we love our evaluations and our surveys, and they're really important for both SANS as an organization, for Matt, myself, and the team who's putting on the event, as well as for our speakers. So periodically throughout the day, we will put URLs up on screen that will be for evaluations. And this is actually going to be not just for the event as a whole, although that is a big part of it, but also looking at each individual talk. So we'll be showing that periodically throughout the day as we kind of transition our speakers. Please do take a moment to do that. And whether you want to keep that open in a browser that's off on maybe a different screen or a different part of your screen, or if you're like me, one of your 750 unclosed tabs, because I promise they're super important, just keep that someplace where you can get to. And I double checked with our team that if you don't want to keep that tab open because 751 tabs is one too many for you, you can go ahead and submit those periodically throughout the day. So you can do multiple submissions. Just choose the I've already evaluated this option for our speakers that you've already worked through. It'll become pretty apparent when we give you those URLs coming up. Obviously, now that we are in kind of contingency mode, primary communications will be through Slack. So we'll be putting those URLs through both on screen as well as in the Slack workspace for you. But just be aware that those will be coming up through the day here. So speaking about what's happening through the day, let's take a brief look at our agenda here. We have pinned this in the primary channel. So Sarah has actually pinned that in the one THIR Summit channel. That's just listed with a 1, so it's alphabetically at the very top there. But this will be what we kind of are looking at today. And Matt and myself, we're just about wrapping up. And a moment here, we're going to hand this off to our first keynote. Greg's going to be talking. We've got a couple of our existing folks who are going to be, our existing instructors who will be talking, as well as a bunch of new folks I'm really excited to be working with. But because we've got so much information, you want to hear that, not Matt and myself blabbering about the administrivia, which I think we've covered pretty well. So with that all said, I'm happy to turn this over to Matt to introduce our first keynote for day one. It's going to be Greg, and I'm really excited for this one. Go ahead and get us kicked off if you could, sir.
Awesome. Will do. Well, first off, I'm very excited about this keynote. Greg is Greg, I don't know if you're on audio yet. I think you are. We did a little bit of A/B test earlier. Greg is someone I've actually known for quite a few years now. Someone I'm happily able to call a virtual friend. We've met dozens of times on camera. We've done webcasts together. We've done research together. We've done all sorts of things together. We just haven't been able to make it to the snowy apocalyptic ash that's known as San Francisco in the same time frame, unfortunately. Greg is co-founder and chief strategy officer over at Corelight. And when we kind of thought about the idea of threat hunting, some of you who have taken classes with us, you'll know that Phil and myself have a certain penchant for network forensics, network traffic, and things along that line. And Greg is someone who I think shares and believes in some of that same passion. So we're super excited to have him. His talk is going to be the Open NDR and the Great Pendulum. And I don't want to spoil anything. So what I'm going to simply do is say, Greg, it's an honor to introduce you to this, sir. Thank you for joining us, and take it away.
Thanks so much for that introduction, Matt. Greatly appreciated. Greetings here from my eclectic Airbnb in famously eclectic Berkeley, California. It's a little less apocalyptic today. I'm just looking outside. The sky is not red, so I'm hoping that we'll have a normal day today. You may have read about the snowing ash in the news. It's a great honor to be invited to speak to you. Welcome. And you know, this talk is substantially really about community and about the attractions and power of community. SANS itself is a great community, and I particularly appreciate the remarks that Matt gave at the beginning about the culture we're trying to establish together. Culture takes work, and norms take work to define. And so I thought that was really well delivered and an important message. So let's get going here and see if I can advance. I do not see my own slides, so let's see. There we go. Okay. It's working. Okay. All right. Much of this talk at the end will be about career paths. So I thought I would start by introducing myself and a little bit, telling you a little bit about my own career path, which has been non-traditional. I've had a lot of twists and turns. I started early on working in human rights for Amnesty International and other human rights organizations. Went to grad school, got a PhD in a completely unrelated field. But at a certain point, my career turned towards technical work. And I was a programmer as a kid, so that wasn't such a difficult leap for me. But I started and was attracted immediately, you know, as Matt mentioned, to networking. I really see the world through those 7 layers. I love the idea of layered abstractions and the puzzles that networking presents. And I got a job, just very, very fortunately, as a frontline network engineer at Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory in the DOE National Lab System, and spent most of my career in federal service with .gov and my email address. And you know, was just a frontline network engineer with a punch down tool, solving complex problems all day. And I really enjoyed that work. It was a good place to learn about security as well. So in the telco room / data center I worked in most every day, there was this intriguing graffiti scrawled at the top of one of the fiber racks. I don't know if you can see that, but it says, on this site, the Hanover hacker was caught August 86 to July 87, and signed by Lloyd, Paul, Keith, and Cliff. Cliff was and is Cliff Stoll, who wrote The Cuckoo's Egg. If you haven't read that book, I would strongly recommend it. And I worked, he had retired by the time I started, but I worked with Lloyd and Keith quite a bit. And over the course of my very rewarding career there, I worked my way up into a position of leadership, and I ran the Global Mission Network for the US Department of Energy. A really, really interesting job, full of challenges, really at the cutting and bleeding edge of global research networking. That's networking to accelerate scientific discovery, to acquire and move large data sets. And I like to say it was the best job of networking, and I really think it was. I had lots of interesting challenges. Like, for instance, we built the world's first multi-hundred gigabit transatlantic network to support scientific discovery at the Large Hadron Collider. So I learned a lot about how the internet gets under the ocean. If for those of you that have fiber to the home, if you're fortunate enough, you've seen little fiber service loops. They're little loops of fiber that technicians install to make sure if there's an oops moment and they need to fuse or re-terminate, or fiber is not quite long enough, there's just a little bit of extra fiber to do the job, and it helps with the bend radius of fiber too. This image to the left is a service loop of fiber coming out directly out of the Atlantic Ocean. And with the labels to the right telling you a little bit about how crazy that technology is, maybe 10,000 volts of DC applied to either end, it grounds out in the middle to power the optical amplifiers in the middle. So that was a terrific project. As an example of the kind of fun I had in the National Lab System. This theme will come back later in the talk. But then I did something unexpected. Really, I never expected to leave the DOE system, but about 5 years ago, I became the second employee of a startup, Corelight, commercializing an open source project I became really familiar with in my time at DOE. It was called Bro then, now called Zeek. The community has given it a new name. And the arrows there are bidirectional because Corelight is an open core company, so it exists in symbiotic relationship with the community and pours a lot of energy into sustaining the community. And the community, in turn, provides a technical foundation for Corelight's projects. That's the way the business works. And we see ourselves in the line of this heritage of great open source companies, especially ones focused on network analysis. If you don't know about Zeek, I will just, because there's a bit about Zeek in this talk, and you may have learned from Matt or other instructors in the SANS Institute, but I'll just say it's become the kind of gold standard globally for making sense of network traffic, mostly to support security workflows, not always, but often to support incident response and forensics. At one layer, it is deep packet inspection, really good high quality packet inspection. It produces summaries, value neutral, sort of agnostic summaries of what happens on the wire. They're quite compact. So they're about 100 times smaller than the associated PCAP, but they have a lot more richness in terms of events and data than NetFlow. So they're the kind of Goldilocks sweet spot for incident response and forensics. And it's a really common SOC tool. It's also above that an ecosystem. I don't mention it here, but there's tons of really interesting integrations. But it's also an ecosystem for apps. And some apps have been contributed by folks actually who are speaking here or have spoken at this conference. And a lot of organizations and companies have contributed protocol parsers. Amazon did that recently, or applications, Salesforce, Yahoo, and others, MITRE, NCSA, and my own former organization, and lots of others have contributed to that burgeoning ecosystem of apps for mostly behavioral detection. Okay, so that's a little background on me and sort of the context of the talk. So the main topic of the talk is something I've been noticing, and I bet you have too, which is a beginning of a swing in the pendulum of conventional wisdom from a really strong focus on endpoint, a little bit more towards a balanced perspective that includes network as well. And this pendulum has swung back and forth like many pendula, I guess that's the plural, in the history of InfoSec. But I've really noticed this happening, especially in the last couple of years, and we see it too in our business. It's interesting. I think there's a number of causes for it. Certainly it helps that Gartner has sort of officially blessed the category NDR, network detection and response. And the market guide for that came out in June. Just what the acronym would be, I think, was a little uncertain in the last couple of years, but this has emerged as the acronym, and it has a nice kind of parallelism with EDR for endpoint detection and response. And Gartner has been promoting this notion of the SOC triad. NDR is typically deployed for breadth. EDR might be deployed for depth. NDR offers ground truth, and it's really good for also for managing unmanaged, for monitoring unmanaged and unmanageable hosts. And that's another motivation, I think, for the swing of the pendulum. I tried to find some good, reliable data for this, and I couldn't find any, frankly, that I wouldn't have to pay for, and then I don't think I'd be able to share it. But I'll say it looks almost certain that the number of unmanaged and unmanageable hosts will greatly exceed the number of managed by 2025, maybe by a factor of 5. And that crossover might have already happened. So I'm calling this phenomenon U greater than M in the rest of this talk. Just one final bit of evidence. I was talking to a pretty senior exec at one of the major EDR companies last week who said NDR is always in the top 3 topics people ask us about, which is interesting because it's not an NDR company. So this got me thinking, as we prepare for U greater than M, for unmanaged greater than managed, is there any precedent for that kind of situation where you can't really rely on endpoint detection, but you have to focus all your energy on network detection? That would be an unusual environment, kind of weird, kind of extreme. But I think extremity is interesting and illuminating because it leads to adaptation. Here's Matt Damon living on Mars. He learned to grow potatoes in the extremity of his situation. So what would happen in the extreme situation that I described? And a good model for that actually is in the culture that I originated in before I joined Corelight. And that's the culture of global team science. This is the Supercomputing Center at Lawrence Berkeley National Lab. I actually had my office in this building before I took the leap into startup land. And I want to stress that global team science is a little bit less well understood than traditional university-centric science. A lot of people are comfortable, I think, with the notion that in university-centric science, there's a principal investigator, a PI, who receives funding typically from the National Institutes for Health, National Science Foundation, and the money goes to a pretty small team. And these teams, you may think of universities as highly collaborative, but they're actually very entrepreneurial teams, and they're not that large. Sometimes they get a bit bigger with co-PIs, but often it's just Amazon's 2-pizza rule. It can be just a few people, maybe it's a dozen, and the output is amazing. It's just an amazing tech transfer, mentorship, training students and researchers, and of course, advancing the frontiers of human knowledge, Nobel Prizes. On the flip side, scaling way up, there's another model for science that's in action all around the world, actually. It's a little more like NASA in scale. So this is truly global. The funding comes from nation states or coalitions of nation states. In the US, most of it from the Department of Energy, which funds half the physical sciences in the US. And it goes into building massive infrastructures that exist on decadal scale. Now they have the same output, but the culture is really different. Massive collaborations that may last for decades. And this is the culture that I grew up in: billion-dollar instruments, fundamental discoveries, Nobel Prizes. In fact, the Department of Energy or its predecessor organizations are responsible for over 100 Nobel Prizes, which is just mind-boggling to me. It's this incredibly successful, underappreciated factory for discovery, for curiosity-based science, but also applied science to solve critical human problems like climate change and others. So what's it like to be a defender in this context? I was mostly a network engineer, but I certainly lived at the intersection of security as well. And it's a really interesting environment. For one thing, it's all of your customers, their work product is to invent new techniques, architectures, and protocols, literally new network protocols. They're routinely created in these environments. They typically require bleeding edge performance, networking, file I/O, computational performance, tons of devices that can't be managed. This picture at the left is the multi-billion-dollar, I think, Atlas detector at the Large Hadron Collider at CERN, one of the 2 detectors that provided evidence for the discovery of the Higgs boson, a massively important discovery in fundamental physics. And there are lots and lots of embedded devices there that aren't going to run EDR instrumentation. It's really hard as a result of these other factors to define what normal traffic is. There's no clear boundary between the inside and outside, et cetera. So defenders in that environment are really constantly adapting to lots of interesting patterns, big collaborations, global collaborations involving maybe dozens of countries, constantly shifting as grad students and undergraduates come in and out of the collaborations. So these are just a couple, but the US Department of Energy funds just within the US its own portfolio about 30 massive facilities, and also contributes to dozens of others outside the US. So each of these has a big community ecosystem and constantly shifting collaborations. There's also this, I call this BYO sequencer problem. So the number and variety of connected devices is just amazingly baffling. You've got the Palomar Observatory there, you've got the world's most powerful supercomputers, you've got accelerators. At the lower left is this fascinating portable device that's actually a genomic sequencer made by a company called Oxford Nanopore, and that, yes, connects to your Mac with a USB connection. Those are actually relatively cheap, and they pour a torrent of data out. Community colleges can afford those now, actually. So yes, there are traditional servers and laptops and phones, et cetera, but even those, a lot of those are brought in and out of the collaborations dynamically. And then the networks themselves are of staggering magnitude. So years and years and years ago, ESNet, the organization I used to manage, built the world's first 100 gig continental network, along with Internet 2, long before carriers did. And we had the first 400 gig production link quite a long time ago. This little poster on the left tells some of the basics about the square kilometer array, which is sort of the limit case on the network side of what this all means. This is going to be, when it's built, the world's largest radio telescope, and massive throughout Southern Africa and Australia. And the combined network output of the detectors is 157 terabytes, which is about a petabit per second, which greatly exceeds the bisectional bandwidth capacity of the internet, or did in 2015. Now, that's not going to come over Comcast links. It's going to be reduced at multiple stages of computation. Supercomputers will do that work. But even as it spits out, the process data is going to be pretty formidable. So those are the challenges. And what's interesting, actually, this is a bit of a digression, but I'm interested in the way our largest enterprise customers at Corelight are sort of inhabiting this surprisingly similar world now. More and more devices that can't be managed. The network performance and other sorts of performance may not be quite so bleeding edge, but actually the COVID time reminds us how ubiquitous video and remote work are becoming much, much more important. Lots of new protocols and techniques and architectures arising. Ubiquitous encryption, container application design, microservices, cloud, et cetera. So a lot of these same attributes apply to our largest customers now, which is sort of interesting. But the point I really want to make here is that in that scientific environment, what evolved, through adaptation, was really much better tools for visibility and a suite of open source projects for getting to network ground truth, and also an ecosystem of community defense. So the acronyms have changed over time. NDR was something else. It was NTA. It was NSM. They're not exactly the same. They're not isomorphic. But I do want to make the case that this idea has a really powerful open source heritage. And this isn't just a kind of funny thesis on my part. I mean, it's historically true that the people that wrote TCB-dump and libpcap and Zeek, so that's Steve McCann and Vern Paxson, they were grad students working in a team at Lawrence Berkeley National Lab. They were sharing an office, they had cubicles, they were young people, and they were working to support accelerators. They were working in the real-time systems group whose customers were mostly accelerators. So this is the sort of historical root of that kind of idea, or one of them. It's an important one. And roughly at the same time, other projects evolved too, or same time or maybe a little bit later, some a bit earlier. And these were embraced by lots of universities who had the same sort of workflows, national labs, large-scale facilities, DoD, federal agencies, and then they were actually rapidly commercialized by lots and lots of companies. There's a great book that tells some of this history. If you don't know it, The Practice of Network Security Monitoring, a classic by my colleague at Corelight, Richard Baitlick, and a tremendous person. So I call this a design pattern. NDR is more than a product category. It's something more interesting. It's compelling, and it's a design pattern. A lot of people learned about design patterns through this great book, a classic on object-oriented software. If you're into writing software, this is a good one to read. It's a historical document now, but it influenced a lot of developers, 10 to 15 years ago. But if you're really interested in the roots of the idea, I would take you back to this book, A Pattern Language by the architectural historian Christopher Alexander. And he was interested in tracing the fact that the same architectural structures popped up all around the world, not because anyone really invented them, it's just because they had to exist. Like no one really invented the courtyard or the hearth or the porch or the door or the arch, or it was reinvented in different ways all around the world. And he called those structures that sort of inevitably had to exist design patterns. It's a cool book. It has a lot of neat sketches in it. And I think the cluster of technologies that evolved around network traffic analysis has the same sort of inevitability to it. All over the place, you could see that universities and national labs and other organizations were deploying roughly the same technology stack, sometimes with different layers swapped out for the same purposes. And that ecosystem, that design pattern has grown over time. Here's this idea a little more schematically, because I'm a networker, I see it in layers. So we kind of go from traffic to action, to automation. But starting with network bits, moving, there is a kind of backstop in this design pattern of packets. A lot of people still use PCAP and rely on it. Zeek is there for metadata and also for behavioral detections, Suricata and Snort for signature detections. There are many layers now and increasing ecosystems around analysis and then to action. So here's a question. If all this is true and the history of NDR is open, shouldn't its future be open as well? And I think the answer is absolutely yes, for a number of reasons. So, and remember, I'm at heart kind of a simple operator. Like I run networks, I debug networks. I really love that kind of work. And it strikes me, and I think I was inspired too by early contact with the IETF, but it strikes me that network protocols are developed by people like you and me in the open, most of the time, by standards bodies. And the platforms for parsing and analyzing them should be open and extensible as well, because so that you don't block on any vendor as the internet traffic profile rapidly evolves. It does evolve more quickly than most people realize. I just don't think you should have to wait for a vendor for a parser or a behavioral detection technique when great platforms exist with communities around them. And then as an operator, I have some wants as well, maybe expressed a little more selfishly, but I really want a normative data format wherever I'm accessing network traffic, and that can even be on the end host to blur the boundary between network and host for a moment, or it can be in an electrical substation or in a container in the cloud, a microservice environment, traditional enterprise, north, south, east, west. I want the same data format. And I want the data to be extensible. If I don't like what say Zeek or whatever tool I'm using has decided to extract around, say, Radius or LDAP, I want to extend that, adapt it, down select, up select. And I want to be able to export it everywhere, and I want to filter it. And I also I have a lot of preferences about what detections I choose to deploy, because they're tailored for my risk model of my environment. So I want extensibility, transparency, and I want access to community leverage. So these strike me as really good reasons that NDR kind of structurally wants to be open, just as it has been open in the past. And I will say, if you're not plugged into these ecosystems, they are really thriving at the moment. There's a lot of evidence. And I will apologize, because this slide is highly Zeek-centric. So I have a selection bias. It's my community of origin. And so I've just put some examples here of recent community detections, recent community parsers. I think I missed a recent parser, actually, unfortunately, a good one. But the same kind of dynamism and creativity is happening in the Suricata community, Snort, Wireshark, lots of others. I've also highlighted the community contributions that are relevant to encrypted traffic streams, because there's obviously a rising tide of encryption. And in many cases, traffic shouldn't be and won't be terminated and decrypted, and that's a good thing. In some cases, in the right legal and privacy framework, it can be. And in those cases, you can get a lot more juice out of the network traffic analysis. But even if you can't, there's a lot you can extract. And I'd say the community is working on that, extracting all the signal that's possible, looking at correlations between maybe thousands or millions of simultaneous flows, looking carefully at timestamps. And that is something that our own research team, led by our chief scientist, Vern Paxson, who created Zeek, is focused on very strongly at the moment. These are just community, not commercial contributions. I think there was a talk on MITRE Bazaar, this really cool Zeek package to implement some of the attack-based detections in Zeek last year at this conference. So shout out to that. You should learn about Bazaar if you don't. JA3 and the Hash project, originally from Salesforce, have gotten a lot of publicity. They're awesome. And I think available on Suricata too, not just Zeek, and lots of others here. I would point out many of them were responsive to really significant severe CVEs, and the community responded within a day or two to get a detection out so it could be widely shared. And there's more. There's many more examples than are on these couple of pages, but I'd say community ID is a really cool community sort of NDR notion of a standard way of doing flow hashing, so that if you need to stitch together a Suricata alert with the contextual data that Zeek might provide, you can use a standard identifier to pivot between one set of data and the other. And that's been, that was implemented initially by Christian Kreibich, my colleague at Corelight, and a network researcher in his own right. But it's also been taken up by lots of other projects you can see here, including Suricata. There's a new project I would call attention to by my co-founder at Corelight called Spicy. We've open sourced it. It's completely open. It's distinct from the Zeek project. And it's a new platform for parsing both network traffic at a low layer. And so you can think of it as protocol parsing, but also file parsing. It makes it easy to create parsers without learning some arcane art or writing in C++, and it makes it safe and performant. And so a lot more people will be able to write parsers as a result of this. We'll use it in Zeek, but it could be put into Wireshark or other projects as well. So it's just getting started. You can learn about it over on the Zeek community Slack. And there's been a lot of really exciting integrations. Again, this is pretty Zeek-centric because of my Zeek tunnel vision, understandably. But the OS query Zeek integration is really exciting through a project called Zeek Agent, bridging the host network divide to some extent. Sigma Zeek integration is exciting to us. If you don't know about Sigma, I won't describe it here, but please learn about it. It's a cool generic format for SIM queries. Zeek and Elastic have been bridged. There's lots more of these, and there's more coming. So I want to wrap up with a call to action, actually. First, to stress that network detection and response it's a product category, but that's not the most interesting thing about it. It's really historically an interesting, compelling design pattern. It has an open past, and I think it has a destiny to remain open. The swing that I've described, sort of from EDR to NDR, and I don't think the world should swing totally in the opposite direction, but I think we need a balanced approach to detection. That swing is great for the communities that I participate in, but it's also a really good way to build your career. Community itself is a great way to build your career. So I want to challenge you to get involved in an open source project and to ask yourself, if you're not involved in one, why. It's really fun. It's gratifying. And I think some of the best professional experiences I've ever had have been about community, have been really outward facing. That was true when I worked in human rights, certainly true in networking. It's true when I supported open science, and it's definitely true in my current role at Corelight. So I would also add, just to inject a little bit of self-interest into the discussion, that today security resumes, IT resumes are really built around GitHub, Slack channels, blog posts, mailing lists, talks like this one, B-Sides talks. So community is actually really powerful. It can kind of slingshot your career a little bit. And just as if almost on cue, I found this in Twitter yesterday. I found this nice posting from Purdue University. Purdue was celebrating a young woman who was an undergraduate, I think, maybe a grad student, who had a research project as she was completing her degree to add Zeek, open source Zeek, to the research network at Purdue. And that experience helped get her a job at Facebook. I'm sure it wasn't the only thing. I'm sure she was talented and articulate, and she earned that. The critical thing, I think, is that this experience was accessible to her as a student because the tools were open and the communities were welcoming. And she used that opportunity to transition to a pretty interesting job. You can do that too. And I'd say if networking isn't your thing, it's not your jam, that's okay. There's lots of adjacent communities. There's open EDR communities, actually, open Intel, that could be in the center of this bullseye. Enclosing that is a sort of open SOC ecosystem that's even larger. I have a spreadsheet that I keep at work that sort of tries to track a lot of the open SOC projects, and it's impossible. It's an impossible task because there are always developing, merging, evolving, and coming to birth. And then more broadly than that is a movement that has been very well described and named. Naming is very important, by John Lambert at Microsoft. He's a distinguished engineer there. He calls the movement the GitHubification of InfoSec. And I won't do justice to his account of this, but I think if you haven't read his essay, you should Google that phrase and read it. It's really cool. It's compelling. It contains a call to action as well. It certainly influenced me. And it's sort of a nice flag for this entire movement that I described, which is actually broader than OpenMDR. Now, you may say, I'm not a developer. I'm an operator, and I might have said that myself back in the day. I can write scripts to get my job done, maybe reluctantly. I'd rather dive into the data and solve problems. But that's okay. So lots of people get involved in communities who aren't really strong developers. You can hone those skills. But I'm influenced here by my colleague, Amber Grainer at Corelight, who is community director for the Zeek project. And she likes to say this is a lattice, so not a ladder. And that's a really nice metaphor. In a lattice, first of all, there's no one linear progression. There's no one right way to progress. And secondly, there are lots of intersecting points of your roles and interests and opportunities to engage. And those opportunities are broader than most people realize. It's not just scripting and coding. There's QA work, there's CI, there's documentation, newsletters, webinars, events, interviews, just simple feedback. Like I was confused by this FAQ answer, or there seems to be a missing on-ramp document here for the project. Would you like me to try to write it? That kind of stuff is incredibly valuable. Actually, your fresh eyes as a newcomer to a community are one of the most valuable things you can bring. So you just, in most of these communities, you just have to join, raise your hand and say, I'm here, how can I help? And it's that simple. I have some links here for where to get started. I would look at the MITRE ATT&CK website first. There's some Zeek links here. Zeek now has a nice getting started in the community website. There's also a cool online implementation of Zeek. It's interactive, so you can try Zeek scripting. But all the communities I mentioned and many more, of course, that I wasn't able to mention have these sorts of welcoming portals. Most of them do. If they don't, it's not that they mean to be unwelcoming. So you can, if you're inspired by a community, you can almost certainly find a way to contribute. So this is my final message. I hope that you will consider contributing to a common ecosystem that you care about. It will make you feel better about your work. It will improve the ecosystem. It will improve this notion that I strongly believe in common cause among defenders. And that's really important to me, that we can crowdsource solutions and we can stabilize the internet and make it defensible for all the things we care about in life. All right, I think that was my last slide. So I want to thank just a few people in my personal community who contributed feedback and ideas for this presentation. Richard Baitlick, Freddie DeJure, Aaron Soto, known to some of you, Amber, I mentioned, John Gamble, Johanna Amann, a researcher on our team in SSL, and also an independent researcher, Christian Kreibich, Brian Dye, for feedback and contributions. And thank you so much to the SANS community for the invitation to talk today. Oh, if we have time, I'm happy to answer questions. I don't know if that's part of the agenda here, but if it is, I'm happy to answer.
Hey, Greg, thank you so much. So that was a fantastic talk. I ended up, I'll be completely honest. I ended up tweeting out a bunch of your quotes just because I was completely taken away. And then you started throwing numbers at me that I was just like, oh, Greg's just casually throwing out 157 terabits like it's nothing. It's just like, oh yeah, it was a while ago. Yeah, long time ago we built a 400 gigabit network in any event. So, and I'm just like, these numbers are fantastic. So no, thank you so much for joining us. I will say, Greg, just due to the way that the platforms have been, we've got a couple folks kind of watching a stream, a couple folks in Zoom and stuff. I'm keeping an eye on the chat room, your hallway chat room, actually, to see if we've got any questions coming in. I see someone typing, but no questions just yet. So I just want to say on behalf of everyone here at SANS, it was absolute pleasure to have you on, sir. And thank you so much for a great keynote. And yeah, there we go. Okay, more support coming in from the chat room as well. So thank you very much for joining us. It was a great talk. Obviously, we'd love for you to hang around, see what else is going on today. But thank you very much for joining us, Greg, and great having you. Good seeing you again as well, sir.
Likewise. Hey, thanks, Matt. It was an honor. Take care,
Oh,
everyone.
stay safe out there in the hills of California
I
too.
will.
I don't know what's coming next. Awesome. All right. Well, hey, with that said, everyone, thank you again so much to Greg for our first keynote to get us kicked off. What an awesome talk to go ahead and get us started for the day and get us started for the summit overall as well. Those of you who I see kind of in the Slack channel, you can kind of see my eyes diverting and watching the live stream as it's coming through. Highly recommend, if anything in Greg's talk kind of sparked your interest or made you think about, oh wow, I should really check this out, please go and do the research. And they're commenting on it right now. And luckily, Phil jumped on the exact same, I guess, maybe torch that I was going to jump on too. Go and check out the community ID. Without a doubt, it is to quote Phil, it's a killer. It's a game changer. It is absolutely something that those of us doing network forensics and traffic correlation and traffic analysis and things like that, it's been instrumental. It's an absolute kind of way to do future analysis, if you ask me. So with that said, and thank you to the individual in our channel who went in threw out the link for the GitHubification of InfoSec. Thank you. That was one thing I was going to mention as well. There's usually a lot of good content coming out, especially from John over at Microsoft. So definitely read that and check that out. And a lot of great content. As you can tell, I'm excited because there were so many good takeaways there. With that said, everyone, after our first keynote, we're actually entering our first break and we are right on time. So even though we started a little bit late due to some streaming issues, we've already caught up time. We are already good to go. So for those of you who joined us a little bit later, or jumped into the maybe the beginning of Greg's talk, thank you so much for joining us. We're here. We're going to be on break 4, and we've got a timer on the screen for you. We're going to be on break until let's see, 10 o'clock Eastern. 10 o'clock Eastern, 9 Central. That's going to be 7 Pacific. So with that, we'll take a quick break, watch the timer on the screen. Both Phil and myself will probably jump back in a couple minutes before we get started. So if you hear our voices come on, it's just a warning. You've got a couple minutes to grab that coffee to finish whatever it is you're doing at that time. And by then we will be up and at it and ready to go. And then one final note for everyone, we're on break. If you caught this at the very beginning, you can go ahead, you can step away. This isn't instrumental. For those of you who joined a little bit late, I just want to reiterate, we've got 2 channels you can use to submit any issues, concerns that you may be experiencing. The help channel is going to be your primary resource for submitting tech issues. Hey, YouTube's not working, Zoom's not working. How can I fix this? Jump that in there. The report issue channel is going to be for code of conduct. And one thing that I did not mention at the beginning today, which I will mention now, it's been pinned in the channel. If you've observed or experienced something and you don't feel comfortable posting it publicly, there's an email address you can send things to as well. So with that said, we'll go ahead and continue our break. We'll be back in approximately 8.5 minutes. We'll see you all then. Thank you.
Just one thing that I'll add on here, our break slides that we've got running for you, rotating throughout the day. Lots of good information there to check out. Some new stuff that we've just added in the last, I want to say like 18 hours. We did have, obviously, since we're here in person, we don't have the ability to have kind of a merch table or get the t-shirts out, but it doesn't mean we don't have shirts and designs for you. We've got a link that'll be coming up here in the rotation that will show you the merchandise with the cool exclusive 2020 Threat Hunting Summit logo that we've got for you. So that's something that we've got available if you're interested in. That all said, we'll be here throughout. Even if we're not on camera, we are here on keyboard, so reach out via the Slack if need be, and definitely give us your thoughts. I really, really loved seeing Greg's talk, specifically because network is near and dear to my heart, but not only has Community ID really revolutionized the way that we've been doing things in the network forensic world, it's also super cool to see the history, the origin story, if you want to take the Marvel kind of approach there, the origin story of what has become NDR. And, seeing Richard Baitlick, who I've had the great opportunity to work with several times, who kind of pioneered a lot of it, and the network security monitoring community, and seeing that grow into, what it is today, and seeing his continued contributions with Corelight as well. So definitely those resources are super worth your time. I'm already up to, I think, 10 tabs just from that one talk alone. So take a break though, grab yourself some refreshment, get up and stretch, walk around a little bit. ask us questions in Slack if you need, and we'll be back here in just over 5 minutes. Thanks.
Hey, everyone at the summit, just a quick note. We've got a little under a minute and a half before we come back, and we will be moving on to our next presentation. So a little over a minute to go.
And one thing that I'll add in, just got word from our support team. The issues with joining the summit via Zoom have been addressed. We took care of all those for you. So if you are watching us via the YouTube stream, you're certainly welcome to stay there if you would like. But if you want to pop back over to your SANS portal account and join via the link that was having some problems earlier, you're certainly welcome to do that as well. Now, the benefit that you get is you're going to have the Zoom interface versus needing to keep a browser open. Also, most importantly, you have the ability to ask questions a little bit more streamlined and integrated to the presentation for our speakers. So I would encourage you to consider moving back over to the Zoom platform if you're able to do so. But I want to be clear that we aren't going to cut anything off in terms of the YouTube stream. You'll be able to stay on there if you'd like.
All right, and I think we'll be starting back up in just a moment here. I'm going to wait for my clock to officially hit that 10 a.m. time. But
is your clock NTP synchronized, Matt?
It is MB synchronized, which corresponds with my daily life schedule. So any device that falls out of it. Perfect. Well, with that said, let's go ahead and get started. I was actually hoping our next speaker is someone who many of you in SANS may have met, may be aware of, may be familiar with. You may have taken a class with him before. You never know. But he's actually got a couple of things lined up for us as well. And I want to make sure we get all of our audio and video and everything in sync as well. Mark, are you there with us today, sir?
I am. How are you doing?
There he is. Good morning. Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is actually going to be joining us with a talk called New Tools for Your Threat Hunting Toolbox. And it's Mark Baggett. Hey, Mark, how you doing today?
Doing very well. Thanks.
I'm going to tell everyone here in this very quick introduction, because I'm going to let Mark then take over. He needs very little introduction inside of SANS. Long-term SANS instructor, awesome guy, developed some of the coolest tools, and quite frankly, has wrangled Python like no snake charmer I've ever met in my life. But one of the things that's always caught my interest about Mark, and if any of you have not seen this, I'll throw it in the channel. I encourage you to go check it out. Mark's bio is quite frankly one of the most interesting things. I'm just going to read the first sentence to you. Mark Baggett's first foray into information security was on the receiving end of hacking. I'm just going to put that there as what a way to get into the industry, if you will, with a great intro like that. So Mark, without really too much delay, I'm going to hand it over to you, ladies and gentlemen, our senior instructor from SANS, Mark Baggett. All yours, sir. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks, Matt. I really appreciate that. So good morning, everyone. It is my pleasure to be here at the SANS Threat Hunting Summit. I want to introduce some tools to you that are free open source that you can use to enhance your threat hunting capability. Just by way of introduction, as Matt said, I'm a senior SANS instructor. I'm the course author for SANS SEC 573. And I've been doing this information security thing for a while. So these tools I want to present to you today, the first two of them work kind of the same way in that they are intended to, be assistance, if you will, in your threat hunting capabilities, right? So when I'm going through a threat hunting process and I'm looking at my network defense systems and looking at my host logs, I'm going through the Zeek logs, I'm going through my intrusion detection system logs, I'm trying to understand the attacks. There's usually a couple of things that I do as my first attempt to understand what's going on. I want to make those things easier for you. I want to give you some tools that's going to assist you with that. I'm doing that. And these first two tools work in the same way. Both of them stand up as an additional web server that you could either run it on your SIM host or just some network that's just going to sit there and listen on a port. And then you can send little queries to it and it will do something for you, give you back some piece of data that's going to supplement either an IP address or a host name, and then get you started in your threat hunting experience. So you could run different commands on different ports, but both of these first two tools work the same way. So the first one I want to tell you about is a tool called APIify. Okay, little bit of the history of APIify. I wrote a tool called Domain Staps, and people liked it. It was got integrated into Security Onion, some other platforms like that that were being used by threat hunters in order to figure out what's going on. Now, we'll talk a little bit about what Domain Stats does in a minute. But Domain Stats had some significant performance issues. Domain Stats relied on whois queries, right? So I want to get some information about a domain that I've seen on my network, so I'll do a whois query. So it would do that for you in the background and keep that information for those domains. It's designed to be integrated into your logs. So every time I see google.com, I don't want to do a whois lookup over and over and over again. So it would do a whois lookup, cache the information, and then for each additional Google, every other time Google showed up in your logs, it would just grab the cached information. Well, a couple of problems that it ran into is, one is, well, whois would rate limit your number of queries. So the whois servers didn't quite like that. If you read it, they say, yeah, don't use whois this way. And the other thing is the cache would just grow to an unlimited size, consume all your memory, and then it would just begin to run so slow. So the longer you ran, the bigger your cache got. And then, well, it just became unusable. When you restarted it, the cache was gone, and then you had to start all the way back over. So it had some issues. Well, as I talk to people, it seems like the only thing that people really use Domain Stats for was the domain creation date, right? Why would they be interested in that domain creation date? Well, as it turns out, legitimate domains like Google, YouTube, Reddit, Slack, these have all been around for a really long time. When a new company buys a domain, it'll take them 2-3 years before they build a credible product around there that people want to use, that they can get their marketing in place, that people will begin to use the site. And so before you see these things in your domains, it's usually a couple of years before we have legitimate domains showing up in our domain, in our DNS logs. But command and control, phishing domains, typically attackers are going to buy those and then begin using them right away. So this creation date of the domains is useful pieces of information. And that's really the only thing that people use Domain Stats for. So Domain Stats 1.0, it queried things on the back end and it cached this stuff. And you could set up a website and then you could send off these queries and it would work. Okay. But again, the only thing that people were using it for were these creation dates of the domain. So I rewrote it, focusing on those domain the creation dates. And Domain Stats 2.0, I've published that on my website, on my GitHub page. And the reaction from the community was overwhelming. Thank you. It was, oh, boo, can we get the old tool back, right? Oh, I want my old Domain Stats because, well, I'm used to how that works. So in response to that, right, it had so many performance issues. I just didn't want to continue to support it because it was broke. So I released a tool called APIFI, okay? And what APIFI is it's intended to let you run any command, not just whois, but whatever commands that you want to do as your first look into looking into IP addresses, host names, whatever, right? I'm going to give you a web page that has a cache that will store those responses so that you can continuously query it over and over again with your log systems, and it'll just pull that information back from the cache. So the cache is now stable. You can have limits around how fast or how big it grows, when things expire, and you can run any command line tool that you want to. So just to get an idea of how we could use APIFI, let's look at a first use case and reproduce the thing that we would have done inside of Domain Stats, which was whois queries. So here I have an ls of APIFI, and you can see that there's a bunch of files in there. The one I'm really interested in here is the YAML file. So if I look at this YAML file, here I can see that at the top I've got lots of different settings that I can use to control the cache, right? I've got a number of cached entries. I've got how long things live in the cache. If you have a -1 here, that means that, well, it's going to stay in the cache until it expires. Now, the number of items in the cache are kept in there based upon the most recently used is kept, but the least recently used are the ones that expire out. So if I've got a domain I only queried once, that's going to be what leaves the cache, as opposed to the thing google.com, which is queried over and over again, is going to stay in that cache for whatever period of time or that we've got defined here. Some other settings that we've got in here that I won't go through all of these. One thing I'll point out is it does have debug statements, which are turned on by default, and you want to turn those off when you use this in production. But down here, you can see this base command that I've got set up for this example of or APIFI is to run whois, and then this asterisk net info. That argument right there is going to be whatever it is that I put on the URL when I run APIFI. Okay, so let's go ahead and come over here and let's run APIFI with this configuration. And it asks me if I want to load the cache from the previous one. I'll just say no. It tells me, all right, this is the command I'm going to run. Whois plus whatever's on the website. So I can go to the web server where it's listening, / 127.0.0.1, and I'll go to google.com. Okay. And it goes out and it does a whois query, and I get back whois for google.com. Okay. So this will make running additional commands, and this is going to be cached and given back. But you know what? I really don't want all this. I just want that creation date. Well, inside of the YAML file, you can also associate a regular expression with the different commands. So here, the output of this whois file is going to be run through this regular expression. You can define whatever regular expressions you want to capture whatever data you want. I'm going to stop APIFI, rerun it again. No, I'm not going to load the cache. Come back over here. Now when I ask for Google, right now, I'm just going to get back run APIFI. Did I save my file here? Let's save this file. Let's come over here to APIFI. Let's stop this. Let's start it back up. Don't load the cache. And then let's make another request to google.com. Okay, the regular expression runs and it pulls back just that data. Okay, so that's an example of how I could reproduce the content that was inside of domain stats. So it's a very simple YAML. You're just going to put the command you want to run right inside of this thing, and you're going to get back a nice JSON response that you can consume into whatever your platform is. All right, so let's look at what another case study might be. Let's say that I want to run trace routes, right? So every Zeek, everything that falls into a particular type of an event in Zeek, or I want to do a trace route on that host, right? So I have two hosts on there. If they share the same infrastructure, right, then they might be in the same spot. So I want to know which hops each of these different connections to my network go through. But there's a problem with this idea, and that is, well, if I try to do a trace route to google.com here, you can see that my trace route to google.com takes 1 minute and 6 seconds. So if I'm going to run this at the speed of log and run a trace route query, that's just not going to work, right? So there are some things I can do to make trace route faster. Trace route, you can do a -n, which says don't resolve host names, which is going to make that go much, much faster. You can use the -f option and then give it a number, and it'll skip that number of initial hops, right? I know what my infrastructure looks like. I know what my firewall looks like. I know what my internet service provider's infrastructure look like. I'm interested in what's beyond that, because that's what's unique to these attackers that are coming into my IP address. So I'll skip the first couple of requests. Also, traceroute by default, it traces each of those links 3 times. So I'm going to just change that to just trace once. And I'm also going to do this over TCP port 80. So TCP port 80, don't resolve host, just query it once and skip the first 3 hops. Now my trace route to google.com is, well, sub 1 second. All right, so now this is perhaps something I can work with. So let's put this into APIFI. So I'll come over here to my APIFI.yaml. I'm going to comment out these two, and you can see that I've got lots of different APIFI commands in here that are already written for you. Here's my trace route commands. I'm just going to highlight these and uncomment them, and then I'm going to save it. And so now I'm going to come back over here. I'm going to run APIFI again. Okay, we'll stop this thing. And you'll notice all these debug messages. These are going to significantly slow down your programs. You do not want debugs turned on when you got this thing in production. Okay, so here I'm gonna, now it's set up. My command is gonna run that trace route. So we can come back over here and we can ask it, well, let's just go back to google.com. Okay, and it does my trace route in the background to google.com. This is cached, sorry. Did I save it? What's going on here? No, that is the right thing. Let's come over here and try this. http://127.0.0.1 port 8000 Microsoft.com. Okay, it's going off. It's doing my whois, or it's doing my trace route in the background. And you can see 24 hops. That wasn't too bad for 24 hops. Now, the beauty of that is that now that's cached. So my next Microsoft query is going to be, well, returned instantaneously. So every time I see that in my log again, I'm not running that query over and over again. Okay, so, well, how effective could this possibly be? Some other options that you've got in domain stats. So you do have a cache entry so that you can show what's in your cache. You've got some tools that we can sort this based upon the number of hits to times that were in the cache, and information such as that that are available. So one of the things I can do if I wanted to use some tools that are going to analyze the cache is I could run a save. And then I could use this tool called dump cache that will allow me to sort the information in the cache. So even if you don't have a seam, right? If you don't have Sawfelt that's there doing all of your analysis for you, then you could still, just in your home network where you've got a very simple network, use this tool and get some good information back from it. So how effective would this be? So what I did is I went and I grabbed the SANS Internet Storm Center's block list. Let's just take SANS Internet Center block list and just do, I'm going to run my API-IFI that's going to do the trace route, and I'm going to do a wget and just to each of to my API-IFI and pass each of the IP addresses that were in the Internet Storm Center's block list to API-IFI. It does the trace route in the background, and then I can use dump cache in order to analyze this stuff and just sort it based upon the data. What you see here is a couple of different trace routes here. So here you can see each and every one of these IP addresses, the infrastructure is exactly the same, right? Look at the number of hops, the IP addresses. These all share the exact same infrastructure between them and me. But look at the IP ranges. I would venture to guess that if you just saw these IP addresses without this contextual information that says that, hey, these have the exact same infrastructure, that you would not guess that this IP address has any relation to this IP address and this IP address. I mean, these are completely different subnets or completely different networks, right? But they share the same infrastructure. And so that's useful information when I'm threat hunting on my network. Okay, so that's API-IFI. It comes with, in the YAML, you get several examples that I've got there, but it's really whatever the first commands that you yourself do to investigate these different tools, you can put whatever you want to in there and just replace the IP address or the host name or whatever it is with that web info thing. But I've got examples in there for pings, for whois lookups, for just the creation date from the whois, for trace routes with just getting the last hop, or trace routes getting the first hop. Some geolocation using web APIs, so it'll go out to different websites and it'll look up the physical location. Also, you can submit to SANS Internet Storms. There's a configuration there to submit to the SANS Internet Storm Center's API, but really anything that you want to do, you can have it do this, and that's going to do the focus is on the caching and running this thing at the speed of log. Okay. All right. So I mentioned that API-IFI was just a response to the fact that I broke domain stats. Well, what was it that I was so excited about domain stats to do? Well, domain stats, remember, we're looking for those new domains that are on the network. So domain stat 2 has been a complete rewrite, and it's focused on making that creation date as useful to us as possible. And it's actually going to take the domains and it's going to categorize it's going to break the domains down into a couple of different pieces of information. You're going to get back seen by web, seen by you, and seen by ISC, or SANS Internet Storm Center. Now, the seen by web date is going to be that traditional born on date. This is the first time that the internet saw this domain. It's when the domain was born. Now, rather than getting this from whois, right, which had problems running at scale, I've used a couple of other solutions in order to get this information. One is, this thing has a database, right? It's going to be populated with, say, the top 1 million most commonly used domains. So for domains that have been around for a while and are very commonly used, you're not going to make any web requests at all. You're not going to do any whois requests. You're just going to grab it from the database. And I've taken into consideration when things expire. So if you have something in the database and it expires, well, then it'll do the whois lookup and update the database. Right? So you've got a back-end database that's going to minimize the number of requests that you've got. And when you do have to go to the web in order to look up what things are, I've got a couple of other things that I want to do. Rather than you doing a whois lookup yourself, I want you to, well, do a whois lookup to a domain stats server that's running for the STANS Internet Storm Center. And then they will then do the lookup for you and give you back the response. So what that means is I can give you an additional piece of information. Seen by Internet Storm Center is now going to be, right, the first contact for everybody who's running domain stats. So when you query a domain, you'll see that, okay, this domain has been around for 10 years, okay? But you're the first person who's ever queried it who's running domain stats. That might be interesting. Or here's a domain that's brand new to the internet, right? It was just registered in the last 30 days. And oh, by the way, you're the only person who's using domain stats who's ever seen this domain. Okay, so we got some community intelligence that's going on there. You've also got this seen by you record, which is the first time you've ever queried this domain. So this is, you can think of this as the zone of alarm of DNS names on your network, right? No one in your organization has ever queried this particular domain before. That is useful information, right? And then there's alerts tied into each of these things. So there's a first seen by you first, seen by Internet Storm Center. These are going to generate alerts. And SANS Internet Storm Center, if they've tracked a domain and they know that it's bad, then the intention is that they'll be able to send additional alerts. Now, there's some caveats on the SANS Internet Storm Center due to some COVID things. We got some delays that are there, and I'll talk about that in just a second. It comes with Zeek deployment scripts. So it's already got the Zeek script. Thank you, Don Williams. It's already integrated into the platform that you can just tie this into your Zeek scripts, and it will automatically make the queries to domain stats and look up these domains and provide this information back to you. It's got a container, Docker container deployment. So you can just install this thing in just a couple of minutes if you've got Dockers running on your system, and then it'll expose that service on your computer. But the focus is really on making this thing run at the speed of log. I want it to be able to give you back this information and minimize disk IO, keep all of the things local to your network, and not have to do those whois information lookups. Right, it's very easy to deploy with Security Onion or anything that you've got a Docker. You can just use these instructions, Docker build, give it a tag name, have it build directly from the GitHub page. You do have to give it a directory outside the container where the database and all of the logging information and the YAML configuration file and things are going to be kept. And then you can Docker run this thing. Now, I would say the first time you run it, you want to run it visibly in the background with the -IT option so that you can see it building the database, right? Because as I said, I want to have a database that has as many records as I can down there on your system so that you don't have to go out to the web. This takes about 15, 20 minutes, depending upon the size of your system to build that database. And so that you don't get impatient and kill your containers, run it visibly in the foreground so you can see it the first time. But once you've done that, well, then you can just run it invisibly and then Docker stop, Docker start, and it will keep all of the information inside of this mounted directory that you've provided it and outside of the container for permanent storage. Okay. All right. So let's do a quick demo on domain stats. So I'm going to come back over here and let's stop API-fy because I'm using the same port. And I'm going to run my domain stats and just point it at this directory where I've already got some DS data. So that contains my database and other information. So now let's come back over here and let's just ask for a domain such as google.com. So if I go to google.com, here I can see I very quickly get back the seen by web. This is when the domain was created. Seen by you, it says local, meaning that I didn't have to query anybody. This came from the local database, right? So I queried the information, got it on my database. Seen by you, this is the very first time that I looked up the google.com domain using this instance of domain stats. Now you can close, as you see, I just started this, so it maintains this information through a cache and through a database. So it doesn't matter that I stopped and started the service. Here you can see that the category is established. So here, this is telling me Google's been around for a while. You're probably not that worried about Google, okay? But let's take a look at a couple of other domains here and see what those look like. So first, well, let's try reddit.com first, okay? Reddit. right, so reddit.com, I go there, I get the born on date for that. I can see that this is the very first time that I've done it. So I get this additional alert, first contact. This is my first contact ever to Reddit. So I know nobody in my domain, nobody on my network has ever gone to Reddit before. And now they have. You can see that I do it again, and that first contact alert goes away, indicating that it's not there. Okay, let's try some domain that's brand new. So I actually just looked up. This one was just registered today. Then covidhit.com. Right. So if I go out to then covidhit.com, you can see that this one is my first contact, and also the category here is new. Right. This is a new domain. First time it was seen on the web was yesterday. So I get that new alert, so I can very quickly go in and to my SIEM, I can categorize by new, I can categorize by the alerts, and I can find these new domains that are on the network. And then I can begin my hunt teaming from there. So that's the idea behind domain sets. Now here you can see for this one, seen by ISC is RDAP. Okay, so at the moment, the SANS Internet Storm Center is not up and running. So we had planned to release this perhaps at SansFire this year, but then covidhit.com, right? Which, by the way, there's lots and lots of COVID-related domains being registered. Many of them, I'm sure, have not the best of intentions for users. I think there's 2,000 COVID-related domains being registered a day at the moment. So I don't know what that website is going to be once it's stood up. So I'll just throw that out there as a word of caution. All right, so sorry, RDAP. SANS Internet Storm Center isn't, they don't have their domain stats server, right? And I'm waiting to see what the status of that thing is going to be. But in the meantime, until that SANS Internet Storm Center is stood up, you can still use domain stats today, right? But instead of going to SANS Internet Storm Center for the lookup, it's going to do an RDAP query to look that information up. So RDAP is a new protocol that we can use to, it's much more structured information than WHOIS records, right? WHOIS, it could be called creation date. It could be called, I don't know, born on. There's just so many different names. When Gregory Bell was talking about the need for standardized information, I was, yes, you are correct. We need these things to be called the same way. Well, RDAP is one intention to try and solve that for those WHOIS records. So it'll use the RDAP protocol to look up those domains. Now today, RDAP support is limited to the top TLDs like com, edu, the ETLDs, like the country-specific ones. It doesn't have support for that yet, but those are coming in the future. So RDAP is the mode you'll use until SANS Internet Storm Center becomes available. Okay. All right. So that's domain stats. It's a new tool. It's out there today. I'd encourage you to go give it a try. Tools 3 and 4 that I want to talk about are all related to that system resource utilization management database, right? So if you go into your task manager, you look at your app history tab on your task manager, you'll see resources usage since, and then it's 30 days back. So for the last month, task manager is keeping this application history. And if you look at it in the GUI, you don't see a lot of great information there, right? It's these metro apps that, well, there's just not a whole lot of value when I look at that. But the database itself keeps a lot of great information in it, right? It maintains a list of all the processes that have run, the amount of CPU time they've taken, the amount of network traffic they've consumed, the users that ran that tool. It's full of great information for hunting on the endpoints. So a couple of tools that have been released that you can use to get access to this information. SrumDump, you may have heard of. The focus there is on ease of use, right? I want for investigators to be able to just run it, point it at a SRUM, and then give you a nice graphical user interface that's going to then build Excel spreadsheets that have multiple tabs with each of the different fields that are in the database. It does lookups for you to translate information that's just a GUID in the database to the actual usernames, just a profile ID to the actual wireless network names, things like that are all done for you in SrumDump. So it's focused on ease of use and analyzing one host. But what I found is what I wanted to use StrumDump on, well, everything in the network, right? You go into an incident and there's no logs, right? You've got no logs of what's going on in your endpoints. So I wanted to be able to ask the question, well, I want the list of every process that's run on every host in the domain over the last 30 days. I want to run StrumDump, but on every endpoint in the system, and bring that back to a centralized location where I can then analyze the processes, see who's run what times, and things like that. So ESE to CSV was my answer to that, right? So it's a command line version of of StrumDump that is focused on, well, making that mass collection and analysis easier. It is command line driven, so you can use it with PS exec to launch this thing on remote host. It creates CSVs instead of Excel spreadsheets, a CSV for each of the different tables that's in the SRUM. So you can then pull back all these CSVs, put them into one big file, and analyze it. It does all of the same analysis, all the same lookups and everything else that SRUM did, and it does it through a plugin that we have. So ESE to CSV is a plugin infrastructure where you can point it at any ESE database, right? It's not called SRUM to CSV. You can point it at any ESE database you have on your systems. So this would include the SRUM, the Edge browser, and other things, and it will dump that information. You can also point it at any ESE to CSV and tell it to build a plugin. And it'll build a generic plugin that basically does nothing but gives you a template so that you can go in and rename fields and add functions that'll process fields and things like that. And it comes with 2 existing plugins. It comes with StrumDump, and it comes with an Edge browser plugin. And each of these plugins, they dump the fields and they do additional analysis on the fields that are in the database. ESE to CSV is also available on my GitHub. So the idea with ESE to CSV is you can do for mass collection. As I said, StrumDump is intended to be a single collection on a single host. StrumDump, it gives you a nice graphical user interface. You can point it at a SRUM. You can then tell it what directory you want to put your output in and give it a template. The template is intended to give the analyst a way of renaming fields, or if you don't want it to dump everything, then you put in your template what it is that you want it to dump, and it will only dump those things. If you try and do a dump on your live system and you're running as administrator, this option comes up and says, hey, auto extract this. Now, I will tell you that you can run StrumDump on a machine and analyze your live SRUM, and it will, well, the file is pseudo locked, right, by the operating system. I just made up that term, pseudo locked. I say that because, well, it's not locked, but it is in use and being written to. And so StrumDump, if you do an analysis on just the live file, then you're going to find that it just doesn't work. It gives you corrupt results. So you're going to want to run it as an administrator and extract a copy of StrumDump when you're doing your analysis. Okay. And then it gives you this spreadsheet with the multiple tabs, and you get things like, hey, Netcat ran on this date and this time by this user. And it will also, if you've passed it the correct registry file, give you the username that was associated with it. They did that over this wireless connection, right? You can then see how much data was transferred over that wireless connection. So you get a lot of information. And this, right, this is like the, let me go back in time over the last 30 days and see every process that's run on my computer. This is very useful stuff in an incident. But ESE to CSV is intended to let you do this at mass, right? It's got a -L option to let you list the tables that are in there, a -D option. By default, it's going to dump every table unless you do -D and then give it an optional list of tables that I'm only interested in this table or that table. You can give it a plugin. And as I said, it comes with some existing plugins. So this is what it might look like to run this thing at mass across my network. I'll do a PS exec, right? I want to copy to the remote host the binary. Here's my username. Here's my password. This is what I want to run on the remote system. And this is going to run ESE to CSV. It's going to acquire the files on the locked files on the remote system. It's going to run this plugin. I'm going to write my output to a shared folder that is on the network. And it does look to see if a file already exists with this name, and then it will create unique files. So it's not going to, it's intended to be run at mass so that you're going to have unique files for each system. And then we're going to tell it to analyze past the path to the SRUM to ESE to CSV, so it knows what to analyze. And this is going to analyze that stuff. And I go to that network file share, and there I'll have a CSV from each of the different hosts from the SRUM for the last 30 days across for as many systems as I run this on. So here's some examples of running it. ESE to CSV, run the SRUM plugin and list the tables. Here, because of the plugin, you can see that I get back the table names. If I didn't give it the SRUM plugin, it would still list the table names, but it wouldn't know what they're called, right? It would just give me back GUIDs that are associated with each of the tables that are in there. And it wouldn't have any intelligence that goes on to convert user SIDs into user names or network profiles into network names and things like that, okay? You can also, in addition to listing files, if you just give it the plugin and a file, it then will auto acquire a copy of that. And then it will begin extracting all of the files, processing all of them. And then if I do a DIR, you can see I have a CSV file for each of the different tables that are associated with that SRUM, okay? I can also dump a specific table. So if I do use the -E option, I give it the name of a specific table, then it'll only dump that table. Now, just as a nuance, most Python programs that are out there use a module called argparse. So if you can provide multiple arguments, here we have -D, and I could provide it multiple table names. The way that you end your list of arguments to an argument to like the -D, which takes multiple arguments, is you put a -- at the end. So here I'm telling it to use the SRUM dump plugin and dump this table from this dump file, and it dumps just that CSV. Okay. So what about this tools? What if the tool doesn't do exactly what you'd like it to do? Well, I am happy to support these tools, right? So if I'd encourage you to go download a copy of these, all of these are available on my GitHub page, github.com/Mark Baggett. There you'll find SRUM dump and ESE to CSV, APIFI, and Freak and some other tools that you can download and use in your tool. So I'm happy to support these tools. I plan to keep these running and working. If you have any issues, you're happy to post these. But really, my passion here, right? It's Proverbs 12. If you give a man a fish, you feed him for a day. But if you show him to catch a fish, you feed him for a lifetime. Right? I would love to teach you how to write tools similar to this, to adapt these tools to make things that do exactly what you need to do, which is really the crux behind my class 573, Automating Information Security with Python. So if you're interested in learning how to develop your own tools, participating in the open source community, as Greg talked about this morning, I'd encourage you to come check out 573. Okay, and that is my talk. So do we have any questions? Looking here in the hallway.
Hey, Mark, give me just 1 second. We actually do have a question that's come in. I think, let me see here. Yes, so perfect. We've actually got a, and let me make sure my camera's on. Just noticed it was off there. We've got a 508 student or a 508 alum, if you will, who has a question. Says it's recommended to use PowerShell remoting instead of PS exec, which has led them to actually, the question's more about the use of Kansa, which is a PowerShell framework that can be used for IR collection, processing, and things like that. Has SRUM dump been tested, aligned with, or pushed with Kansa? I'll let you answer, and then I've actually got something that I may add on if you don't cover it, but I'll let you answer first, Mark. So short and easy, has SRUM dump been tested with Kansa or with any sort of PowerShell remoting frameworks?
Yes, someone has developed a SRUM dump plugin for Kansa. I forget the gentleman's name, or I would love to plug him in there, but there is a Kansa plugin for SRUM dump that you can dump that. And I believe it's SRUM dump, not ESE to CSV. But yes, that has been already done.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. Very, very useful. And then to the person who asked, as well as other students or other attendees. And sorry, I'm going in order here, right? 508 student asked the question, but for other attendees watching today, the other thing I'll add on is that Cancer can also be used to push binaries and push other tools as well. So it does create like a really nice platform for you to do that. But I just want to say, let's see, any other questions have come in? I'm going to check all of our multiple streams here. Looks like we are good to go on this front. Mark, thank you so much for joining us today. You got a couple minutes left in your time. Is there any final advice or anything you'd like to add on for anyone watching? Any key takeaways here? I'm just going to say it looks like we've got a few folks chiming in on your teach a man to fish line. We said teach him how to fish. He has access to systems for a lifetime. I think that's a pretty interesting play on words. But anything final to add for our attendees today, sir?
Now, if you're interested in these tools, I do post on Twitter my updates when I release tools and things like that. So follow me on Twitter at Mark Baggett, and you can watch for the latest updates to these tools.
Awesome. Mark, thank you very much for joining us. Always a pleasure when our paths get to cross here, either in person or virtual, which is the most frequent one lately, if you will. And we appreciate you having to jump on and speak today to the Threat Hunting Incident Response Summit. So thank you very much, sir.
No, thanks again for having me.
Definitely.
So one question did just come in from Ron. I realize there's a lot of timestamps that come through with Strum Dump. Specifically on the network tab, is the timestamp for the beginning or the end of network activity? Do you know that offhand? I can't remember.
I don't. It might even be for the interval at which it's that SRUM entry is created.
Got it.
So
yeah, I know a lot of those timestamps are very dependent on the individual artifact. I just didn't know if you happen to know offhand. Good opportunity for research. So we'll maybe have to dig into that a little bit more.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, thanks very much, Mark. I always appreciate the work that you put together and release, as free tools. I've used domain stats extensively. Really appreciated the opportunity to work with you on some of the developments there and building that into SoftElk as a capability as well. So always fun to see. And now with APIify, there's just like endless ideas. So if the next thing you could work on is figuring out how to make my days instead of 24 hours be about 300 or so hours, so I have time to do half the things I want, that'd be super helpful. I will clone that repo in a heartbeat.
Hey, I think the secret there is some automation. Which did I mention? I have a great class on automation.
Yes, exactly. Automation and coffee. I think maybe that's a blog that we need.
Hey, Phil, I'm going to throw something out. Mark, I don't want to create any more work for you, so this is no more work for you, but I will throw this out to our general SANS space. We do have a poster for Eric Zimmerman tools. Do we have or need one for Mark Baggett tools?
I like this idea. This is a good.
I'm going to write that down as a lesson learned or something to maybe think about.
And if I type in idea into Google Translate, that also translates into volunteer in certain languages. So I'm thinking Matt might have stepped into the ring on this one.
Yeah, so that would be look at that so humiliating, though, right? You'd have the Eric Zimmerman poster that takes up like your entire wall, and then you'd have the poster board size Mark Baggett tool. But I guess I was going to make a joke about size.
Idea. Maybe we can work toward that.
There we go. Just throwing it out there.
Eric's a monster.
A lot of great tools. But I will say, Mark, let's be clear here. There is no Mark Baggett poster, but there is a Mark Baggett tools class. So we kind of got to size up. I'll thank you on behalf of everyone for your contributions too. You make some awesome tools that help a lot of us get our job done either. So thank you, sir, as well.
Thank you.
Cool. All right. No worries. Thanks, Mark. Thanks again for joining us.
All right.
couple notes. I'm going to hand it over to Phil in just a second here, everyone, to introduce our next speaker. But before I do, I just want to drop in a couple reminders for everyone. First and foremost, if you joined us a little bit later this morning, there's plenty of resources inside of the Slack channel that you can use to get in touch with us, report issues, need some help, things like that. And most importantly, interact with our speakers after their various talks. So please jump in there if you're not. The second thing I want to add, and then I'm going to let Phil take over from here, we are also live tweeting as things go on as well. Hashtag Threat Hunting Summit, all one word, is going to be your key to quickly find tweets coming out from SANS, other attendees, Phil, myself, and other folks who are watching and kind of reporting on or recording or really taking ideas away from the summit. So please check into those if you can. With that said, Phil, I want to hand it over to you for our next introduction, sir.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I'm really excited for this next talk. Nicole Hoffman comes to us with a great experience in a lot of fraud identification, fraud research and investigation. And the reason I'm so excited about this is an area that I've worked in extensively, and I had a little bit of a sneak preview on your slides, Nicole, and I'm really pumped for what you'll be presenting. And I don't want to steal your thunder at all, but this is an area where I think a lot of people need to focus on for a couple of reasons. Even if you're not doing fraud investigations on a daily basis, we see this kind of proliferation of capabilities. And you see what we tend to see is initially you've got state level adversaries, the cream of the crop, the well-funded, and their capabilities are eventually going to kind of percolate down, or as I said, proliferate into the organized crime area where we see a lot of fraud work. And then you start to see that proliferate even further into a more commoditized capability. So if you're looking at what I like to call the bargain basement threat actors, they're going to be using in a month or maybe a year what's in the organized crime area right now. If you're looking instead at the state level adversaries, what you're seeing is going to eventually become this organized crime kind of capability. So the fraud becomes this middle ground where you see a lot of this capability. So I wanted to frame up your talk in that regard, because even if it's not someone who's working with law enforcement or with fraud investigations, there really is this nexus between where a lot of us are working as well. So I'm super excited for your perspective on this, and I'm glad you can join us. So without any further delay, Nicole, please take it away.
Thank you so much. So I am going to be presenting on applying fraud detection techniques to hunt adversaries. Like Phil had stated, I am going to be talking a good amount about my life as a fraud analyst as well as fraud detection, but it is first and foremost a hunting story. So if you're interested in, some hunting story that's a bit different than your typical cyber hunting, definitely stick around. So a little bit about me. I am currently a cyber threat intelligence analyst, or I would like to be. Due to the pandemic, I am looking for new opportunities. I've been actively in the field for about 3 years. I did recently start a blog, threathuntergirl.com, if you're interested. I was a fraud analyst before moving into information security. I'm morally obligated to tell you within the first 5 minutes of meeting you that I am a CrossFitter, so you're welcome. And I really love being outdoors with my kids and kayaking. I'm a massive Marvel and DC fan, as you can tell. I can't choose between the two universes. I just love them too much. So we have a lot to go over in a short period of time. So I'm just going to get right into the agenda. I'm going to give you a little bit of background of some things that you need to know to understand check fraud, which I'm going to be discussing. Then I'm going to go over the hunting experience that I had as a financial analyst. And then I'm going to try to apply those lessons to the cyber domain. And just as a note, anytime I mention the name Carol, she's the adversary in the financial crime story. It was just easier to identify a name instead of saying this person and that person. So Carol is always evil, just a fictional name that I made up. So a lot of people don't know the path that a check takes after it's deposited into the bank. And it's something that I wanted to discuss before I got into my presentation, because it's something that adversaries take advantage of. So I don't know about you, but when I was a little girl, every Christmas, my grandma used to put a $5 check into my stocking. Never changed the amount, always $5. So in this scenario, my grandma would be the payer as the writer of the check. and I would be the payee as the receiver of the check. I would deposit the check into my bank. The bank would then process the check and send it to the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve would process it and then request the funds from my grandma, the payer's account. Her bank would then process that request and send the funds back through the Federal Reserve. Once it's processed in the Federal Reserve, the funds would be sent back to my bank. In the event that she doesn't have the funds in her account, they would send that message back through the Federal Reserve. So either way, it still has to go through the Federal Reserve. And this process, or this time period, is known as the float. And this is something that adversaries take advantage of. And it's basically the time period of when I deposit a check and when that check either bounces or I get the funds from my grandma's account back into my account. So that's something I want you guys to be aware of. So picture this. You're a fraud analyst. Your department is super overwhelmed. You have very little resources. You're understaffed and inundated with alerts. Does that sound familiar? It's very similar to the life as a cybersecurity analyst or even an engineer. So because my department was understaffed, I wore a lot of hats. So half my day was spent manually reviewing every check that was deposited into the organization. The reason that they had the fraud department doing this is because it allowed us to be in the weeds and seeing the fraud as it happened and putting a stop to it. But it was very, very exhausting because you only have a few seconds on each check, because on a typical day you have thousands of checks, and you have to determine, is this check fraudulent check? Is it a real check? Is it a forged signature? Is this person potentially trying to commit some kind of financial crime, such as like check kiting? Or do I just need to place this check on hold to cover that float time so that the individual who deposited the check doesn't get a loss, as well as the financial institution? So after I spent all that time on that, I have to go into reviewing my fraud alerts, and I have to use the same due diligence, or at least I try to, reviewing all the fraud alerts. And I just felt like there was so many false positives that I was chasing, and I had to manually validate each one. Even though a lot of them I can tell just by looking at them that they were false positives, I still had to validate them. So when I did find an actual fraud event, it was actually really exciting, because I felt like this is the job that I was trained to do. And now I actually get to go through, the procedures of, stopping the fraud alert. And I just thought, this something has to change, because I know that there's fraud going on and I know how they're doing it, but I'm so busy with all of these alerts that I can't do anything about it. So I decided to change things up a little bit. I decided, let's just focus on one thing that we know happens every day, that we identify typically when we're reviewing checks, but it's not necessarily something that we're actively looking for. So I decided to make a hypothesis and start very small and say, adversaries might be check kiting in my environment. So bringing Carol into the story, let's say Carol has a bank account at both Bank A and Bank B. She has $0 in both accounts, but she decides she's going to write a check from Bank A for $200 and deposit it into Bank B, typically through the ATM. Her bank account would then immediately show the $200 that she just deposited, and then she will take cash out at the ATM and she gets away with the money. The reason that she's able to do this is because in the United States in 1987, they enacted the Expedited Funds Availability Act. And what this states is that financial institutions have to make the first $200 of checks available immediately or the next business day, depending on the financial institution. And so you typically see a lot of check kiting activities in that $200 increment. And for this example, I chose two different banks, which is what a lot of individuals will do. But in my organization, the story that I'm going to be discussing in just a bit, Carol used several accounts within the same organization. And I wanted to mention one of the greatest examples of check kiting that I have ever seen is, if you've ever seen the movie Catch Me If You Can, It's based upon Frank Abagnale Jr.'s life. He is a master of deception. He actually co-authored the book, as well as many others that I highly recommend. And he, at 16, he started basically socially engineering the bank tellers to cash his checks, and he started printing his own checks. Then he started creating identities to go with his checks, and it was just really interesting to see how he accomplished all of that as a kid, really. So if you haven't heard of him, I highly recommend looking him up. So I wanted to start gathering all the information that I had on Carol and her shenanigans. And so I knew that she's typically doing it in $200 increments. I knew that she typically uses the ATM. But then I started thinking, you know, how would I do it if I was going to check kite against my organization, given my knowledge of the environment? And my coworkers were like, yeah, but like Carol's not going to know that because she doesn't know that we do that and this. I'm like, yeah, but what if she did? Like, what if Carol works here? What if Carol is a former employee? What if she's working with an employee? And so I think it's just as important when you're trying to cultivate that adversarial mindset to look at your own knowledge of the inner workings of your organization, as well as, you know, what has Carol been doing in previous incidents, and, you know, what is she doing in the wild? So we started collecting that information that we could use to hunt in our environment. So those are the things that we used to query basically our data set to be able to get the information or the events that were hopefully true fraud check kiting events. And we found a good amount of events that were actually true fraud, and it was very exciting. And as we started going through this process, I noticed that there was more things that we can add to our search to expand it. I noticed there are patterns that I noticed. I noticed there's a specific age group that was more popular with this financial crime. I noticed that a lot of the individuals are using newer accounts or temporary checks to do this. So I used all that information, I documented it, and I expanded the search. And what I found was a good amount of individuals that may have been working together. So I decided to make spreadsheets on each person. And personally, I just used Excel. I didn't have a lot of fancy tools. And I just wrote, you know, who's writing a check to who, which checks were bounced, which ones were at the ATM, any information that I can use to see is if anyone is connected and potentially working together, or if someone is using someone without their knowledge. But the spreadsheets became overwhelming. So I really wanted to visualize the data. And there's also a lot of visualization tools available. I was thick in the hunt at this point. I didn't want to lose traction. So my team and I just got out a piece of paper and we were just manually drawing something similar to what you see on the screen. And what we found was a group of about 35 individuals that were check kiting. It was a fraud ring. They were all working, it seemed like, with Carol right at the center. And we were able to shut that down, close their accounts, and hand that information over to law enforcement. And what I found out when I was doing that, I was like, man, this was so easy because we weren't using extra resources. We weren't using new tools. This is just all information that we had from previous incidents, you know, like just from our own experiences in our organization. I thought, you know, we could have been doing this the whole time. And the information that I used to create my hypothesis was from previous incidents. And so I just thought, you know, there's got to be a way to, you know, automate some of this. But then I realized some of it can be automated, whereas like we can update our rule sets and things like that to be able to inform us of the things that we learn, you know, like the $200 increments and things like that. But then I realized as we were going through our hunt, there was just too much like lateral thinking that we had to do. So automation is an aid, but it can never replace human-driven analysis, because you have to be thinking of the bigger picture. Because I wasn't hunting in like a simulated environment. I was hunting actively in our environment, and this was going on, and I need to put a stop to it. So I had to just, you know, look at the bigger picture and make sure that I don't miss any detail or who's involved to make sure that all the accounts get shut down. So because my hypothesis came from previous incidents, my final lesson is I can't stress enough how important it is to go back and review or analyze previous incidents that are actually true fraud. I looked for anything that could have led to earlier detection, any red flag. What I found, a lot of the individuals were repeat offenders. Specifically, Carol, she started evolving her techniques over time. And she started printing her own checks that weren't that great. And then she started using temporary checks to purchasing checks to altering purchase checks. And her amounts changed, and it seemed like she used different techniques, and we're really testing our defenses. So it didn't seem like she was working with anyone on the inside. So that was all very useful information. And specifically with her infrastructure, not so much in check hiding is it excessively important, but for like a credit card hunt, if I'm looking for someone that's committing credit card fraud and they have, let's say, like a skimmer or a card printer to be able to print fraudulent cards, all that information is extremely useful, because you can't defend against an adversary if you don't know, what they have, what their infrastructure is. So I try to document that as much as possible so that we can heighten our defenses in preparation for that. So when I moved into cybersecurity officially, I realized a lot of the lessons that I learned can be applied to hunting cyber adversaries. So once again, let's try to apply this to cybersecurity. I'm still learning as a threat hunter in cybersecurity, but what I try to do is mostly simulated environments that I typically, if I find something that I want to threat hunt for, I'll try to replicate it, create an analytic that's repeatable. So one thing that I know is happens a lot is adversaries will typically hide macros within phishing attachments, and you can even go more specific, such as like a PowerShell. You want to make sure that your hypotheses are not too general, because it just becomes overwhelming. You want to start small. Look for a single technique that adversaries are using. And remember, when you're cultivating an adversarial mindset and trying to think of all the things that you need before you start hunting, you want to remember not only to think about what Carol might know about your organization, and based upon previous incidents, if someone's been testing your defenses, what information could they possibly have found out? Could they have used previous versions of Microsoft Office tools? All very important, as well as what is Carol's shenanigans outside the organization? What has she been doing in the wild? If you see, if your hypothesis isn't created from like previous incidents and you just think like, hey, there's this new threat group, I think they might be targeting our organization, and you want to specifically hunt for, some of theof techniques, definitely what I like to utilize the MITRE ATT&CK knowledge base, and you can go and look at all of that because it's freely available, and see, if you're using you can use the cyber analytics repository, or you can just look at the techniques and try to replicate them. And then if Carol is an insider, you also have to think, she might be aware of the organization's macro policies, or the, how to craft an email that will most likely be opened by someone in your organization. And you don't want to assume, if someone in your organization is involved, they might not be involved voluntarily. They might be, unaware, or they might be actively doing it. So you just have to keep all those things in mind when you're hunting. And you can also use like two different hunts. Like if you have all this information that is insider information, you could do like an insider hunt for this technique. given the knowledge that you have of the inner workings, and then, based on external resources or previous incidents, and look for those types of techniques. So in the event you are utilizing, like I said, an external threat group or a technique that's being used, you can utilize the attack navigator, whether it's something that is already in the MITRE ATT&CK knowledge base, or if you need to create a new adversary profile based upon something that you're seeing in your environment or something that may not be in the knowledge base, you can use a blank layer of the navigator that's available on the attack website. If you're not comfortable with the attack navigator, I know it's changed a lot. You can also just use spreadsheets. I personally feel like there's nothing Excel can't do. So when you're creating your processes in cybersecurity, I find that it's a lot more important to document it. Personally, I have ADHD and I forget everything if I don't write it down. So I have to be able to remember certain analytics that I create, certain filters that I create. So I try to document all of it. There's certain times when you have to filter out certain parent processes and so on, because it's, if it's a system account, once you start going in and hunting for things in the logs, you'll start to identify little tricks and whatnot. And I like to save all of my queries and filters that I find useful, because if it's not useful it's going to be useful for you in the future, I promise. But if you're working with a team of hunters, it will most likely be useful for them too, to be able to just go through it really quickly. For visualization, if you don't want to use my old school method of writing it out on a piece of paper, I personally love using the MISP project. It is an open source project. I have an example from the MISP project of their correlation graph. And the MISP can be used for multiple different industries. We actually used it in the financial institution. Eventually, we implemented it. So you can do all sorts of indicators. You can create your own graphs. And the one thing I like about it the most is it has an automatic correlation engine on the back end. So it'll actually correlate the indicators that are matching from different events. And so I personally really love it, because it's really easy to use, really easy to deploy, and it's open source. So it doesn't require a whole lot. And then if you're not actively working on incident response, or if, like, say you're creating an analytic and then handing it over to another team for them to use, try to get as much information back from that team, such as incident response. Try to allow them to inform you of the kinds of techniques that they're seeing, what's evading detection, all that information, because it's going to be useful for you going into your hunt. And if you do, while you're hunting, if you are hunting in an active environment, try to identify the types of techniques that are happening. Try to analyze the behaviors leading up to detection. See if you can identify anything that can heighten your security controls to be able to detect it sooner. Anything about the adversary's infrastructure is very important, because if you're getting, hit with a nation state, or, you want to be able to identify what does their infrastructure look like? What are their resources? Is this possibly a team of people? Is this a script kiddie? All very important things to document that can help you with future hunts. So just to review, if I didn't say my lessons enough, when you're getting into hunting, focus on one thing. Start small. Create a hypothesis. Try to make it as specific as possible. And while you're creating your hypothesis and going through creating your analytics, you might get ideas for future hunts, but try not to get scope creep, and just document that for future hunts. You don't want to chase the shiny things. And then when you're cultivating an adversarial mindset, just remember it's 50-50, 50% your knowledge of the inner workings of your organization, as well as, what is Carol doing, what your assumptions are of their knowledge of your environment. And then document everything. It's extremely useful, especially if you're working with law enforcement. and visualize your findings. This isn't for everyone, but I personally like to visualize data so that I can analyze it better. And then don't forget to, analyze the behaviors of an incident and identify anything that could lead to earlier detection or anything that you can take that's actionable for your team to be able to prevent this in the future. So I hope you liked my presentation. Thank you all for joining me today. I know I'm honored to be here. Let me see if there are any questions. I cannot say who Carol is representing. There's a lot going on, so what do you find is the best way to capture the results of your hunts to share with your team? Like I said, in the cyber domain, I haven't actively hunted in an active, production environment. I typically do it in a simulated virtual machine. So what I like to do is capture the query, or I'll try to replicate the specific attack, and I try to find like different ways. If I'm doing it on the command line, then I'll try to do it on PowerShell and then capture that in the log, or basically what the log is doing, so that they can, replicate that search in their environment.
Excellent. Well, there's definitely a lot of conversation going on in your channel. It's kind of cool when we have the hallway channels going, because there's discussion during the talk, and then it's a chance for you to kind of catch up on some of that as well. A lot of love for Excel. Probably one of the foremost forensicating tools there is. And just don't make Katie Nichols try to speak in SQL, because she will not like that very much. So. Really, really good stuff, and I appreciate your time putting this together and sharing it. One of the things that I very early on in your presentation kind of keyed on was, I love the origin story, since you're a Marvel fan, that kind of brought you to cybersecurity, and kind of coming out of a more what we would probably consider a traditional fraud environment of check kiting, and kind of bringing some of those thought processes out. And really, I think that pinpoints the concept that I love seeing where everybody in the cybersecurity industry comes from, because you bring these different perspectives on, and you bring a background and perspective from that fraud industry to something that may not be fraud related, but shares a lot of those common DNA kind of characteristics, which is really cool as well. Excellent talk that I appreciate, and I know there's a couple of other comments going on in the chat here that you'll want to catch up on as well. So thank you very much for your time, and really good stuff. Thanks, Nicole.
Thank you so much.
All right. Well, where we're at right now, we actually have a break programmed in for you. So right around 10 minutes, give or take, we will get a timer up for you, get your break slides back up. A few of you have already made the first couple of orders on the Threat Hunting Summit branded gear that we have on sandsgear.com. We'll get that link back up here during the break with our rotating break slides for you. We're going to come back at 20 after 11 East Coast time, and we will be kicking off with our next talk. Matt will do the introduction for David and Jorge, and we'll get you going with that. But in the meantime, if there's anything we can do for you, reach out in the Slack. Let us know what all's going on, and definitely engage with our great speakers after their talks, and check out some of the resources we've shared there for you. So see you in about 10 minutes, and we'll get kicked off then. Cheers.
All right, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Glad everyone was able to hopefully get back in time, grab some caffeine, do whatever it is you needed to do during the break there. I will speak on behalf of our next speakers and say that I believe, according to all Twitter accounts, they are highly caffeinated. At least 50% of them is highly caffeinated. Our next couple of speakers have already made it quite public that they are caffeinated and transformed and ready to go for this next talk, and looking forward to it, actually. So really, really exciting next talk coming up here. We've got a couple of speakers who are going to be teaming up to talk to us about external threat hunters are red teamers. Now, as someone who constantly loves, observes, and is really just interested in the overlap between red and blue teams, to keep it in a very simple manner here, this talk title really kind of caught my interest, if you will, because I don't know, it seems like a really true statement, one that I could kind of get behind here. So without too much delay, because they've got something really cool lined up for us here, I want to introduce our next two speakers. I'm going to try and pronounce these names correctly here, but I'll be very honest with you all. These are tough names. So we have Dave Maynor, I think. Dave, let me know if I pronounced the R correctly in your name, for those of you.
No, you got it. You nailed it.
I got it. All right, good stuff. And we've also got George Orchias joining as well. And I think, George, you're going to be starting first, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm going to hand over to you, sir. But gentlemen, thank you both for joining us today. We're very excited to have you at the Threat Hunting Summit. Looking forward to the talk. George, over to you.
Thank you so much, everyone. And thank you for that intro. Nice to see you there, Dave. And welcome, everyone. We are so excited. We are going to try to contain ourselves, but we have an awesome talk. I know everyone says that about their talk, but this one we created just for you. This is the first release of that talk. And yeah, it has a pretty cool name, but let's do a little TLDR just to set expectations. Dave, you want to do a quick TLDR on what we're going to talk about?
I really do. I can't wait. And just to be clear, George is containing himself. I am making no such claims. I'm putting it all out there. Just to start with, the title, in virtual conferences and whatnot, you can kind of see titles sometimes and go, oh, that sounds cool. I once watched a talk title called How to Do Security on Top of Mount Everest. And I was like, well, I didn't know there were computers there. I can't wait to see that talk. It turned out it was more of a metaphorical on top of Mount Everest. So we wanted to assure everybody this isn't while the talk is sensational, the topic actually is why red teamers and internal threat hunters really are cut from the same cloth, and tooling is similar. There's a lot of ability to repurpose tool techniques and procedures between your red team and a external threat hunting team. And really what we're trying to do, and this is the point of this presentation, isn't so much this is what everybody's doing right now. We view this as where people will be when they evolve their purple team practices in a good 2 to 3 years. So we wanted to give this audience a sneak peek of it, first and foremost.
Exactly. So quick, who am I, Dave?
Well, I'm David Maynor. The R is kind of hard, but Maynor. I previously have worked for organizations like Cisco Talos, where I led the threat hunting team for Europe and the Middle East, in which we were the first to respond to NotPetya on behalf of the Ukrainian government. We also have found and published several different APT activity, like VPN filter. Actually, just too many to actually name. But I worked on threat hunting for a long time, and before that, my skill set really was just red teaming. I like to be a very creative red teamer. So I was a red teamer before I became a threat hunter, and I'm occasionally an entrepreneur, but I like to be a threat hunter first.
Yeah, and of course, very humble speaking with you here, Dave. Dave is an industry rock star. So when I was introduced to him through his wife, actually, that I work with, Lawyer Liz, on Twitter, I'm like, wow, this is an awesome opportunity. So here we are. And I'm George Archies, real quick, Chief Technology Officer at Scythe. Prior to that was 10 years leading the offensive team at Citigroup. Before that, I started as a sysadmin. I saw some people saying, hey, who started as sysadmin? That's me. Then I got into Security Operations Center for 1 year at a company called Terramark, which CenturyLink and Level 3 are pretty fond of. And then I got into vulnerability assessment at Citi, created the pen test team, which are really the function, which meant we exploited production systems at a company that does trillions of dollars of transactions in a day. Was scary, but we showed the value. Then built the red team, and then figured out that doing yearly or biannual red team engagements really left our red team kind of not doing much. And we figured out that purple teaming was a great way of doing that. So that's us, but enough about us. What are we going to talk about today? So we are going to level set. What is red teaming? Because every red team talk, we have to debate what red teaming is, right? Then we're going to cover what external threat hunting is, and we're going to do a lot of comparison. So if you're new to red team, we hope you learn a lot. If you're new to external threat hunting, we hope you learn a lot. And if you know about both but aren't using similar tools in tradecraft, I think we will give you a good reason to do that. So we'll cover things like attack infrastructure, acquiring infrastructure, both from red teaming and from external threat hunting. We're obviously going to cover C2, right? Command and control on C2 matrix, and then circling out that with analysis and refinement, analysis and response. So we're very excited. So I'll go first. What is red team? And I got this from the Red Team Journal. It's the practice of looking at a problem or situation from the perspective of an adversary. And us in InfoSec, we obviously stole this term from somewhere else, right? We can go back to military terms. They do red teaming. First exercises were after the Vietnam War, where they didn't do so well and decided they should probably exercise and test each other from the adversary perspective. And our goal in red teaming is to make the blue team better, really to work together. And not only test technology like you normally do on a pen test, focusing on preventive controls, but testing and measuring people, process, and technology, and really focusing on those detective controls that you might not be able to patch. Now, the effort for this is pretty manual. Yes, there's a bunch of command and control tools. Yes, there's ways of creating automated attack infrastructure, and there's even ways to automate some of the TTPs that you do. But at the end of the day, you can't replace that person, right? So in no way do we talk about replacing the entire red team here. We need the people. And the frequency is intelligence-led, right? When we go to Black Hat, when we go to DEF CON, when we see a talk, some new techniques, a new tool, a new exploit, an O-Day, right? We can test all of those and make our defense better. And then we are seeing some regulators, particularly international, not so much in the US, but Bank of England, European Central Bank, Hong Kong Monetary Authority, Singapore Monetary Authority of Singapore have regulations. I'm sure you've heard of CBEST or Tiber EU, and they are coming to the US. So if you're here, you'll probably get some through the OCC, generally through the financial area first, and then through others. And really the most important thing of red teaming is the customer. The customer is the blue team. It's not your operations team. It's not your developers. It's generally the blue team. Everyone that does defense, right? Your security operations center, your hunt teams, your incident response teams, your threat hunting teams, and pretty much everyone in an organization. So lots of definitions. There's a reference here, and at the end, there is a slide with all our references, right? We didn't make all this up. We stand on shoulders of giants here and call out all the references at the end. So what is external threat hunting, Dave?
Well, before I go into that, I just wanted to give you the opportunity, George. Would you like to start the presentation and boil down into a pedantic discussion about whether offensive tools are useful to security or not? I've certainly seen that a lot on social media.
I think we should skip that debate for now, or we will run out of time.
Indeed. So keeping with that theme, while some people will say, why are you using offensive tools? they actually do have a great point, and this is another example for it. And that leads directly into external threat hunting. Basically, if you're doing normal threat hunting or internal threat hunting, you have a team that is using forensics information from both your company and then TTPs from the bad guy to determine if the actor is currently operating in your environment or if they have ever operated in your environment. External threat hunting is really focused around whether, not so much whether the actor is currently operating, but tracking the TTPs for actors that may be operating in your environment in the future, that may have an interest in attacking you in the future. In addition to that, you're also searching for techniques that are being widely used by attackers now that might not be in use by attackers that are targeting your environment, but could manifest themselves in the future. And you want to be aware of how that manifestation can look. And why do you want all this? Well, all of this really has the same goal as red teaming. We're doing this to make our blue team better, to make our blue team, our red team, and our purple team more informed and able to execute on their missions better. But most importantly, as I'm sure everybody has done this at some point, you've sat around and had a theoretical discussion with somebody about what an actor could be doing or what it would look like. And theory is great, but firsthand knowledge is greater. And I always stress people to get firsthand knowledge of these kind of things. So the last real value of external threat hunting is the ability to test your assumptions. Now, this is a very manual process currently. I do this at a company called CenturyLink in their Black Lotus Labs. I do external threat hunting like this. And it's very manual driven, but I tell people that it's more an art than a science, and I cringe every time I say that because it's kind of admitting that we don't have a good process, and that's exactly what that means. So this is one of the attempts to refine that process, add rigor to it, and add requirements that we can meet. So while it's a manual process, we use information like the C2 matrix to kind of power what tool sets we can use and how to use them. And this is a this is a process that never really stops. We are always hunting for attackers. Any given day of my week, I am in a different phase of hunting different actors. I never stop. In addition to informing the blue, red, and purple teams of what we find, making their process better, we've also found success in informing company officers, especially risk and compliance type officers, as to what actors are capable of, and kind of helping them understand not something that's currently happening, but how to understand something that may happen in the future. Why external threat hunting? We just went through this presentation is about giving the who, the what, the why, the when, and the how of external threat hunting. So we've now hit the why of external threat hunting. And now let me be clear right up front that this is not a solution for every company. I can't tell you how many times I've seen somebody present a really good idea or a really cool idea of a different way to handle a security problem. And the first thing people rush to social media to talk about is how this is a dumb solution. It wouldn't work for my company, or it wouldn't work for company X because we're still trying to get like a blue team program in place. So why would we be doing this instead of building our blue team practice? You shouldn't be. This is not a technique for every company. It's not a technique for a low maturity organization, but for organizations that have the maturity, the headcount, and the vision, this is a great solution to bridge the gap between public information that's being made about actors and your own need for information about actors to protect your environment. Like I said, the workflow for this is really hard to develop without a certain amount of gut instinct. And hopefully this presentation starts the renaissance of this planning, where we're moving away from gut planning to a more rigorous planning. That's part of the reason why George and I are working together, because while I've done red teaming and threat hunting, he's really got a lot of experience in the planning and operations, making the processes more rigorous for red team environments. And he's helping, he's driving the effort on our part to make these types of testing more rigorous and fit into the purple teaming framework.
Yeah,
This
and
does.
yeah, on that value proposition that you mentioned, right? Like both teams, the red team and your external hunting, right, is all about providing that value, right? And I think you're going to touch on that right now.
Right. You gotta be aware. I myself have fallen into many a boondoggle in the pursuit of this type of information, or a sig dev disease kind of thing. Like I have, gotten an idea and followed it, and it turned out not to, the basis of the idea probably wasn't all that useful. What I found probably wasn't all that useful, but the intellectual curiosity kept me going. And while that was fun, it actually didn't provide really any value for the company. And the value is kind of hard to quantify at first, because what you really need to be doing is informing other teams of things that may or may not have happened yet. And so it's hard when you have a good idea for something that hasn't happened yet, or you have a theory that you're testing, until it does happen. People are like, well, that may not have been all that useful. But then, right after it happens, or an attempt that hopefully you're now able to stop, they'll be like, well, that was great. You got to be able to bridge that divide between those two states. I remember a time not long ago where the type of debate about the value that these types of tests would bring to an organization were actually all about red teaming. Like, a lot of people didn't think that red teaming had any value, and that had to be discussed a lot. But the value here is the clear, concise value here is being able to use tools, techniques, and procedures that you develop for your red team to enable your external threat hunting to better inform your own security practices. And there's a lot of different ways to measure it. Most of it won't be a smoking gun. Most of it will be incremental improvements. But doing anything at this point to improve your security process is better than doing nothing.
Yeah, so when we talk about the needs of our teams, right? From discussing with Dave, we said these are the needs of the red team, and then he was sharing the needs of the external threat hunting team, and we realized they're all very, very similar, right? From a basic perspective, right? The red team gets in, they get into an infrastructure, and they pivot through that infrastructure. But more importantly, we need logs, right? If we're doing a zero knowledge red team engagement and I'm managing a team of 3 people, I need to know what they're doing, exactly what time they did it, what was the result, what was the impact, and make sure it was all logged, especially as you scale up, right? Running this as a 2-person red team is easy, right? Because you can just talk to that other person and share information. But in my last organization, we got up to a 12-person red team. And that scaling was so important to have these logs, because you have things like deconfliction. What happens if you're running a red team engagement and that the SOC or the blue team catches an active attack? First thing they're going to do is deconflict with you. You need to prove that it wasn't you and then make the right decisions. Or you can say, yep, that was us at exactly this time from this host. We executed that on this host, and this was the result. I think that's exactly what you're looking for on your team as well, right, Dave?
Yeah, strangely, external threat intelligence or external threat hunting, we're also doing a zero knowledge assessment. Instead of our own company, though, we're doing it of an actor. Just so I'm clear, there's no advocacy here to do anything illegal. We'll show you what we mean, but we are doing a zero knowledge assessment of an actor. We're trying to deal with actor evolution at this point, where new techniques that bad guys are using, like filtering, techniques that have shown up in the last couple of years, they're new, of like filtering, or making sure that there's like a multi-stage compromise and promotion process. So only like verified, vetted victims will get your payload, so they don't end up on like VirusTotal. This is our answer to how will we get around those actor activities. So the ability to pivot through an infrastructure, the ability to have your red team, or I'm sorry, your external threat hunting team, no matter where they're based in the world, be able to look like to an attacker that they're inside or the type of target that they're targeting, so they can get the payloads for then further analysis. Right, that is one of the core tenets of this idea.
So when we talk and do and really plan for red team engagements, a lot of time is spent on planning. I feel like people that are new to red team think it's all just, getting shells and moving laterally and owning stuff, right? But just to put in perspective, my 2-day red team course has half a day of planning. The other half of the class is on the hands-on, because that's what students want, but it's that important. And here, just to put a lot in one slide for you to digest very quick, we have a number of items that we think about when we plan, both the red team and the external threat hunting team. And we're going to dive deeper into some of these. Some we're going to skip over just because of time. But goals and objectives. The red team has goals and objectives. Those are generally similar to the objective of the adversary, but this is coming from the senior management. What do they want to test? What do they want to verify? They want to see if a particular threat actor would be able to cause the same thing that happened at Garmin in our organization. And external threat hunting also have goals and objectives, right? Cyber threat intelligence. Here we have differentiators. In red teaming, you want cyber threat intelligence to give you an adversary that has the opportunity, capability, and intent to target that target organization, right? You don't want to do a Deep Panda attack or an Orange Worm attack that's normally against healthcare if you're a financial, right? Like, you can do it, but probably not the best use of your time. Then you want to emulate those TTPs, and that adversary behavior is what you're emulating. From the external threat hunting perspective, and Dave will go into an entire slide on this, is they need to pick a target list and figure out who they're going to go hunt. We both will have scopes. We'll both have exercise coordinators and project management. And this we can talk about for a long time, right? We want this exercise to be valuable. And it's great to have a project manager or a coordinator going through that, making sure everyone is in sync as you go through. Then you have rules of engagement. Here we have similarities as well. For example, both the red team and the external threat hunting should not break laws, right? Don't get arrested. And don't forget the purpose of the exercise. There is always an objective and a goal, and that is your focus. On the red team side, we don't want to bring down infrastructure or affect business processes. And on the external threat hunting side, you don't want to get into a knife fight with a threat actor and then attack infrastructure. Yeah.
Just to make this theory absolutely clear, external threat hunting for actors is designed to give you more information to help you understand how an actor works. You should not do anything that makes an actor who was previously not interested in you interested in you. So you shouldn't visualize this like you're knife fighting in an alley with an actor. It really is more like, you're doing advanced recon on an actor and snipping the little bits of information that can be used to inform your security team.
Exactly. And attack infrastructure. We both need to set up attack infrastructure. It's going to be the main focus of our talk moving forward, along with lessons learned. In the red team, we do analysis and response, where we want to see how the blue team reacted, how they detected, how they responded. On the external threat hunting side, we have a slide on this as well that we'll dive deeper into. It's about analysis and refinement. So how do you formulate a target list when you're doing planning, Dave?
Well, once again, I'm going to say this is more art than science, which, as I said earlier, it makes me cringe every time I see it, say it. But in reality, this is a moment where you need to be extremely intellectually honest with yourself, right? I can't tell you how many people I've come across that are like, oh yeah, I'm probably getting hit by this APT, and you look at their organization and you look at what they do, and they don't have any PII or useful data. They're not in any chain of events that would drive an APT to be interested in them, and you then have to kind of go, no, No, maybe not. They probably aren't focusing on you. Then you get the ego pushback of, well, yeah, but you know who I am? I'm the largest snowmobile dealer in South Dakota. That's just a funny example. That's not a real thing somebody's ever said to me. But if somebody said that, you'd be like, well, yeah, that probably doesn't interest a lot of APTs, right? So you have to be intellectually honest. You got to take off your security hunting cap for a moment. You got to put on your business analysis cap and actually take a look at what the company you're protecting is, what kind of resources they have, what kind of information they store, or like whether they're in a chain of events for something like COVID vaccine research or national defense organizations, and then match what your organization's threat model really is to an actor that would be interested in targeting them. And that's the most important part, the intellectual honesty. And then you have to be informed enough about adversarial posture to understand their opportunity, their intent, and their capability to actually attack your organization. And when you've done those two steps, the list of actors that you compile is the list that you would use for external threat hunting purposes.
So once we get the list of who we're going to go after, or on the red team side, we have the plan down, then we talk about attack infrastructure. And yes, this is one slide with a ton of things that we do, both on red team and external threat hunting. So take a screenshot or look at the slide, but I'm going to hit on the main things. On the red team side, we want to choose and procure external service providers. A lot of the time we use cloud environments, right? Because most of the targets are not going to block AWS or GCP or Azure or DigitalOcean, et cetera, right? Because then other processes break. But we do want to procure this in a way that is not attributable back to the red team, because then the blue team sees it. They're like, oh, this domain or this IP was purchased by George, and George is on the red team. So this red team, we don't have to worry about that, right? And it's going to be very similar for external threat hunters as well. You don't want to buy anything or spend with your personal credit card that attributes back to you. We then want to purchase domain names. We want to generate domain certificates, whether you purchase TLS certs or use Let's Encrypt. If you're going to do phishing, you have to set up mail servers. If you're going to do phishing to steal credentials or get them to a site to then download something, you have to set up those sites. And then for all of these, you need reputation, right? Because most mature organizations are going to have some sort of categorization of what domains you can access, right? Rarely do enterprise organizations just allow you to connect out to an IP address. So you have domains, but then those domains have to be classified with things that will be allowed out, right? Like perfect example is pornography. Most organizations block that. How do they do it? Because that domain is categorized as such. So what do? You need to categorize your domains as things that won't get blocked and maybe won't even get decrypted, like finance and health, but don't tell anyone I said that. Then you actually set up.
George, how can you tell what pornography is?
I'm sorry?
How can you tell what pornography is?
It's generally based on the reputation that domain is given. There's various different service providers. So they categorize them. It's different processes per each one. I'm familiar with how Palo Alto and Blue Coat, which is now Symantec, do it. But yeah, it's very little people-based. It's pretty easy to gain reputation. Another thing you can do is buy a domain that already had reputation but has expired and use that one. And the reason you do all the reason you do all this is to then set up your infrastructure, right? So we're going to talk about command and control shortly, but you have to set up all your tooling, pick a command and control server, and then get those servers and all that information sent somewhere so that you can view it centrally. And Red Oak is what we're going to talk about shortly. Red Oak was originally created for logging if the blue team was detecting you. Now, as we do all of this, we need to have operational security. Did you have any other comments on attack infrastructure before we head to OPSEC?
No, sir.
Cool. So in operational security, from the red team perspective, you want to ensure that all your systems are locked down, right? That only your red team members can access the administrative interfaces such as SSH, right? No one else should be SSHing to your servers. Kind of like practice what we preach. We give these recommendations all the time. You need to do them too. Then when you create your payloads, you want to make sure that they only run in the target environment. This is called keyed payloads or execution guardrails if you speak MITRE ATT&CK. Then you want to make sure that the web properties aren't attributable to another threat actor. Maybe you attribute it to a threat actor you're emulating, but you can actually look through all that. And then store all your information wherever you host all your logs, encrypt that, right? Vet your payloads, get IOCs for all your payloads, and everything you're going to do really makes deconfliction better. And then lastly, you want to detect if the blue team is investigating you or not. Any other comments here? Because I know you have some OPSEC stuff to talk about during acquiring infrastructure.
Right. Well, the biggest thing to keep in mind here is that the same techniques you use to find bad guys can use to find you. So if you're actually dealing with an attacker that's sophisticated enough to have filtering or like gating set up where only certain people in certain geological geolocation will get payloads, or even from a different company, or they have a manual promotion process from like a first stage to a second stage, right? If they're that sophisticated, they're also sophisticated enough to know when somebody's like to have the same kind of tripwire set up to know when someone's hunting them. So when you are hunting them in an external capacity, always keep in mind, as you sneak onto them, they can sneak onto you. That was actually a quote from Hackers in 1995.
Exactly.
Just kind of a joke for people that don't think that movie has any relevancy. But seriously, they can find you.
Exactly. And just looking at the time, we've got about 8 minutes to go through 5 slides. So I'm going to speed this up. Red Elk. Red Elk is a tool created by the folks at Outflank. And shout out to Mark from Outflank, because when we posted that we were doing this talk, he actually wrote that they're planning to add in version 2 hunting capabilities for Red Elk. So if you don't know what Red Elk is an elk stack that was originally made for the red team, and it was to aggregate all the logs. So again, I'm running a red team engagement. I have 4 or 5 operators. I want to know what they're all doing. So I want the C2 server communicating to me. I want the redirectors communicating to me. I want to see and maybe even give access to a white cell. So originally it started kind of like a red team SIM. And now, and this is the first time any of you see this, version 2, and thanks again to Mark for providing these bullets, will have a lot of really cool features. So another example of posting something on Twitter, someone else seeing it, being like, oh, we had similar ideas. This is what we have planned, and now we're going to meet in a couple of weeks and get this going even further. So pretty cool stuff.
Real quick, before we go on, this whole idea actually came from Red Elk, as it started maybe a year ago when I was doing a lot of stuff on Hack the Box, and I wanted to record everything I was doing to be able to refine my Hack the Box skills. And Red Elk was what I was using to capture it all. So it was really just, it's been there from the start of this idea. I just wanted to throw that out there.
Yeah, no, and it's an awesome, awesome project. So to visualize this, right? This is kind of like what red team infrastructure looks like, and what your external threat hunting infrastructure probably looks like too, right? On the top right, you have your C2 servers. We'll talk about command and control in the next slide. Then you have redirectors over on the left side. This is to make sure that if someone's coming to your red team site and they're coming from the target organization, then send it over to your C2s. And if it's not, maybe forward them somewhere else. And all of this is going into Red Elk. Red Elk is red and in the middle, right? It's an elk stack that you send a bunch of data. And what's important here is the logging, right? The logging from those C2 servers, the logging from those redirectors are all normalized and put into data that we can now view. And who can view this? Well, the red team manager can view this, which is great, really how we're using it now. But you can also give access to a white cell if they want to see what's going on without actually having access to your C2 servers. And then you can query other security service providers, external ones, to see if any of your IOCs that you have triggered in the red team engagement are being shown on any of these services. So it's a really cool tool. And like we said, that version 2 will have some hunting capabilities, although Dave has been using this for about a year. So the next one is command and control. And I could probably talk about this for a long time, but at a high level, it's the influence an attacker has over a system that they have control over. You generally have a communication channel, which means HTTP most of the time, or other communication channels such as DNS and one. And when we take over a system, when we compromise a system, we want to blend in. And we do that with heartbeats or beacons or callbacks, however you want to call it. And what that does is that every so often, that system you have compromised will call out to our C2 server. And you don't want to look like a pattern, do you? Because something calling out every 30 seconds is going to stick out. So you can add jitter, which is a percentage of that pattern. So those are kind of like the main capabilities. But the real cool thing about using a C2 is that you have agents or implants that you can deploy on different operating systems, and you get the same consistent shell. So if you're going out and acquiring infrastructure in other locations, you only have to learn one shell. If you're getting other operating systems, you only need this one shell. And if the C2 is logging everything you're doing and you can send that data to somewhere else, then that is where you have those benefits. Now, on the right, you see the C2 matrix. 2 seconds on that. The c2matrix.com, there's 55. I just added another one yesterday, 55 C2s that you can choose and look into. It has a number of different capabilities, as well as which ones do the logging. It's not on the screenshot, but if you scroll over to the right, you will see that as well. So any comments on this before we get to acquiring infra?
No, sir.
All right. And we've got 3 minutes to do 2 slides. So Godspeed, sir.
All right. Just to be clear, this topic alone, I could teach a week class on, a week of works of class on. And to keep in mind, we're not saying do anything illegal. Don't use an IoT botnet or something like that to hunt an attacker. It's not a good look if your external threat hunting team is then the center of an investigation for illegal hacking. So don't do that. But you can purchase, as George mentioned before, purchasing is one of the ways that we do it now. The only thing is that we're very, very clean about how we purchase and information we leave behind, because our goal here is to actually interact with bad guys who may be able to do research and figure out who we are. The most interesting idea here is what I call resource sharing. So with threat intelligence partnerships I have, if somebody comes and says, "Hey, we're getting targeted by this attacker, we don't have the threat hunting capabilities," I can say literally spin up a Docker in your DMZ, and my team will be able to pivot through that into the attacker. They'll look like they're coming from your infrastructure, which gives them the ability to do to get things that may be blocked, payloads that are only being like extremely targeted, and that really is one of the benefits of this, right? So if you can't do if an organization doesn't want to do a Docker or some other way to let you pivot and look like them, even pointing a DNS record at your hunting host is useful. As you can imagine, an actor grinding through a DNS list or new additions to a DNS list of a target company, suddenly this new one pops up. Although it's only a C name, it's got this IP address. They may go to it and find port 25 and send an email to it, and they're actually interacting with our hunting infrastructure. So let's hit the next slide, because refinement is really what we need to talk about. All this stuff is fun, but if we're not putting a rigorous process in place and we're not able to dispassionately evaluate our own performance, we're not doing anything that well. So we're collecting DOPE, data on previous engagement. If you know anything about precision shooting, you know what a DOPE book is. And it's basically how you can record all your information about your activity, so you can then later go back and evaluate it and use that to understand your future performance, right? So these are the questions that I ask myself, and you should ask if this type of behavior is helping you, right? can you clearly define what you hunted? Did you cast like a wide net and try to hunt every bad guy ever, or were you able to come up with a list that actually has attackers that will target your organization? Were you able to find actors that were behaving similarly, but have different techniques? That's a win too. That is something that what could inform your internal security team as to additional actors that could be targeting you, right? Have we collected enough data on their activity being the actor activity, to map a trajectory of their activity? This is, once again, can we tell the internal security teams anything useful about the actor activities we've been tracking, so they can map out the trajectory very well? This is important as well. Did you collect enough activity on your own hunt to tell what kind of fingerprints you left behind on the actor infrastructure? So once again, if an actor is not interested in you, a good outcome of external threat hunting like this is not to get an actor interested in your organization that previously wasn't. And the last one, the most important question here: did what you do provide any definable actions for your blue, purple, red team? Because once again, in this day and age, right now, with the security problems we're having, issues with training, just all the information security issues combined, right now you should be taking an opportunity to do anything to enhance your security posture rather than doing nothing. Thank you very much for listening.
And thank you. This was awesome. These are the reference slides that we mentioned, and we are 1 minute over, so I apologize to everyone. I do want to just give a quick shout out to Kat, who helped us dry run this and really make these slides what they are. So really thank you so much. And thank you, Dave, for your time. And thank you all for being here. Really, really, really appreciate it. And we're on the Slack channel. If you have questions, we'll take them there.
Awesome. George, David, thank you so much, guys, for sharing all that knowledge and information with us, for a presentation that was amped up, delivered by two guys who were super excited and didn't contain themselves. It was great. It was awesome content, great to see through, and I know we had a lot of really, really interesting points inside of that. As someone who has been an Elasticsearch, I got to say, like the red elk slide, I stuck on for a long time. I was sitting there, and as someone who's used Elasticsearch for quite a while, I'm always super impressed to see what types of things get built on top of this easily deployable solution. And looking through that diagram that was put up, it's just awesome the way that there's like C2 data and attacker data and everything being fed in. So thank you guys. Really, really awesome knowledge and great presentation. Thank you so much for sharing. With that said, everyone, we have one more one more speaker lined up. I'm actually going to hand it over to Phil to give an introduction for us, and then we will be at lunchtime. So this is actually the presentation you want to hang on to for, because it's virtual Threat Hunting Summit. You have no need to rush out and beat the lunch crowd now. We want you in your seats or standing up if you got a standing desk, watching, paying attention, and learning, because we've got some great knowledge coming in every session here. So with that said, Phil, you got another one lined up for us, sir?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks very much, Matt. So I'm excited to introduce Jason Kierstead, who is coming to us from IBM. And what I was most interested in about this submission was not just the concept of a platypus, which, let's face it, I mean, that's going to get attention when you see that come up in your CFP submissions, but was actually his role, an architect of threat management. And he's, as I said, at IBM, and managing the threat lifecycle is something that a lot of us don't think of at first when we think of threat hunting, because you think of threat hunting as the activity that we're going to do, going out and searching for activity or artifacts in our logs or in other evidence. However, threat management brings this into a much broader picture. So I'm really excited to hear this talk specifically, because we're talking about data modeling, information modeling here, talking about how to deal with the threat as an entity instead of the hunt as just an activity. So with that all said, I'm very excited to turn this over to Jason, and excited to hear more about the platypus as well. So take it away, sir. You're still muted.
There.
There we
Better?
go. We got you.
Sorry about that. Okay, thanks a lot, Phil. My name's Jason Kiersted, widely known in some communities as JK. I'm the CTO of Threat Management for IBM Security, as Phil mentioned, and I help drive the technical direction of our whole portfolio in threat detection and response. I'm also the co-chair of the Open Cybersecurity Alliance Project Governing Board. And first, I want to thank you guys all for taking a few minutes out of your day to listen to me ramble on about information modeling. What is it exactly? Why should you care about it? Common challenges that I see associated with it. And I hope to share a few ideas on how to overcome some of those challenges. A couple of the different angles that I'm going to talk about may not necessarily be new news to some folks, but I can tell you from my experience dealing with Fortune 100 class organizations all over the place that there is still a very long journey ahead in this specific space around information modeling if we want to get things to where I believe we need them to be in the industry. And along the way, we'll learn a little bit about biology perhaps as well, and the platypus and whatnot. Although I want to make it very clear to everyone, I don't claim to be a biologist in any sense of the word. So I want to start this talk off with a quote that I really like. It's called, "There is no AI without IA." And in this context, IA stands for information architecture. A number of different people have said this over the years, but the earliest reference I could ever find to this is by an AI expert. His name's Seth Early, and he said this in 2016. What this quote is referring to is the importance of having a well-defined information architecture if you ever want to be able to do something as complicated as machine learning. It's not an optional step, I would argue, when you're trying to develop machine learning, and it's also not an optional step if you want to do anything advanced in cybersecurity. Why? It's pretty simple. You can't teach something that you don't already understand yourself. And that holds as much true as much for machines as it does for people. And this whole idea of understanding your data, understanding what it looks like, what it feels like, what it smells like, is really fundamental to building a cybersecurity information architecture. So just let's set some table stakes first. What is an information architecture? JK, what are you talking about? In short, information architecture is the design and organization of information so that it can reliably support things like findability, usability, analytics, takes into account data curation, validating the data. In some cases, not really relevant for cybersecurity, but it takes into account translation, normalizing the data, cleansing the data. Without a proper information architecture around your data, it tends to not look the same. It can be stored in different places, different APIs to query it. There's different models of the data. It becomes very hard to work with, and things like building analytics and machine learning on top of that data gets very difficult. So my question is, does this sound familiar to you? Because to me, this is the world that we live in every day in cybersecurity operations. We run into this stuff when we're ingesting data, when we're correlating it, when we're hunting, when we're responding to incidents, because none of the tools in our huge arsenal, they don't tend to speak the same language. The log sources don't tend to look the same. The analytics don't work from tool to tool. Everyone's speaking a different language. And it's one of the root problems of a lot of challenges in cybersecurity. It's why extracting, real actionable value from something like a large SIM or data lake can be so hard. It's why analysts, who's become an expert in one tool chain, can't necessarily easily port those skills over to another, which then plays into, we hear a lot about this mythical, well, depending on who you talk to, mythical cybersecurity skills gap. This is a big part of it, right? When your skills are not easily portable from tool to tool and from employer to employer, it makes the overall talent pool a lot smaller. So I want to start this with better understanding of how information architectures work by tying it to an information architecture that I think many would be at least somewhat peripherally familiar with, and that's taxonomy in biology. Taxonomy is basically the science of creating an IA for all life on Earth. Why do we need a taxonomy for life? Why was this thing ever developed? It's simple, really. As humans, we really, really, really like to group things to explain them to each other. In fact, this whole science of taxonomy, it's been referred to before as the world's oldest profession, apparently by people who aren't familiar with the other world's oldest profession. But the point is, we've been doing this for a millennia. Modern taxonomy, however, it traces back to about 1735 by the Swedish botanist named Carl Linnaeus developed it. So I want you to think about how important taxonomy is to this area of science. Imagine you went to an island and discovered a new creature, and you had to describe that creature to someone. If you didn't have taxonomy, if you didn't have a common way to talk about what that animal's characteristics are, the whole conversation would become extremely challenging. And that's why information architecture is so important. If you don't have a roughly agreed upon information architecture, it's not possible to have proper communications. Now, I'm not going to spend an inordinate amount of time on this whole idea of biology and taxonomy in this talk, so don't be worried too much here. But on the left, you can see the rough hierarchy of taxonomy with groupings that you're probably at least peripherally familiar with. Note earlier, however, that I said rough agreement on information architecture. And the reason that that's important is because even in an incredibly mature domain like biology, something that's been around for hundreds of years, as I said, traces back 1735, there's still today a continual evolution in this information architecture. Multiple taxonomies can often be in use by subsets of this community until over time, the architectures come to a consensus and start to converge. Below, you can see a rough timeline I created by doing some research around this. These are at the domain and kingdom level, what you see here in the slide. That's the absolute bottom level of the previous pyramid. So, think about how interesting this is, that, we're still trying to sort out hundreds and hundreds of years after the science was created what the most basic high-level groupings of life should be. And that's because we're constantly learning and discovering new features of microorganisms and whatnot. I find this whole thing fascinating, but I can already kind of hear what you guys are thinking. Thanks a lot, Dr. Science, but what on earth does all this have to do with threat hunting and cybersecurity? So I'll tell you what it has to do with cybersecurity. It's because when we're hunting and when we're developing detections, we really want to detect things, not strings. And I love this quote, this idea of things, not strings, and we're going to come back to this a couple of different times. So we just spent a bunch of time talking about these information models, what they are, and now I'm going to tell you why they're vital in cybersecurity. First of all, let's talk about the normalization of data. Why is normalizing data important? Well, I talked about this a little bit when I was talking about information architectures, but to recap, first of all, there's no widely adopted standard for security event logging. Nothing that, nada. I've been at the focus of this whole area of the industry for about 15 years, and I can tell you we're barely further ahead today than we were even 15 years ago. It's still the total Wild West. Why is this? It's a combination of different factors. There's a lack of market pressure, there's developer complacency, and a bunch of other things at play. But there's a silver lining here, and that's cloud. Cloud is helping a little bit because of when you build detections against the cloud, the major cloud vendors are somewhat normalizing that data because so many things are built on top of their APIs. So that's, a little bit of a cost, right? We're coming to normalization, but it's at the cost of over centralization. Second point here, and it contradicts the first a little bit, and that's that public cloud vendors can't and likely will never agree on what their data should look like when you pull it out of them. Their platform-specific security tools that they build against these clouds, they don't tend to agree on data formats and what the data coming out of them is supposed to look like. And it's unlikely they'll ever agree because, frankly, there's little pressure in the marketplace for them to do this. As such, you've kind of got this situation where you've got momentum towards the marked improvement, like I talked about before, but it's at the cost of this known ceiling on how well this is ever going to end up, because they're, those 3 to 4 major public cloud vendors are unlikely to reduce. Another reason that this is important is sunk cost in existing detection analytics. So when you've spent a lot of time, money, and effort building detections, that's a sunk cost that you don't want to waste. And finally, we all have to recognize that the same cybersecurity startup culture that rewards the churning out of innovation all the time, it doesn't necessarily weigh enough on long-term supportability and things like using existing data models to make sure that your tools work properly with all of the others. So why is normalizing data something that you would need when you're developing hunts and detections? First, there's extensibility. If you build your detections and analytics on a normalized data model, it's a lot easier to combine and mix those detections into new ones because all the detections share the same underlying data model. Second is this idea of portability and reuse. The ability to have your detections and skills be able to move from data source to data source and tool to tool, it's incredibly valuable and can save you a lot of time when you're doing investigations. This also plays into the earlier skills gap area that we mentioned earlier and widening that talent pool. Finally, we've got collaboration. Thankfully, we're starting to see an incredibly increased movement around community development of detections. I can't be more pleased that we're finally starting to see this after a lot of years. Collaboration around analytics and detections, however, it's really difficult if everyone in a certain community aren't speaking the same language because they're not using the same tools and then the same tool chain and their data looks different. So that can sometimes lead to folks not being able to equally participate because they don't use the same data models, and the power of the crowd is then diminished in that case. So all of that sounds great and interesting. This is a really important thing to do, but I'll tell you, it's a lot easier said than done. In practice, there's many real world challenges that you're going to face in this whole area of trying to align your data to an information architecture. So let's start going over those, and we'll start with some of the basics. First of all, if you're going to try to align to a data model, which one should you be trying to align to? There are a lot of different information models that exist in cybersecurity. Some of them are here on the slide, but there's actually a lot more than these. And each one of these is a data model that you can map your data to and from in order to normalize it. Why do so many of these exist? Well, I'm sure people are familiar with this XKCD comic, which I pull out very often. This whole one about the standards and how they proliferate. But in all seriousness, we could pontificate all day about how we got to this place and why we continue to have new and more models and can't get to a consensus. But the fact is, all these models are out there and they are popular in their own domains and they have very important use cases. So they're not going anywhere anytime soon. There's not going to be like this massive consolidation of data models. It's just a pipe dream. So getting back to the question, how do you choose? First of all, I'm not going to spend a lot of time going through all the minutia, comparing and contrasting all of these models. I was originally thinking about doing some of that in this talk, but then I realized I only have 25 minutes and that would probably take us all day. So instead, I want to talk more at a high level about how to choose a model that you want to map your data to and what things you got to think about. First, do you have any influence at all on the source data? You know, I still run across people who don't necessarily realize this, that it is possible to change the output formats and data models of many different cybersecurity tools. And if you have the ability to influence that inside your environment, if you can ask them to change the data format on these devices and these sensors before it gets to you, it can be incredibly useful and incredibly powerful to exert some of that influence and achieve that alignment. The second thing to think about is, what is your tool chain? Does your tool chain work best with a preferred data model? I'm going to pick on Elasticsearch here for a second because it's an extremely popular open source tool in this community. And Elastic last year released this ECS data model, which is incredibly powerful. Yet, you know, I still don't see a huge uptake of it in the cybersecurity community. And this is something I'd really like to see more threat hunters and more folks who are standing up elk stacks take a much closer look at. You know, people are still somewhat blindly throwing all their data into Elasticsearch and then trying to extract value out of it on the other side. And if a little bit of effort can be spent on that data curation in advance to map it to something like ECS, you can reap enormous rewards from it. Second thing to think about is, what are your use cases? The best path and model on how you should do things for real-time detections, it might not be what you want to do for threat hunting. One thing I'd caution though is that when you're looking at all this stuff, keep in mind that if you start at one, you're probably going to end up wanting to use this data for the other use case. So really, from the start, if at all possible, you should be trying to take into account both real-time detection and incident response and threat hunting when you're doing this exercise. What's the level of expertise in your organization? If everyone in your team is a wizard with CIM, then not using that as your standard model, you know, obviously doesn't make a lot of sense, because, you know, it's going to be a huge lift for you to go and retrain, you know, a whole slew of people. What are your use cases? Finally, you know, back to the power of the crowd, are there communities that your team is involved with that you plan to leverage? If those communities exist, where's their expertise? What models are most popular in that community? This is something that's very important. Do you have existing content or analytics you want to leverage? Or do you plan to, you know, mainly base this around a community? So let's pivot back a little bit to the whole biology point. And, you know, this is, I hope, a little bit of a fun exercise that illustrates a second challenge you're going to face on this journey. This is a picture of a platypus. So if you think back to our earlier conversation on taxonomy, how do you think the platypus ends up getting classified? It's a mammal, right? It's obviously a mammal. It has fur, it produces milk. Wait, maybe it's a bird. After all, birds lay eggs, they have a bill. Wait a second. He's got poisonous spikes and he has an electrosensory system. Those are typically characteristics of a reptile. You know, how was it classified when it was first discovered? It's totally non-obvious what this animal should be. And the only real solution to try to figure out what it is to model all of its attributes according to your taxonomy model and see where it falls according to your information architecture. You can't just take like a wild swag at it and expect it to come up with good results. So what does this have to do with threat hunting? And by the way, for anyone actually interested, the platypus is a mammal. So what does this have to do with threat hunting? So hopefully, you know, a lot of folks will recognize what this is on the screen. This is just a typical Microsoft Sysmon event. That's pretty obvious. My question is a little bit more fundamental than that, though. how do you model this data? And to be clear, this is nothing interesting. This is just the Sysmon event I grabbed from a quick Google query to build this presentation. It's nothing exciting, but what is this? The answer is it's not any one type of data. It has lots of different features. It's an endpoint log. It's a log of process activity. It's a network flow. It's also a file record. It's all of these things at the same time. What it isn't, however, is Windows Event ID 3. And, technically it is Windows Event ID 3, but that is actually the most unimportant piece of data here, despite the fact that detecting and searching based on Windows Event ID, it's one of the most commonly referenced things when people are talking about detections and investigations. You want to go and look for this activity. You're looking for Windows Event 285 or whatever. Remember earlier when I mentioned we want to find things, not strings. And this is why this conversation is important. And it's really the crux of this entire talk. If we're doing threat hunting, looking for things like, say, specific Windows Event IDs, and I don't want to focus too much on Windows Event ID, but there's a number of different things of this nature. If we're looking for not the data that's in the record, but we're looking for the record itself, then we've lost all of the benefits of modeling the data in the first place. Suppose for a second that this TTP, whatever's going on in the Sysmon event, this TTP, had been involved in a virtual machine, and it was recorded by a cloud workload protection solution instead of Sysmon, and you got the data that way. You've got the same process. It's doing the same things. It's aggressing to the same network location. But because it's not coming from Sysmon anymore, the data is going to look very different. And if you had built a bunch of detections or hunts around the Sysmon event, none of them are going to pick that up, just because you're now getting that information from a different tool. And that's really the crux of this when we talk about things, not strings. You really want to be looking for the data as modeled, not the raw data itself. It does not do to leave a live dragon out of your calculations if you live near him. What does this quote mean? It means that factoring in a highly probable future scenario, even if that scenario isn't really assured, is something that's very prudent to do. In other words, take a beat to plan ahead. When you're building your detections, when you're working on your hunting playbooks, take some time, try to build those things around a well-defined data model instead of the raw data, if at all possible. If you can do that, over time, you're going to reap major dividends in your environment. Finally, a couple of best practice guidelines. Some of these things are a little bit basic, and some people in this talk may have heard these things a million times. But on the other hand, as I mentioned at the beginning of this, I still see in Fortune 100 level organizations, there's so many people still struggling with some of these basics. So I don't mind repeating them. First of all, try to make your detections generic. Look for the TTPs if you can. Don't look just at the IOCs. Another way to talk about this is look for the payload, not the envelope. It's another way to say the whole things, not strings conversation. We want to look for that actual modeled data, not the envelope it's been delivered in. Look for threat signals, not OS signals. What do I mean by this? TTPs, increasingly, you can figure out ways to do this that are platform and OS agnostic. And, while this is a little bit more rare, that a given TTP can, cross OS boundaries, as we migrate to increasingly virtual environments and our applications are all delivered to us via the cloud, we're as an example right now with COVID, there's an enormous uptake in remote work and remotely delivered applications that are running on single purpose VMs and shipped off to the endpoints. So as you start to look in this world, it's going to become more and more important because the ways that you get visibility in these environments are very different. And if you're doing things with blinders on, trying to build things with platform specific use cases, it can really limit your whole visibility. Finally, test, test, test. This is always best practice for pretty much anything you ever do in a technical area. But echo it again for detections. You have to test detections like crazy. And then again, planning ahead, taking shortcuts in this area. It's usually ends up you having to go back and redo it later at some point in time, either as you grow or as you onboard new tools or what have you. So. And some of this data you want to keep it for a long time, right? So having to go back and remodel that data is painful. So what's the next frontier? Before I wrap this up, I want to outline something that I see as the future, and that's not just a common data model, but common hunting and analytics languages themselves. Why do we need this? It's the same reasons that we were looking at common information architectures. Lack of folks that have the right skills. This enormous volume of data that's coming out of the cloud. This need for collaboration around detections and analytics in the community. Being able to detect things and write hunting playbooks and express complex analytics in one open source language that you could then use on any different cybersecurity tool chain, that's now a world where you can have ultimate reuse and ultimate community collaboration, because everyone can start cooperating on next level detections and next level use cases without worrying about whether or not this complicated query that is going to work in this SIM or the other SIM or this XDR tool or against this data that's running in this Elasticsearch cluster. This kind of may sound a little bit too good to be true, but I don't believe that it is. We're very rapidly approaching this case. There's a lot of momentum in the space, and there's some exciting things that are going on in this area. And I strongly implore everyone to take a look at what is out there and what's going on, because it's very exciting. To close, I'm going to leave you with a few different resources you can draw on if this whole topic was interesting to you, if you want to dive into the space more. First, I recommend checking out, Uncoder.io and the Sigma project that, some folks earlier today were talking about Sigma. If you're not familiar with it, it's a very powerful tool in this domain. Although it maps a little bit more into the detection space, you can actually also use it when you're hunting. Next, I'd be remiss if I didn't call out our own StickShifter project and the Open Cybersecurity Alliance. StickShifter is trying to solve for a lot of these same challenges that I outlined in this presentation. And it's trying to do that by getting you to a place that you don't have to worry so much about the data model you ingest, because it's up-leveling that problem up to the analytics layer. I also mentioned Elastic Common Schema. If you're using Elasticsearch in your organization in any way, and you're not using Elastic Common Schema, you don't know what you're missing. So take a look at that. Finally, check out the MITRE CAR project. CAR, for folks who don't know, stands for Cyber Analytics Repository. This is an effort by MITRE to build one of their own aforementioned communities for detections. And CAR actually has its own data model as well, although a lot of the detections in that community also have mappings to other data models, not just CAR. And with that, I'm going to wrap. And thank you very much for taking the time. I hope you enjoyed me pontificating about data modeling and platypuses and a bunch of other stuff. If you have any questions or want to follow up on this topic or anything else, I'm very easy to find on Twitter or LinkedIn, and I'm going to be in the Slack channel here for a little while as well.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Jason. Appreciate that. One of the things that I thought was really cool just about the concept of this was, I think back to my foundations in computer science as undergrad, and I kind of saw that there was algorithms and there was data structures, and a lot of what you're talking about is that structuring, and it really becomes this incredibly beneficial foundation to build on. So it's very cool to think of how we can make our tools more interoperable and make us more versatile as practitioners. There's a really good question along those lines that Travis put in the Slack channel, and I'll just kind of tease that here a little bit, talking about use cases between proactive hunting and doing detection and what might differ between those data models between the two use cases. So, be interested to get your take in the Slack channel on that as we transition into lunch. But that all said, it is lunch. So we've got about an hour break for you here. We will keep the timer up for you. We will rejoin. Let me just double check my schedule for you so I'm not mistaken this. Rejoin at 1:30. Peter Ortiz is going to be bringing us back from lunch. I'm excited to introduce him, kind of give you a little bit of small world story there. But that all said, get up, stretch, jump on the treadmill, take a walk, play with the kids, do whatever you need to do. We'll be back in just about 55 minutes at 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Enjoy, and we'll see you back soon. All right, welcome back from lunch. We're going to go ahead and get kicked off with our next presenter, who I am really excited to introduce. It's kind of funny. Peter and I worked together in former life, where he was on our team with a contracting company, and we kind of had, he was in a different office, and we kind of, moved to different roles, different jobs. And I want to say it was 2 years ago, Peter, at the DFIRST Summit in Austin. Somebody had mentioned, oh yeah, Peter's here, and I'm like, wait a minute, the same Peter Ortiz that I used to work with, and obviously it was, so it was kind of cool reconnection, and now we've got you on board here with speaking at the summit too, which is really cool. So small world indeed.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anyway, yeah. So anyway, Peter comes to us now with Cyber Reason, where he is focused on incident response and threat hunting. Obviously, a perfect fit for the summit. And he's going to be talking about building a threat hunting program. And this is really important because so many times people will come to us or just have conversations in the physical or virtual hallways and say, I want to get started with threat hunting. How do I start? Where do I begin that process? And it's just not an easy answer to provide. It's not like there's a simple checklist for it. But I'm excited for these approaches that you're going to be bringing to us, because I think the folks who are going to be watching this now and in the future will be able to apply the findings and the lessons learned that you're bringing here today, and figure out how that applies best to their own requirements for their own security program. So that said, we're really glad to have you here, Peter, and excited for your tale of two hunters.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much for that. Let's see, can I click around? Here we go. All right. So hi, everyone. Thanks for attending this talk today. As I said, my name is Peter Ortiz. I'll be walking you through some of the approaches used to build threat hunting teams that I've been personally part of developing. One of the things I'd like to preface here is that everything I'm going to say, I didn't start building these teams on my own. It took a group of talented individuals, but hopefully there's some perspectives here that can give you an idea of the things you can do to help progress your own program's maturity. So a little bit about myself. I'm the Senior Director of Global Solution Services for Cyber Reason. I've been with Cyber Reason since 2016. Before this, I've had multiple roles in digital forensics, incident response, and even dipped my toe in that e-discovery world. But I spend the majority of my free time advocating for families in scouting, since I have a son who's a BSA tenderfoot and a daughter who is a Cub Scout wolf. Here we go. Yes. Okay. So let's take a moment to set up what we're going to go through. We'll be talking about two teams, both with the same vision and goal to be hyper mature teams, capable of delivering their idea of threat hunting in a reliable and repeatable manner. We'll do a year-by-year breakdown of the key initiatives each team undertook and how those initiatives benefited the respective teams. And we'll also talk about how you can take some of these techniques and make them work for yourself. As Phil said, we often hear about these are the things you should do in threat hunting. These are the things you should go look for. This is how you should do it. Hopefully, this will show you that it's an approach that you're going to have to work at. That it's not going to be an overnight turned-on turnkey solution. It takes years of work, it takes years of determination, and the skill sets and the people to be able to do it. Where we begin is we have, let's start about talking about the two types of teams we had. On one side, we had a team of scrappy do-it-yourselfers, and on the other side, a team that was afforded the privilege of having that executive buy-in that we always talk about, and the tech stack that gave them a leg up on everything. Also, take note of the years here. One team was being developed when APTs were really beginning to emerge as a publicly known commercial threats. Operation Aurora had just been publicly disclosed a year earlier, and many non-tech companies were barely beginning to understand the severity associated with that. Night Dragon operation would soon be, for this team, something that they would have to be aware of or something they would have to deal with. We also have to take into consideration the tech and the mentality of the time. Security teams were still focusing on those perimeter firewalls, looking to AV tech for solutions. And the only executives who were kind of pushing the charge or leading the charge here were those who kept their ear to the ground to hear more rumblings about APTs and corporate espionage. And it would be these two campaigns, so Operation Aurora and Night Watch, Night Dragon, that later became breaches for these companies or motivating factors to mature security organizations. When we talk about this scrappy group of DIYers, they really were a group of self-starters, sometimes scrounging together pieces of tech to make things work. The team itself was involved in the DFIR, SANS, InfoSec communities, listening and talking to peers. The main goal here was to protect the enterprise. So in order to do so, they would have to mature the program. And at the end of the day, we knew that we were going to be our own customer, that we would have to prove our value back to the business. And with any established company, you know that there's a lot of red tape to make your way through. So everything has to be very business oriented. The second security team, they had the experience of a very hyper mature cyber executive staff who were completely bought into the idea from day one. This made progress a lot easier to realize because they had that executive buy-in. We had alliances with the DevOps team. We had resources that we could throw at projects. And I would say most importantly, we had an agile mentality that was already kind of existing that we just adopted. So those are all things to just kind of keep in the back of your mind when we're talking about these two teams and the challenges they faced during the process of building the teams. So now that we have a high-level overview of kind of the stakes that both the stakes that both teams were facing, we'll go through each one of the teams one at a time, and we'll start with our scrappy DIYers. Our first year about covering the basics, so understanding what the table stakes were for having a solid security practice. One of the things we really had to be cognizant about was the fact that everything had to be very well calculated. Again, this is a large global organization and things just take time, lots of red tape. The founding team really was just 3 members, a seasoned Air Force OSI vet, a seasoned IT forensicator who had been with the company for a long time that just happened to be involved with SANS, and a DFIR automation guy. We had this base level of skill set of someone you could understand the policies, understand the tech in the business, and understand the gaps in what you were trying to do. And as any good team does when they first enter a new organization, is we did stack review. We really took a look at examining what tools we already had at our disposal and where there were gaps in those tools. For us, we had your standard perimeter technologies and some basic endpoint tech. For the perimeter technologies, it was standard stuff, firewall logs, proxy logs, VPN logs, that just needed to be centralized, which led us to a large investment in SIM technology. There were also existing security tools such as IPS, AVs, those proxies we talked about, and enterprise forensics tools. And these enterprise forensics tools are the same ones we used for dead box forensics on the investigation side, just over the wire. And these same tools were leveraged also for e-discovery, had some traditional incident response capability, but when you think about where we were then and where we are now, nowhere near the capabilities where we have now. And we were really trying to push that envelope for the kinds of live responses we were trying to get to. The last area we had to review was what kind of policies we had in place. What did our incident response plan look like? Did we have compliance requirements? We had to also figure out what we were going to try to map to, how we were going to hold ourselves accountable for this program that was being built. The other thing we had to keep in mind is this team was actually a sub-team of a digital investigations team. So that means that many of us were dual-rolled in digital forensic investigations and leading this IR charge. So we had to balance where our focus was going to be on really on a daily basis. When we talk about year 2, when we look at the things that we accomplished or some of the key initiatives for that second year, it really was making cyber a thing for the business. We're now getting a lot of data into the SIM. We start analyzing that data that was coming in and writing those SIM-based correlation detections. And honestly, this rule writing took up a huge chunk of our time between writing the rules and managing the SIM itself. I can remember we would actually spend days on days having whiteboard sessions, workshopping rules based on the data that was coming in from the different data sources, trying to go through a standard, that standard hunting logic where we develop a hypothesis and then we test it on the data that we had, and then we continuously refine that detection until we had something with a low full false positivity rate and a high confidence rating. And that was just daily standard, daily operations for us. We also built a DIY SOAR platform before SOAR platforms were a thing, which was built from scratch using SharePoint and a custom-built Python backend. We essentially built an orchestration platform and ticketing system. And for us, that was a major accomplishment because now we could start producing metrics on what we were doing and how we were performing as a team. But we knew early on that we had to automate as much as we could. And we were able to automate a lot of the mundane tasks such as ticketing, help desk submissions, live response collections, and data enrichment. So on the data enrichment side, correlating to VT threats, as well as pulling in business intel data from business systems that were already existing. From a documentation perspective, we began to look at how we could measure our program. We also made the decision to start aligning to a measurable framework, which brought us to evaluating the NIST framework and understanding the lift associated with checking those checkboxes. We also began response readiness planning to make sure we had that documented procedure for any event that may come our way. We started building playbooks on how to respond to the alerts that were coming out. One of the biggest things that really helped us in this time was an initiative that our CISO really pushed for us to deliver. He wanted the experts in cyber to get in front of the people who could talk cyber to the business. He wanted us to brief different portions of the business on cyber threats, cyber risk, and why it's important and what are those threats. He was really trying to get us bought into the business. And we would also go through these tabletop exercises with these same business entities to understand where we are as a company when it comes to executing a response plan. We decided early on that there was a large lift in work here. We have these foundational table stakes that we need to work on, but we also need to kind of up level the detections piece that we're doing. So we brought on some additional support as a stopgap to help us focus on maturing the program. And we also brought in some of the early stages of tiered triage. So we brought in some folks to help us. We brought in one person, to help us do those L1 alerts from both the managed provider and the alerts that we were writing, the three of us were writing off of the SIM detections. Year 3, we really kind of turned a page. We started focusing really on threat-based hunting. Sometimes the data that you have is all that you have. We've heard some talks today talking about modeling data and putting data into certain structures so that you can look at it. We were doing that. We were looking at the behavior of the data, the behavior of the attackers, and trying to make detections based on that. We needed reinforcements, obviously. We brought in an additional tier 1 analyst to help us, over those additional hurdles that were coming in. But more importantly, we needed someone with threat knowledge and that understood the geopolitics. Since we are a global entity, we needed someone who would understand those geopolitical issues. And on top of that, we brought in a tooling engineer to free up analysts from troubleshooting calls. We were spending a lot of our time not only writing detections, understanding data, making sure data sources were being brought in, but just working with the tool itself. We brought in, we started to really lean into our DIY SOAR platform build out. We were bringing in more automation, more tasks. We were doing automated triage for a while, building those little bits and pieces that just made it faster. A big hurdle we overcame was launching live response collections with sim alerts. We knew that as the alert was coming in, we needed to be able to go do something, pull data off, and have that data for an analyst. And since we now had some tier 1 people looking at these alerts, we were getting a lot of feedback on what was true positive, false positive, and how we could work our way through that. And we strived for more visibility. We've talked about that. We've heard about Security Onion today and Bro today, and some of the different open source projects, but that's really where we started going. We said, okay, if we can't pay for it and get something else, start getting our own type of technology in, and let's start increasing the logging on our endpoints for those DFIR situations when we actually just need to go grab data. In year 4 is really when the balance shifts for us. We actually start to outpace the MSSP that we had. So we actually are able to alert on things and find things faster than they are, but it was about an average of 2 days. So we are actually able to stay ahead and start putting in compensating controls way before that happens. We really embraced, so we brought on 2 more tier 2 analysts, and this was a huge lift off us. So now they are helping with writing the playbooks, with automations, with detections, with process and process flow. And we really embraced what would be the Security Onion alerts. We integrated more with the IT ticketing system, so that way we could take more actions and have more response actions kind of just automated. And it's this last point that we really focused on. We were a whole group of digital forensic DFIR people, and we really wanted a new tech stack. We wanted to be able to take our team and say, look, just give me data, give me more data, give me an endpoint DVR, so I can go look through the data and understand what's there. And we will write rules. We'll figure it out. And we also said we need, network monitoring. We need some kind of deep packet inspection technology to see what's going on there. And I overclicked. I apologize. As with anything though, there was we knew what we got more than we bargained for. We had that buy-in, but the market just decimated the entire industry, and things were cut and things had to go. We needed full alignment, and we had about 3/4 of that, which one voice can really tip favors one way or the other. And occasionally in the business itself, we got pulled way too far into the weeds. Now we'll talk about the second group that we had. So this is a team that is a little bit more, that had some advantages to it. This team was able to start over coming in, but not start from scratch. There was already a SOC that kind of handled alerts coming out of this platform. But the threat hunting side needed more maturity. It was being performed ad hoc. So, and it was leveraging existing technologies or existing methodologies for performing hunting. We've seen these before, baselining, stat counting, clustering, grouping. But when we're talking about adversarial behaviors, it really didn't line up, because there's so much of a lift that's associated with that. But these were the thought processes that this team had at the time. Coming from the previous team, the DIYer group, we knew that we could do better with more behavioral focus analysis. And if we took that threat intel and really leaned into it, we could build detections that could, short circuit a lot of the analysis. Year 2, we had a team that actually used a Scrum process for the sprints. So the SOC actually had a very regimented process already, just for project management reasons. And we kind of adopted that same methodology, so that way we could hold ourselves accountable and see incremental value and incremental change. What we did during those 2-week Scrum sprints, that's the time that we took to go through our hunting methodology, our pre-hunting methodology, developing hypotheses off of research that we were seeing out in the open. So looking at vendors, looking at information sharing groups, looking at peer groups, looking at academic researchers that were out there, or Twitter blogs. Testing that against the data set that we had. So making sure that we could have something that translates into the data we had. But not only that, we also took the time to build forward-thinking rules. So we built Yara and Snort rules just in case we would ever have those kinds of capabilities. At this point, it was really just one person hunting over a small handful of our environments. And in order to expand, you needed more hands, you needed better processes, and really leaning into automation. So there was some time spent learning what the APIs were, how to leverage the APIs, and which mundane tasks could be really automated. Year 3. Yep. Okay. Year 3, we really leaned into now mapping to MITRE. This is where we kind of moved away from those techniques of stat counting and clustering and grouping and pulling just 2 million rows of data. Now looking for adversarial techniques that we know are being used right now. We brought in some additional folks who were threat hunters with reverse engineering experience, some DFIR experience, but really had a passion for reading about threats, understanding the threats, and wanted to tear every bit and piece apart to understand how we could find something. Some of the things that this team kind of said was, look, we're spending way too much time on just the reverse engineering piece. So we put an investment into malware analysis sandbox for them, so that they could speed up that part of their process. The other piece that they wanted was, hey, we need access to more data, to more threat intel repos. And so that's where groups like Malpedia came through, or Virus Total Enterprise Descriptions, those pieces, getting them access to the data that they wanted, introducing them to peer groups, so they have someone else to talk to. But it was really focusing on moving over that reliance away from reliance on that outlier analysis, and focusing more on those indicators of behavior, mapping to MITRE attacks, so that way you could have now this rich data set that we know that adversaries are actually using, and using that to go in and look for things. Because when really what we're trying to do is not spend as much time digging through data to find a needle in a haystack. If we already know how the adversary acts, how the adversary moves, the operations that the adversary takes, why not spend more time looking for those things than, let's say, an outlier scheduled task? That's going to give you so much data. We have to look for other ways to say, look, let's complement these two pieces. If we have a scheduled task, plus we have something else over here, let's use those two techniques together and say, now let's see when we have the one on the left, and let's see when we have the one on the right, and see where they intersect as far as the data goes. Year 4, we're taking a lot of the things that the first team had. We're taking that behavioral-based hunting approach. We're bringing in threat intel data and using threat intel data to move ahead. We're mapping to the behavioral pieces and seeing where those behavioral pieces kind of intersect with what we're doing. We were still doing it on a cadence basis, but we were wanting to get faster because there's no benefit when you're hunting. There's no benefit to doing it later and later after these techniques are being used or after reports or emerging threats are showing. So we moved kind of these individual jobs off of people's laptops and moved them into an automated into the SOAR platform. We didn't build it this time. We just got one off the shelf and used that SOAR platform to automate a lot of this workflow. And we integrated with a lot of different pieces at this time. One of the things we noticed was that we were generating a lot of content. The threat intel team now, the threat hunt team who's building the content is generating a lot of this. It needed to go somewhere. It needed to be in a common format as well. And so this is where you start to look at threat intel platforms. You look at MISP or you look at Getty or you look at any of those other technologies and say, look, I'm going to put this data in here. Now SOAR, you come grab data and go look for it in the platform. And also a major hurdle that we lifted was providing that data to the SOC. So that way the SOC now had the additional context and data of emerging threats to kind of bump up against. What this allowed the SOC to do was actually move much faster because the SOC is now not spending so much time researching and reading, but actually the threat hunt team is going in and presenting debriefs saying these are the threats that are happening this week. These are the major campaigns we're monitoring. These are the techniques that you'll be seeing as detections, as alerts coming through to you. And anything that's a high fidelity alert, we're going to go submit tickets for the product team to go put those into that detection platform. So that talks to a lot of standardizing the packages, leveraging a platform, and getting the SOC involved so that way they can understand. And we were actually able to use the SOC as a tier 1 analyst. So someone earlier in one of the talks said leveraging the folks that you have. This is really where we transform the data and transform the alert into something that was researchable, a good lead to go follow on. Plus, they had the threat intel data to kind of marry those two pieces together. When we're looking at why this team was also successful, both teams were successful in their own ways. This team, the buy-in really for them was their large crucial point. In the DIY team, we were the CISO at the time wanted us to get in front of the business so we could communicate, so we could socialize, and we could help build the case for why cyber is important, why threat hunting is important, why understanding threats and risks is important. This time we didn't have to spend as much time doing that in front of executives or getting that senior management buy-in. And it really was the convergence of the right tech and methodology at the time. The tech at first was right and the methodology was wrong. And then we kind of fixed that with some of the things the first team was doing. We brought in that threat hunting methodology, that behavioral based analysis, and we married those two together. And that gave us kind of like a year and a half of lead on the other team. And being able to focus and lean in on that threat intel based hunting. There are, even though you have MITRE as a framework, when we go through the threat intel research that's being published, you will always find unique pieces of information that are unique to that threat actor or that campaign that you can go look for additionally. So being able to actually just spend the time to understand the threats, to read the reports, to read the research, and not have to be bogged down with all the other business related pieces. the socialization, the consulting of the larger business, and actually just being able to focus on those pieces really made this team successful. So when we talk about this, there will always be someone who has their eyes on you. There's always going to be a C-suite executive or a high-level executive. There is always going to be an executive buyer or someone you're trying to sell the business to. Having their buy-in is crucial to the success. How do we get that buy-in? Socialization. Understand the risks. Understand how to talk to this in a business context. What is the risk to the business? When we've talked traditionally about different breaches that have happened in the past, I've always heard, one of the phrases that I've heard a lot, probably in my entire career, is always, well, we're not a bank. We don't have to worry about that because we're not a bank. And another phrase was, well, we don't have to worry about that kind of espionage because we do X instead to mitigate that. But now where we are in the today, since this pandemic has started, is we are now looking at every company that has a footprint on the internet is exposed to different threats now. They're exposed to this ransomware piece. They're exposed to everything that's there, and it's a real business for these adversaries now, and it's a real threat to the business. So being able to communicate what that change is and how that change has happened over time is going to be crucial to your success. The technology also affects how agile that we can be. Don't be afraid to change your technology in 5 years. Because when we look at the technology from 5 years prior, and then 5 years prior to that, so we look at technology 5 years ago and then technology 10 years ago, things have come a long way. So keeping up with a technology or looking forward at a technology in 5 years, there will be dramatic technological improvements that will help us become more agile as defenders to these threats that we're facing. Making sure you understand what your mission is and what your requirements are for your different projects. Don't be afraid to spend time building out requirements for anything that you're looking for. If you're looking to bring in a threat intel platform, build requirements. What do you want to do what do you want this thing to do? What do you hope to get out of it? And does it fit your needs? And understand what those needs are and how that's going to affect the business. And really spend time developing the people in your process. There's no real substitution for that. Take the time to make sure that everyone is getting or has access to some breadth of knowledge above their own knowledge. And if you don't have that knowledge, go find someone in the community. Spend time in these different groups or these different settings to find mentors. Understand what the processes of your business are and how those processes have been updated in the past, and leverage the strengths of what you have. And with that, I can open it up for questions. I talk a lot.
No, that's excellent stuff. There's actually a question in the chat here that I'll relay off to you. Didier says that he gets the feeling that advanced hunting requires a mature sim. Do you feel that there's two parts to the question, but that's the first part. Do you feel that that's a requirement?
I don't feel that it's a requirement because it can be done with different data from different places. It really comes to understanding what data you have available and leveraging that data to its fullest extent. A really good example of this is when the DIYer team kind of started, we went into Symantec and we started looking at AV logs to understand what was there. How did that data correlate to threats that were being exposed into the environment? Were there any high-level things that we should look at? So, the simple answer is is no, not necessarily, but it helps when you have a larger data set or a more mature data set.
Got it. And I think the second question is something that we can actually reframe a little bit outside of just the nature of the data that you have. When you do have, whether you call it an alert or a detection or anything that does come out of your data source, an identified event, are you basically back to the old standbys, the foundational basics of persistence, exfiltration, identification? Do you see that that's kind of the follow-on for a successful hit?
Yes, yes. So you're still looking for all those additional indicators, um, and you're trying to understand what's happening. Like, how is this happening? Is it happening inside a vacuum? And really, nothing happens inside a vacuum. So you really need to understand the scope and the scale and severity of what's happening around it. So yes, looking for persistence. Now we go see if we can find that persistence anywhere else. Looking for those C2 channels, or those C2 channels anywhere else. So everything that's coming out of one of those investigations, or one of that investigation, is just another lead to go follow on. Because at the end of the day, it just gives us the better feeling to say, I looked at every possible outcome of this and I don't see it, or I do see it somewhere else.
Got it. Yeah, it's kind of like one of the things I say in class is just in not just hunting, but forensics in general and incident response in general. Like 90% of our job is lead generation. We're looking for what the next question is, and then there's that last kind of crust around what we're doing, 10% or so, that's the findings, and to really solidify around the what happened kind of an answer. So I think you kind of spoke very, very closely to that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. That lead generation moving into a narrative is what happens. You have that lead generation that happens, and then you have a narrative that you put together to say this is the whole scope of what happened.
Absolutely. Well, that was great. Thank you very much for sharing your perspective and the experience. I love the dichotomy between the two different teams, and just being able to take a look at the ways different people can start depending on where they sit in their team's capability set. Very cool. All right. Well, I am going to ask Matt to come in with the next introduction. Are you back with us, Matt?
I am. What's going on, sir?
Doing
All right.
good. Everything's going great.
Fantastic. Well, hey, everyone, I hope you've been enjoying it so far. I got to say, there's been some awesome talks. I'm loving the interaction in Slack. I'm loving the back and forth. And I just want to say, for those of you that have spoken and those of you that haven't spoken yet, a huge thank you. A lot of folks are really engaging in their hallway channels and answering questions and things like that. And just a huge thanks on behalf of everyone at SANS and then everyone here on the Summit team. It's really cool, I think, to see you get engaged, and I'll be the first, maybe not the first, but I'll definitely say it this time. One thing that I feel like is tough to do sometimes in a summit is it's tough to like grab a speaker, throw some questions at them. Sometimes folks have got to run to a call or something like that. And we really appreciate everyone taking the time that you do to answer questions and give back to those asking. And it's just great to see. It really is great to see this interaction. And this is kind of what we want to foster with these summits here, is your ability to interact and also realize that a lot of our speakers are very, very approachable and very knowledgeable individuals as well. Speaking of approachable and knowledgeable speakers, I am excited to introduce our next talk here. There are 4 speakers for this one. Coming to us from Target, we've got, and if I butcher anyone's name, I apologize to him. I'm going to try my best to get these right. Fred Nolte, Nikita Jain, Dante Razzo, and Jacob Alongi, who are going to be joining us from Target and talking to us about leveraging beacon detection techniques to identify anomalous logons. Now, I'm going to tell you right now, nearly every single word in this title caught my interest when I first read through this particular CFP, primarily because this is something that I feel, as an incident responder, as someone who's crafted detections, as someone who's done some work in this space before, this is one of the hardest things to do. Simply detecting malicious, if you will, logins, or anomalous logins, maybe more appropriately classified, is not the easiest thing to do whatsoever. And I'm happy that this team is here to present this with us. The other thing that I will make a mention of before I hand it over to this team, this is an area where a lot of attackers focus their energy, is how to avoid detection. So the more tips and tricks we have to detect them, the better off we're going to be. So with that, Fred, I think you're going to start the team off. So I'll hand it over to you.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Matt. Hopefully everybody can hear me all right. Great introduction. So thank you to Matt. Hello, everybody. We are the team from Target. As Matt said, we're going to be talking to you today about how we leverage some beacon detection techniques in order to identify anomalous logins. So first off, as you've seen elsewhere today, brief introduction to the team. So my name's Fred. I've been working with Target for about just over 4 years. I originally started out on the CSIRT team after a brief stint as a software developer. And then I joined the threat hunting team last October.
Hi, everyone. My name is Nikita. I joined Target's incident response team, or their CSIRT team, back in February as an intern. Decided to join full-time in August.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dante, and I'm an intern on the incident response team.
Hi, I'm Jacob, and I'm also an intern on the incident response team.
So yes, we do have 4 speakers here, and that is because partially due to just how we hunt at Target. So we do regular hunts that combine our threat hunting team along with our incident response team. So each one of these guys I have with me today definitely used their expertise and contributed a major portion to what became this talk. And realistically, the more smart people you have working at a problem, the better hunts you're going to get. So for us at Target, we hunt a specific topic weekly or bi-weekly since COVID happened, unfortunately. And we kind of break up our hunts into different use cases. So we kind of roughly define a use case as a discrete analysis approach taken during the hunt. It can also kind of show up, we might split a use case on different data sets. So for instance, for logins, 4625 failures versus 4648 failures, stuff like that. And really, so this talk is going to be a more technical talk than what we've seen today, just covering one of the more interesting use cases for a hunt that we did on password spraying. So I'm going to walk you through the background and kind of how we arrived at this methodology. Dante and Jacob are going to walk you through some of our analysis methods and visualizations, and we will talk about code, but we're going to distill it down so it should be nice and easy for everyone to process. And then Nikita is going to take you through some of the validation efforts that she took to make sure our analysis methods were really correct and kind of on point and would actually help identifying a password spray. So just a brief basic introduction to make sure everyone's working from the same foothold here. So a password spray differs from a brute force attack. A brute force attack is going to be many different passwords tried against one account, whereas a password spray might look something like this. So you're going to try a few common passwords against many accounts. So if an attacker is going to try and spray Dante, Fred, Jacob, and Nikita, they might try the password like summer 2020 and spray against all 4 of us. And then they're going to switch passwords and spray against all 4 of us again, and keep going until they hopefully compromise an account. So what we've found is that usually for like the baseline level attacker that just writes a couple for loops up and scripts this out, it's going to be identifiable by volume. So if you see a graph like this in your login failure events, hopefully you're going to go look at the spike and go investigate that. This graph isn't actually related. It just shows our point really well. But yeah, so these are normally detectable by volume. And obviously attackers know this. So they're going to take some steps to prevent this. So for an advanced password spray, so they might start with something, like I said, just a couple of for loops. So for each password they want to try, for each user they want to try that password against, try and log in with that user and password. An advanced attacker might do something like this. They might only try their login during normal working hours. So for Target's case, that's like between 8 and 5 Central Time. And an attacker might also implement a sleep timer. And they might say, okay, we'll log in. We're only going to try a login every 30 minutes or something. And this is kind of what got us thinking. So attackers are going to use the same techniques that they use in obscuring their C2 beaconing to potentially obscure their password sprays, right? So smart attackers are going to know that there's intervals in how their scripts are running, and they're going to try and obscure those intervals. So this led us to our ultimate question that kind of spawned this use case and this talk. Can we detect automated authentication attempts by their regularity?
All right. So our data contains roughly 50,000 failed login events over the span of 2 weeks. The larger your time frame, the bigger your chances of finding password spraying. So any login event type would have sufficed, but we chose 4625 events because they're easy to understand. These events are the generic Windows login failure events. different methods of password spraying might generate different event codes, so it'd be worth checking out the other types of events as well. And here's a preview of what our data looked like at the very beginning of the process. So each row is a login event that contains a timestamp and an associated user for that event. So this is a visualization of the dataset that we made using Python. This plot has users on the y-axis and dates on the x-axis. To generate this graph, we sorted users by order of first occurrence. So we can see user 1 at the bottom left because they had the earliest event in our dataset. The reason this graph looks like a ramp is because of that sorting method. As time passes, more and more unique users will have login failure events. The green box is an example of normal working hours, which appears thick vertical bands in the plot, and we consider this normal activity. Events are sparse on the weekends because less users are trying to log in. You can see this in the purple box, which covers the weekend of August 8th and 9th. And at the very bottom of this plot, I highlighted a segment of user 1's activity in orange. Solid horizontal lines like these are caused by users continuously failing to log in. So now consider the rest of user 1's activity beyond the orange box. It's a continuous line from the end of July to mid-August. This definitely is a normal login activity and could be indicative of password spraying.
Data visualizations. So first off, why do we want to visualize the data? When we started doing this as an intern, I didn't know much about this project. So we really just did it to understand what was going on quickly. We were trying to find mismatched data. We were trying to reduce noise in our results and see if we could actually just visually detect the password spray. So this graph is the top 100 users for the most login fails. And on the x-axis, we have the date that the failed login occurred, going back 15 days. And on the y-axis, we have a count of failed logins. And if you notice, the blue user has just under 8,000 failed logins, which just has to be automated. But also, most of the users have a little bit less than 1,000 failed logins over 15 days, which is still huge. I don't know anyone who logs in and fails more than a few times over 15 days. So all of this we can chalk up to say is automated. So let's try to find what we assume is a password spray attack when the graph is visualized this way. So look at this user. We have an unhuman amount of logins over 33 hours, but it has some things we're looking for. We're looking for high density. And essentially, each time someone fails a login, it's plotted on there, but it's so dense, it looks like a straight line. And so we're looking for that straight line, and we're looking for a high slope. We're also looking for straight lines because we'd expect an automated login attempt to have very consistent intervals between failures. And we're also looking for gaps because we're expecting some cycled automated activity. So this data kind of looks good, right? It looks like a password spray. But the answer is it's wrong. And the reason why is because we're looking for multiple users with similar clusters. As you can see, blue here just completely mismatches the rest of the data. It's nothing similar. It skyrockets in volume, and there's just no consistency. Red is also kind of a mismatch fit. But as we're looking at the data here, you can start to see green and yellow down there are looking a little bit promising. But the data is just way too compressed. And if this is a password spray, we would see this pattern with multiple users. So let's look at more users and start filtering the data. So this is now the top 100 users, but the top 2 are obvious outliers. And as we'd expect, we'd have a noise floor and some outliers that we want to get rid of. But the rest of the data still looks kind of promising. So now we're just trying to remove outliers and unsquish the data. So now we have the top 50 users with the top 3 removed. And there's still some outliers here. Blue doesn't match, obviously. It's a way higher volume, and it's not very consistent. And red also is an outlier because it just has this massive, in the center there, volume of failed logins, and then nothing after that, really. But you might be able to detect something that looks what we're looking for here in this. So do you think you could spot what looks like a potential password spray attack? And again, if you look for similar slopes and clusters, you'll see that several of these clusters are looking very promising. We have this parallel line to each other with these dense clusters that have these look like cyclical login situations. And so they're all similar. And it's great because they have similar slopes and clusters. So after doing this, we thought we had a really good understanding and a method to visually validate password spray attacks and what erroneous data might appear to throw out.
So we calculated metrics on time deltas, which are the lengths between consecutive login events. Our code works by first getting a list of users and their events, then sorting them in chronological order. At this stage, our data looks the same. We still have a column of event timestamps and a column with the associated user. And in this case, that's user 5. Next, we calculate deltas for that user. Once we get those, we add a new column called delta, and the data looks like the table on the bottom right. This delta column is what we generate statistics on. So for each user, we calculated a handful of useful metrics that helped us identify cases of interest. The first of these is the mean, or the average. We find similar means among users interesting because it could be indicative of automated login attempts. And in a similar vein, login failures per minute is a metric that tells us how dense a user's login activity is. If there's a lot of activity in a short time frame, that could imply password spraying as well. So another stat that we made use of is the standard deviation. You can think of this as a measure of how regular a user's login attempts are. On these lines, we represented the login activity of 2 separate users as black dots. So the first line displays expected password spraying behavior. The events are regularly spaced, so the standard deviation will be low. The second line will have a higher standard deviation though, because the events are irregular. So low standard deviation implies very regular events. For this reason, we sought users with lower standard deviations as potential victims of password spraying. And this is why attackers might implement jitter into their scripts. It increases standard deviation and makes password spraying less detectable as a result.
So in order to validate our hypothesis, we decided to fake a password spray for 15 randomly chosen user accounts. We did this by seeding the data and inserting fake events. We spaced each of these events 5 minutes apart and made sure that each login attempt had a 5% chance of failure. This was to add additional variance into our data, as well as making sure to simulate potential errors that attackers might run into, such as network errors. So if you look here, we graphed our data here, and we decided to graph the top 50 users. And what you can see here, it's pretty evident where the password spray occurred. Now let's zoom in to that password spray and let's see what we can take a look here. So if you look back to the definition of a password spray, what it is basically the attacker will be trying various passwords, and for each of these passwords, he's going to be trying the same password across multiple different users. So in each of these boxes here, you can see sort of similar activity, which occurs between the different passwords. You can assume that each of these boxes is sort of, one password that's being tried across different users. You can see how similar these boxes are in terms of their shape. It's almost like a sine wave that's kind of repeating its pattern over and over again. This just screams automation to us. This consistency sort of ties back into beacon detection, because one way to look for that is to look for C2 callbacks and how regular those are. So that sort of mirrors it within our data here. We decided to look at the statistics of the spray that we simulated. And here you can see the count, the mean, the standard deviation, and the average logins per minute of each of these users. These 4 users were randomly chosen from the 15 that we sprayed. There's no particular significance to them. What we can see here is that the mean and the standard deviation were not as great indicators of a password spray. There doesn't seem to be any sort of similarity or any number that they sort of center around. We chalk this up to existing password failures from these very real users within our data set. On the other hand, the count and the average logins per minute seem to be fairly steady. The count, as you can see, was roughly 170 attempts, and the average logins per minute was around 0.01, which averages around to 1 failed login per 100 minutes. So that seemed to be a pretty good indicator of failed login attempts. So here we decided to implement a more advanced password spraying technique. We did this by implementing jitter into our password seeding data seeding. We did this by spacing the events randomly, plus or minus 2 minutes, based from each of the 5 minutes apart that we had earlier. We did this only during target's working hours. So that would be between 8:30 a.m. and 4:30 p.m. And we decided to not spray on the weekends. Once we graphed this out, it was pretty hidden. We weren't able to immediately see where the password spraying was. But so we're just looking at the top 50 users right now. But the magic happened when we singled it out to the top 30 users. And you can see here in these boxes that the password spraying was pretty evident here. You can see there was a very steady stream and a very linear attempt of password logins across these different users around the same time, and also the same rate.
All right, so further advancements that we could potentially make. So obviously, we know that visualizations were great, but we really expected our stats to be better. And really that's because of two things. So one, we have those outliers that we already know about. So those really high count users on the graphs, or the obvious, like, okay, where someone's failing logins like 1,000 times in 2 minutes or something like that. Automating those outliers is a good step to kind of improve stats. Additionally, we would like to remove gaps in user login activity. And what I mean by that is illustrated by this user that Jacob talked through earlier. So realistically, we have a 14-hour gap between the last event in their first string of login failures, so that first line here. And then the second box. So there's that 14-hour gap between the first event in the second box and the last event in the first box. And if we found a way to either split these up into two separate like users, you can think of them almost, then our stats are all of a sudden going to get a lot more consistent, right? So this is what Dante and Nikita and Jacob alluded to with our stats kind of getting bloated because of real login activity being interspersed with our password spray. And then really, so for us, like I as the hunter definitely took a ton away from this. So the first thing for detecting password sprays, the volume is still surprisingly good. So like Nikita said, we faked our spray on weekdays for, I think it was about 5 or 7 days over a 15-day span of time. And all of our users that we chose to spray against, even with the 5% chance of like just not having an event pop up, they all still showed up in the top 30 users. So it's totally still viable to grab like your top 50 or 60 users by just login failure counts and vet each one of them individually. It's just a little more annoying than the method we took. The second thing to take away from this talk is that obviously visualizations were really key here. Our stats didn't really line up in how we wanted it, but we understand because of the visualizations why they don't line up. We also understand what outliers kind of due to the data, and they really help us find those interesting patterns that led us to being able to detect password spraying using this method. And the last thing, especially for me, trying new analysis methods and cross-pollination, I like to call it. So looking at other hunts or other topics or other analyses that you've done in the past and trying to see what might fit here, right? It was really that key moment when we realized, oh, attackers are going to use the same methods to obscure their password spray scripts as they might for a C2 script. So that was a key moment here, and looking for more opportunities to do that, I think will greatly improve hunts in the future. So thank you everybody for listening to our talk. A special thank you to SANS as well for letting us present. And for Target, I don't know of any interns that have presented at a cybersecurity conference during their tenure at the internships. So that was super cool of Target for giving them the opportunity to do that. We do have time for questions now. If anyone has any, I unfortunately haven't been monitoring the chat. Or are we out of time?
Hey, Fred, no, you still have time. Let me see here. It looks like there was one question. You guys may have addressed it in talking. I think you might have. I'll ask it anyways, just in case you want to hit on it again. Question came in, can you detect when a spray was successful?
Yeah, we sort of can, really. So one of the main issues with the data that we work with is it's very like segregated. So it's very easy for us to pull like 4625 login failures. It's harder to pull 4625 and 4624 and then correlate them, just because there's so much data, because Target's just such a large corporation. That is definitely an opportunity to improve this, would be to look for successful logins. I think what's probably easier just from an analysis perspective is first identify hey, these are weird users, to try and like look into, like these might have been password sprayed against, and then see if an attacker or anybody else does have a successful login with that anomalous account.
Yeah, Fred, I'll add my own experience onto that. Hopefully, you guys haven't experienced this, but you might have. But I've sometimes had to answer the question like, "Well, how do you know if a spray was successful?" And I'm like, "Well, see where the failures stop. That's we're gonna go look there and see what happened there, and see if there's any successes." So awesome. Well, I think we have time for one more question came through. Have you tried applying this to DNS or HTTPS traffic? And team, if that's something you'd rather answer in chat, you're more than welcome to. You do have a couple minutes left, but if it's a longer answer or a more intricate one, feel free to take it there as well. But I'll throw that last question out.
I mean, so the short answer is yes. We have used this technique before. Obviously, like this was born off of C2 beacon detection. So attackers are going to try their C2 over DNS and HTTP. So yeah, that's where the technique was sort of born from, was our prior hunts on those topics. Yeah. If you have any more, I don't know who asked it, but if you have any more like specific questions around that, feel free to come ping us in our hallway room that's listed there, and we'll be more than happy to chat with you.
Awesome, good to hear. And then I've noticed we've had a couple more folks kind of raise interest in successful attempts. We did give Fred a chance to answer that one. So if you have more questions or thoughts on successful attempts following a spray or something like that, feel free to take that to the chat too. I won't make them repeat themselves, but they did address that one a couple of times. But with that said, thank you so much. And team, I want to give a huge shout out to Fred. You hit the nail right on the head. It's very rare that we have interns join the team and jump on. And let me be very clear, everyone. The interns who presented here did a absolutely fantastic job. And you all conveyed yourself really quickly, gave a fantastic presentation. Please know that you've always got a welcome spot here in the summit. We were super blown away, and best of luck to everyone in your careers going forward. And you are sitting with an amazing group of folks up there at Target, one of the InfoSec teams that just continues to set the bar again and again. So thank you all very much, and congrats to the speakers if this is your first time. Not an easy stage to jump on the first time, but you absolutely nailed it. So well done, and thank you again for presenting for us here.
Yeah, thanks so much, Matt. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, no, and thank you all, and please, that level of data and level of detail, I'm going to echo some of the sentiments here in the chat room. That was an awesome level of detail, awesome level of investigation, and some really, really good work. So thank you all very much. With that said, everyone, we're going to let those speakers resort to the chat room for any other questions. I noticed another one came in, but just to respect the timing and to respect the schedule, I'll let them answer that one in chat if they'd like to. With that said, everyone, we are at our afternoon break, if you will. Actually, I'm going to call this, our first afternoon break. We've got two today, it looks like. We're at our first one. So thanks again to the Target team for joining us. And we're now going to go into, it's going to be about an 11-minute break for everyone, just so we kind of stay on schedule. I'm sorry, 10-minute break. There we go. It looks like my clock finally caught up with me. So it's going to be a 10-minute break. We've got a timer running on the hold screen. Highly encourage you, jump up, grab some caffeine, bio break, walk around, stretch, whatever it is. Although if you are falling asleep at the speakers, I'm going to tell you, you don't have them turned on, because we've yet to have a presentation today which isn't just like super impactful, great takeaways, and really make you think about what's happening. So with that said, everyone will be back in about 9.5 minutes. When we come back, we've got another pair of speakers that we'll be introducing. Really looking forward to what they have to say as well. So be back on time. We'll see you soon, and looking forward to the next great talk. All right, everyone. Talk to you in about 9 minutes. All right, everyone, just under a minute to go until we get started back up. Just under a minute. So go ahead and finalize that coffee brew, finalize that cold beverage if you are enjoying a cold beverage, and we'll be getting started back up in very, very short minutes. All right, and we are back, looking so forward to our last round of talks today. Welcome back, everyone. Hopefully you were able to top off that drink or grab that last splash of caffeine or whatever it is you needed to do. I know those of you who usually join us in New Orleans, you're starting to plan out the evening. I won't mention what your plans may involve. Let's just say I am certainly missing the oyster bars. Which we would normally have access to or normally be close by. But that being said, we've got some awesome talks to make up for it. So I'm excited to introduce our next talk here. This talk, I think, is something that is going to be very, very instrumental and beneficial to everyone who watches. And there's a line in the CFP that they sent in, that Jose and Jamie sent in, that really captured my attention here. I'm just going to read it really quick here, which is, as defenders, we have home field advantage. And I think there's such an awesome data point inside of recognizing that someone is on your turf, not the other way around. And as an incident responder who spent a lot of time playing offense in an environment where we should be playing defense, I feel like this is an important lesson to catch up on, and it's something important to realize and start to take advantage and seize the data sources that are available to you. So with that said, started from the bottom, exploiting data sources to uncover attack behaviors. I almost sang started from the bottom. It really catches you. I want to introduce Jose Rodriguez, Jamie Williams. Gentlemen, over to you to take us through your talk. Looking forward to it.
Awesome. Thank you, Matt. Let me make sure I have control of the deck here. Yep. Like Matt said, my name is Jamie Williams. I'm coming from the MITRE ATT&CK team, and I'm here with my great friend, Jose Rodriguez.
Yeah, my name is Jose Rodriguez, and I'm a cybersecurity consultant for the MITRE ATT&CK team.
Yep, and we're really excited and honored to be here today. Like I said, we really appreciate everyone joining us, as well as all the work from SANS, obviously having us, coaching us up, and also facilitating this great event. Like you said, especially in these times, with everything going on, the rain here and flood going on in Maryland, we're really thankful we still have the opportunity to come together, share ideas, cross-pollinate and grow as a community. And like I said, specifically, we're pretty anxious and excited to release some things we've been working on. We've been focusing, doing a lot of research and a lot of thought about how we can make the attack framework better. And specifically in this case, we're looking at the attack data sources, specifically looking to understand the gap between, attack data sources rendered in the matrix and the framework, and then looking at the difference between how they're actually applied to defenders in the real world, how you guys are actually, collecting data and actually finding adversaries in your environment, like Matt said, taking advantage of that home field advantage and realizing that, we have all the data, and all we really need to do is connect that data and figure out how do we actually find the adversaries in our environment. So like I said, this is actually really exciting for us. This is our first time actually sharing this outside of our team, but definitely stay tuned because we have some blog series coming out very soon, as well as a GitHub project where we actually present our initial findings for this work. Without further ado, let's go ahead and kick this off. So quick agenda, what we're going to go over today. We'll start by introducing the concept of attack data sources. What are they, as well as, why do we focus on them? Why do we care so much about these data sources? And, what answers are we trying to, trying to address here? And what are we actually trying to solve? From there, I'll turn it over to Jose. He's going to give you a really good and deep dive on the exact research we've been doing, specifically, looking at, attack data sources from, the stance of, where are they falling short, and what can we do to improve them, and then finally, how do we capture, those improvements and applying them back to the attack framework to actually broadcast that and share it with the wider community. And finally, to prove that point, like I said, we'll share our, our methodology and kind of our current stance and understanding of this problem, but also to kind of cement that point, we'll share and kind of walk you through an experiment we did where we actually, we picked a particular adversary behavior, we ran it through an environment, and collected all the results and all the data, and we actually went and applied our model and figured out and showed and proved that this new enhanced view of data sources that we're proposing, it actually provides all the additional value and all the additional context that it actually can provide. It makes us better defenders and more efficient hunters in terms of finding adversaries in our environment. So, first question, what is an attack source, data source, and why we care? If anyone who's ever been to attack, you might have clicked on a technique page and browsed around a little bit. You might have saw this, this field or tag for data sources. But what is that, and why do we care about that? So rather than giving you just a boring, a one-line definition, I decided to walk you through a story to kind of emphasize, these points I'm trying to make. So in this case, we've all been here. Every day we hear about these new threat groups, these new techniques, this new malware, these new tools. It's new stuff's coming out every day. And the big question for us is, what can we do about it as defenders? In the case of this particular group, this is something Red Canary published within the last 6 months, the Blue Mockingbird group, that was published, great intel, but what do we do about it? How do we understand where we are as defenders in terms of, do we stack up? Are we safe against this threat? And more importantly, what can we do to improve ourselves? What do we need to change? What do we need to buy or reconfigure? Or how do we need to change the way we approach detecting this particular threat in our environments to ensure that we're safe? So like I said, great report from Red Canary. I definitely recommend, it's a good read for anyone who's interested in, novel techniques as well as how adversaries are, deploying crypto miners into your victims. But long story short, this isn't something that we can just copy and paste into, our SIEMs or the hearts and mind of our analysts. We actually need to do a little bit of work to translate into something that we can actually operationalize and act on. So in this case, we can read the report and get a bunch of context and actually understand a lot about the group. But, our first step in actually acting on this is modeling the threat, taking a look at what actually is the threat doing and, what are the behaviors associated with this group. In this case, we can see, Blue Mockingbird is going to exploit web servers. And we can keep going down this the same report and carving out more and more techniques and seeing the individual behaviors that are, this group is actually taking action on their victims using. So in this case, we can see the group likes to live off the land a little bit and use some, signed binaries, including Rundale32 and Red Server, to actually execute their payloads, as well as, the system services is one thing they use. And fun fact here, we have it on Dirty Knowledge, and we can definitely tell that the authors of this report are big fans of attack. They did inline mappings there, so it made this process pretty easy. But even in cases where they didn't do inline mapping, we actually look at, the command. In this case, Red Canary was graceful enough to actually report the actual command lines being run by the adversaries. So we're actually able to take a look at those as well, and map the behaviors out of that, as well as continuing through the rest of the report. Long story short, at the end of this process, we end up with the discrete data points that we can target as defenders, and saying, all this great intel really distills down to these specific behaviors. It's like that's a good first step to getting towards our goal of actually figuring out what can we do about this this adversary. But it's not the end state. You need to do a little bit more work before we're actually able to act on this. And what I'm going to say this a couple times throughout the entire presentation, throughout the day, but the biggest thing is context. In this case, we can take those those individual behaviors and actually apply more context to why an adversary is actually doing this. So in this case, the why coming from the attack tactics coming across the top. So a specific example, looking at that exploitation of those web servers, we can, Blue Mockingbird exploits web servers with a particular mechanics, but, in this case, applying it back to the tactics, we can see, why are they doing that and how that fits into the greater picture of the breach. In this case, this is how they actually gain a foothold or gain initial access into a victim environment. And if you're like me, you kind of like where this is going. This is actually, we're getting closer and closer to being an act on this, but we're still not quite there. But thankfully, rather than walking you through the rest of the report, this is something thankful, thanks to a really great contribution from Red Canary, we're able to actually publish this already in Attack. So if you go to that URL, you would see the Blue Mockingbird page that, kind of overviews, the background about the group, as well as all the techniques associated from the intel that's been, publicly released on that group. My personal favorite thing about this is, we have this magical attack navigator button where if you click that, we will go ahead and finish out the full mapping of the behaviors associated with that intel. So in this case, continuing all the tactics that, we haven't quite gotten to in the report. At this point, like I said, we're in a much better place, but we're not quite there. But we're actually able to, start making decisions about, circling back to that original question, what are we going to do about this threat? What do we need to do in our environment to actually confirm or improve in response to the behaviors that this adversary may execute. So in this case, we can start to understand why, what they're doing, as well as why, and we can start to drill down on individual behaviors of interest. In this case, let's take a look at how Blue Mockingbird establishes persistence environments. So highlighting the core profiler technique, we can actually go to attack and figure out, what is this technique? What are the involved technologies? What does it entail? What does an adversary do to establish the persistence, which is their objective? And circling back to our regular question of attack data sources, this is where that that metadata comes into play. We're able to see, in this case, data sources defining, where we need to collect data, as well as correlating that down to the detection section, telling us, based on that data that we're collecting, how do we make sense of it? How do we actually analyze it and process it to actually, understand and find these adversaries executing this behavior in our environments? So long story short, I think that was a fun little story, but circling back to our bigger question of what is the attack data source and why we care about these. These are the sources of information, whether it be sensors or logs that help tell us and help us identify adversary behaviors in our environment. And really circling back to the justification of why we should care, it's what enables us to look at a threat group or look at an actor or a malware or tool, make that translation through the attack model and the attack framework, and actually start to pinpoint the specific data sources and the particular telemetry that we need to collect in our environment to actually start to drill down and find these adversaries operating in our environments.
Yep. It is really awesome that the attack framework considers the data aspect of security operations. In fact, a lot of organizations and researchers are building on top of this concept in order to improve their security posture, which is at the end, I think, our main goal as a community, right? But are we currently getting enough context from the framework itself? Since the origins of attack, data have helped us to understand the adversary behavior from a data perspective, in order to model threat actors and define detection strategies based on relevant data that is being generated and collected in our environments. For example, if we consider data sources that were previously mentioned by Jamie, right? These sources make reference to not only different network concepts such as a process, a port, an IP, a DLL, for example, but also the interaction among them. At the end of the day, understanding the relationships among these concepts, right, will help us to model threat actors, activities, and identify relevant data such as Sysmon event logs 3, network connection, or 7 image loaded. This process is helpful not only for defenders that are interested on the collection of relevant data to develop detections, but also offensive teams that should pay attention to the data they are generating and could make them easy to detect. The main goal here is to define or improve an effective detection strategy. So going back to the current state of attack data sources, the metadata provided by attack only considers names of data sources, right? Which we can use to define some metrics such as coverage of tactics, techniques, or sub-techniques. For instance, we can see that process monitoring, process command line, and file monitoring are the ones that provide more coverage from a sub-techniques perspective. This is really cool, but are there any opportunities, right, to improve data sources within attack and take them to the next level? The main goal here is to reduce the gap between recommended data sources by the attack team and the process of identifying relevant data that will help us to model adversary behaviors. We will share with you some initial thoughts to answer these questions. We are considering lack of context, redundancy and overlapping, and the broad scope of some data sources. So let's go with the first example. When we see process monitoring as a recommended data source, right, we might start thinking about different event logs that give us as security context around a process object, but how can we identify the relevant ones? We believe that more context will help us to map data sources to specific event logs in a more effective way. Going to the next one, what if we get more than one data source that are referring to or circulating around the same concept? For example, let's consider process monitoring, process command line, and process use of network that are recommended for this sub-technique. Here we can see that the concept of a process object belongs to all of them. So we believe that standardizing data sources names based on the security concept they are referring to might be helpful to tackle this issue. Regarding our example, we could use just the word process to represent these three data sources. And finally, data sources with a broader scope might not be helpful when trying to define an efficient data collection strategy. For example, as you can see on the image on the left, Windows event logs consider several sources of data, and therefore we need to find a way to break down these type of sources into a more specific ones. Cool, that was awesome. So all these initial opportunities lead us to the following question: how can we enhance the current state of attack data sources? Here is where the concept of data modeling comes into play, because it will help us to organize and describe relevant data elements in a standardized way, with the goal of getting a better understanding of the interaction among these entities, as you can see in the image on the right. But from an InfoSec perspective, how can we start identifying data elements and relationships? We believe that documenting telemetry through data dictionaries will help us to understand not only the metadata provided by different event logs, but also the activity that they represent. Remember that most event logs are triggered by an action performed in our environment. Let's check an example of how can we identify data elements and relationships. Let's consider some data fields from Sysmon event log 7 that describe the action of an image being loaded. Some fields give us context of the process that triggered this action, and there are other fields that allow us to identify the specific image, represented in this case by a DLL. At the end of the day, this relationship among these two data elements can be under the module data source. Awesome. Now we can start doing the same process or activity for different event logs, such as Sysmon 3, 8, and 11, for example. We will be able to identify different relationships under attack data sources, right? So this is really cool, but how can we apply data modeling concepts and extend the concept within attack data sources? The first change that will impact data sources is a name syntax, right? Based on the main data element they are related to. We present, for example, in this slide on the left, we can see the process data source. In addition to this change of name syntax, right? Attack will consider extra information or metadata that will help the InfoSec community to start mapping telemetry collected in their environments to attack data sources. The main concepts included in this metadata will be relationships among data elements and data components that are concepts that will allow us to categorize these relationships, trying to like summarize these relationships. At the end of the day, we can use relationships recommended by the attack framework to model adversary behavior and identify relevant data. The main goal here is to expedite the data analysis process and define a better data collection strategy.
This leaves us in a really good place in terms of answering that original question of, given an original, particular threat or particular behavior, what can we do about it? So like Jose said, on the right here, we can identify, our enhanced view of these process data, or these data sources. In this case, reflecting and updating these data sources to make more room for the components and the relationships that fall under them, as well as now that we've mapped out the data that we're actually collecting and taking advantage of that home field advantage that, like Matt said, we can start making these mappings and start figuring out, for all these data sources that our threats are actually telling us are relevant and that we should collect, where are we actually collecting this data? And, not just a singular event to a singular data source. In the case of process, we can see there's so many different events that are collecting relevant data about a process. So we're able to actually start, like respecting and appreciating those relationships, like Jose said, as well as more importantly, starting to see our holes and our gaps. In case you see the bottom of these data sources, where are we not collecting data? And piggybacking on that, how do we address those holes? And in the case of, I think Jose already said, Windows Event Logs is a very broad data source. It's probably not, probably not appropriate to be a data source, but it is a great source of information that we can use to address other, relevant information. I think the last talk even covered it really greatly. We can use the 4624s and the 4625s being generated within the Windows Event Log to actually address the authentication logs that we need to identify adversaries executing in our environment. So like I said, we're actually, this is kind of a summary of, where we're going, where we're thinking in terms of data sources in the future. We will be releasing very soon, a two-part series, kind of highlighting everything we've talked about so far, as well as how you can actually, operationalize it in your environment and build all these data libraries and these data objects based on what data you're collecting. And then as part of that, we'll be also releasing a GitHub project showing, our initial draft on what these refined and enhanced data sources may potentially look like an attack going in the future. But to kind of cement that point, like I said, that might have been a bit much, and like I said, a little bit. If you've never been exposed to, that it might have been a little bit, hard to track, or, it would definitely help to see an example. So to address that, we actually did end up, like I said before, running through an experiment where we actually execute a real adversary behavior and show you how this refined and enhanced view of data sources actually helps us find and trace these adversaries in our environment. So, high level overview of the way we kind of approach this experiment, with the big goal being, taking knowledge and attack and actually translate it down to the technologies and the sensors in our environment. We defined a 6-step process, starting with, understanding and defining our research goals. So taking a look at, the adversary behaviors and attack, identifying, which ones we're particularly interested in, and figuring out how much we can actually derive from an understanding of just, what is this behavior and, what is it used for, which leads us into our second step of, defining an initial hypothesis or notional model for, what data do we need to collect? Just looking at, what data is provided in attack, we can start to figure out, what's our starting point? What data should we start looking for? And then proceeding to, my personal favorite step, adversary simulation emulation. Basically, let's get our hands dirty and actually execute the behavior and generate the telemetry that we can use in step 4 to actually, tune and enhance our initial model. Taking that notional model and actually, applying the real data that we actually generate in the lab, and fusing those together into actually a more, a data-driven view of what the actual data byproduct and data sources relevant to this behavior actually look like. Step 5. Validating that model, taking a look at, this model that we've derived from this experimentation, is it actually something that we want to apply to the real world? Will it scale well? How does it deal with false positives? What are the ramifications are actually putting this into our real environment? And then finally, step 6, once we're kind of comfortable with the data model that we've defined and that we think it's actually something practical that we want to, operationalize, documenting it and communicating with the rest of the community so that, there is something that, we are not just using on our end, but something that translates between customers or translates between environments, so we can all take advantage of all the knowledge that we captured here. So starting from the top, research goal. In this case, we're looking at the core profiler behavior. In this case, the Blue Mockingbird group used this to establish persistence in their environment and their victim environments. Specifically, what it's doing is you're able to attach a malicious DLL to any process that loads the .NET library. So basically any process that's loading, those Windows native utilities, this additional profiling DLL or payload will additionally be loaded and executed from that process. So, we can take a look at attack and the description provided by attack, but also circle back to the intelligence referenced by attack and start figuring out, what does this behavior actually look like? What are the mechanics that, are generated when an adversary executes this behavior? In this case, we can start to pick out, particular, items of interest. In this case, the core Blue Mockingbird chose to use WMIC or WMI to execute their commands. And, there's a couple different ways you can set up core profile persistence, one of which is, in this case, they're using environment variables and registry manipulations. And finally, at the end, you can see, their additional payload dropped to disk. I'm assuming that's what they want loaded into the victim processes, as well as looking at that path, we can infer, that's not something that's native to most Windows systems. So they, at some point, probably had to drop that to disk. So before any of this all happened, there's probably a file, right, that we can use and trace down as well. But, big question here is, now that we've kind of understand what this adversary behavior looks like, where will we find the data, generated by this? And additionally, what other data will we find? This is just kind of us looking at it from the adversary perspective, but from the taking advantage of home field advantage, what other byproducts can we actually, act on and use?
Yeah, that was awesome, Jamie. Very important first step for any detection research process that will help us to identify adversary actions and establish an initial detection model from a data perspective, right? So following our process, let's consider data sources recommended by the attack team, right? And start identifying data components and relationships that can represent the adversary behavior for the core profiler subtechnique. we can use them to start mapping specific Sysmon event logs, for example, to every relationship, right? Remember that this mapping process might be easier if we have our telemetry already documented. The content of this slide is very important because we will use these data relationships and event logs as our main reference or guide when we are analyzing our data in the next stages.
Okay, so now it comes down to, now that we have this initial model of, like Jose said, what do we need to look for based on the mechanics of the adversary behavior and how that actually translates to, where does that fall in our environment? We can actually start to, actually put the real data on the table and see, does it stack up? Were our estimations correct? And, what additional data would actually be generated? In this case, emulating the actual behavior here is pretty simple. The report was really great, provided a redacted, subset of the actual commands run by the adversary, as well as looking at, other resources online, such as, there's a couple really great blogs, as well as Atomic Red Team provided, a perfect subset of commands I could easily run to simulate the behavior that was able to, massage into exactly what we wanted to do. And then on the other side of this, the blue team side, I can execute, once I got this working in my environment and I was able to actually regenerate and, reproduce the same effect that the Blue Mockingbird created, able using another product like Mordor. In this case, we're able to record the security events generated on my system when I executed these behaviors and actually share that with Jose. So we're able to sit down together and comb through the data and make sure the data was accurate, but also I could just hand that over to him and he was able to load that into, his Helk stack or his, SIEM or whatever analytic development environment, and actually start digging through the data and actually build on top of that model that we defined in step 2.
Yeah, actually, we both learned a lot after this experiment and simulating this core profiler technique. It was a really helpful experience for both of us. So going to the detection modeling stage of this experiment, right? The main goal here is to accomplish persistence. Therefore, there will be 2 different moments for this experiment, before and after a user reboots his computer, right? So we will start analyzing the data collected, focusing on the relationships provided by attack data sources. A good place to start our analysis might be the modification of environment variables through the registry, which is part of the before rebooting stage of this experiment. So according to the CTI collected, Mockingbird modifies the core enable profiling environment variable in order to enable core profiler. So looking for that specific pattern in our data helped us to identify a WMIC provider host process, setting the value of the core profiler using a class identifier that will allow us to access properties and methods of a TLL. We were able also to validate that the parent process of this activity was a command.exec process. This command.exec process has other child processes, and in one of them, we found a rec.exec process that is using the improc server subkey along with the same class identifier that was set before with the core profiler variable to point to the malicious DLL. So going back to the relationships provided by attack data sources, let's update these relationships with data from our experiment. These relationships were really helpful to focus our analysis and get a better understanding of the adversary behavior. In fact, this can help us to identify which elements, right, of data can help us to define a behavioral detection strategy. The adversary could use other processes rather than WMIC or REC in order to modify the registry and set environment variables. However, what it is not changing are the names of the environment variables and the use of the improc server subkey in order to register the DLL. So from a behavior perspective, right, these are the 3 components of data that we should consider to define an initial data analytic for the before rebooting stage of this experiment. We will look for a DLL registered, right, using the improc server subkey with a class identifier that was also set for the core profiler variable. After applying this rule, right, we were able to get security context around a potential malicious DLL related to the core profiler environment variable. This was awesome, right? But this is just like the first stage of our experiment, because according to the relationships provided by attack data sources and all the CTI collected and already explained by Jamie, but there is one more action that should happen in order to validate the existence of persistence in our network, which is the load of the malicious or potential malicious DLL by a .NET-based application when a user reboots his computer after enjoying a nice weekend with friends or families. So everyone is back at work now on Monday, and then, we started exploring our data, and we found a .NET-based process, in this case VS Code, loading the malicious DLL, right? So we were able to catch this using Sysmon Event 7 that triggers when an image or a DLL is loaded in our system. So this is awesome, right? Because we can now add this context to our previous data model, right? So now we are considering the entire process that the adversary used to accomplish persistence in our network. This will also help us to improve our detection strategy, considering DLLs that were not only registered using the improc server subkey and related to the core profiler variable, but also now being loaded in our network. We were able to identify two .NET-based applications such as VS Code and PowerShell loading the malicious DLL, right? So now you might be asking yourself, what is this malicious DLL doing after being loaded? In fact, this DLL could do anything, right? So in order to show you how the new metadata provided by attack data sources can help you to go deeper into your analysis, right? Let's consider a use case where the DLL is spawning a child process, in this case, rec.exe, that is making a network connection to an external IP and download and execute a payload, right? This behavior can be also considered in our detection model using the relationships provided again by attack data sources. So at the end of the day, we can start improving our detection strategy, right? Can you go to the next one? Yeah. So you can see now we start like adding more context to our analytics. So we are looking for the DLL registered using the improc server subkey that was related to the core profiler variable that was loaded in our environment. But now we have processes that are related to this activity that are making a network connection out of our network. So at the end, we were able to identify 5 results after applying this rule. And let's just take a look really quick on one of them. We were able to identify, for example, a rec server 32 process making a network connection after being spawned by a PowerShell process that loaded the malicious DLL related to the core profiler variable. So thankfully, all this analysis process was fully supported by the new metadata provided by attack data sources.
And like I said before, that analytic is very great. And like I said, we really are able to drill down, actually, hit that behavior to a T. But what do we do with this knowledge? How do we actually act on it from now? Like I said, I think the first step is taking a step back and getting back to that logical model and identifying what data is actually generated from this behavior, but also how do we want to document that and communicate with the rest of the community. In this case, that this is a really powerful model in a way of looking at the results, because rather than just looking at, we can also see particularly the behaviors, what data is generated from the particular behavior. So in this case, the core profiler modifying those environment variables and those registry settings related to enabling that persistence, but also all the surrounding context from that. The processes that made those changes, as well as the processes that were victimized by those changes, and any subsequent process tree or behaviors that followed on from those victim processes. And this really puts us in a good place to answer that original question of looking at a behavior, looking at a threat group. What can we do about it? In this case, we can document, the data sources that are, directly related to the execution of behavior, but also all of the surrounding context and all the additional relationships that, like Matt said initially during the introduction, enables us to pull those threads and actually exploit our home field advantage and understand, if an adversary is to step foot in our house, these are all of the triggers that they're going to hit and all the different cords that we can pull to actually find where they are, and not only where they are now, but where they've been and where they're going. So big question, like I said, we're very excited about this work. This is something we're interested to get out in the community, very similar to sub techniques. We're going to publish it, so that the community can take a look, provide feedback, but also could provide contributions. In this case, we're looking at a one technique and one particular procedure for a technique, but the same concepts and exploiting these relationships and the context between data sources is more broad than this. It's other techniques within persistence and other techniques across the entire platform is as well as other technologies. Looking at this is very Windows based, but how does this apply to Linux? How does this apply to Mac? How does this apply to cloud? We want to make sure that all the bridges between all the content in attack in terms of what we're telling you are the right places to look for adversaries are actually being able to quickly and efficiently translate to how us as practitioners, how we're actually collecting this data in our environment. So conclusions here, like I said, it should be pretty obvious at this point, but modeling our data is opening up a whole new lens to all the context of not just what data is being generated, but how all that data is connected and all the different places that we can look to actually find that data. And most importantly, what this enables us to do is not look at in discrete data points and look at everything one at a time, but also look at the bigger picture, start drawing correlation between events, and actually take advantage of like Jose was saying, the relationship between processes and users and files, and how that actually relates back to the behaviors that attack is telling us that threat actors are executing, and the behaviors that we should care about. So I think we have maybe Cam for a couple questions, but before we jump to that, I definitely would just take another second to thank SANS and everyone for listening. I'll leave that up. That's our contact information, as well as some links that we used for this presentation. So they had great help from Red Canary, Atomic Red Team, as well as the OSIM project, Helk, Mordor, and anyone else. I think I covered them all there, but yeah, definitely a big shout out to all those projects. Really made this process really easy, and definitely looking forward to collaborating with you guys, the community, going forward on is this a good idea? How do we refine this, and how do we make attack more usable as practitioners?
Yeah, thank you very much for your time.
Wow, 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 wow. That's all I have to say, Jose and Jamie. I'm sitting here just like completely blown away by the content you guys talked about. I love it. I just got to say, hopefully everyone watching is kind of as awestruck as I am. First and foremost, guys, I just want to say, like, look at the relevant links slide that these two are pointing out here. There's so much work gone into this. And hopefully I'm going to echo some of the sentiments of some of the folks in the chat room here as well. The amount of work and investment that's gone into something like this, that's really, as far as I'm concerned, like taken the concept of the attack framework and just like fleshed out every single intricate link and detail, and how can we make this better? How can we make this actionable? How can we work on this? It's absolutely fantastic to see. And a huge thanks to you guys for presenting this with us and sharing this with us, and quite frankly, letting us like experience your brains for a few minutes too. It's awesome. You can tell I'm very excited and blown away, because I absolutely love topics like this. And Jose, I don't think this is your first time on our stage, correct? You spoke last year as well, I think, about Jupyter Notebooks, right?
Yeah. Last year I went to New Orleans with my brother. We presented these like applications that we can use in order to analyze data and develop detections. And how can we start like sharing that with the world through Jupyter Notebooks and the Binder project? Yeah, it was a really nice experience. Really happy to be here for the second time.
I'm sorry we're not as close to seafood. Well, I'm not sure where you are, Jose. I'm sorry we're not as close to seafood as we were last time, or Cajun food, I should say. But nonetheless, we'd love to have folks come back. Jamie, have you been on the stage before at the Threat Hunting Summit?
Not threat hunting, but I had the experience and the pleasure of doing the Blue Team Summit. So I got to write a love letter from a red teamer to a blue teamer on that stage. So great time. Yeah, great experience.
They come up with some interesting concepts over at that Blue Team Summit. I will say, hats off to the SANS Summit team for being creative and always keeping folks on their toes as well. Well, thank you both very much for presenting. I'm just kind of taking a glance around here. We are a couple minutes early, but I don't see any questions, any outstanding ones, if you will. Oh, sorry, I take that back. We do have a question. Are you considering adding a relevance or priority layer to it in terms of rating? And you guys might be able to see that in the chat as well.
Okay, yeah, like I said, we'll hop over to the Slack and answer additional questions there as well. But that's something, like I said, we're still trying to figure things out. Like I said, we're publishing this as more of a proof of concept. We're looking for feedback from the community. Our fear with a priority is, everyone's different. Like you said, we try to not prescribe the best way to do cyber, because there really is no best way to do cyber. So I think that's kind of something that's unique to each individual, defender, each individual environment. But like I said, if we're definitely happy to engage and kind of take contributions and take feedback, if that's something that ends up making sense, even if we're not, prescribing exact number ratings, we can at least maybe look into maybe defining a methodology for defining your own priority. I think I've seen a couple of really great projects addressing exactly that. But like I said, we're definitely happy at this point. It's kind of a proof and concept, just out there prototype. So, any and all feedback and suggestions we're happy to take and kind of consume and work with you.
Yeah. Also, I agree with Jamie. Like the perspective that every like security team is considering when trying to like rate data sources is really important, because each one is different, right? So I think that developing a methodology on how every security team, based on the context they have in their environments, how they can start like rating data sources, that would be awesome. Like for example, we show just one image about if we consider coverage, for example, right? We talk about process monitoring, file monitoring, and process command line. So that reality might apply for only specific organizations, but everyone will have like different perspective to define that.
Yes, very true. Excellent answer, guys. Thank you so much. And there's some agreement in the channels. And Jamie, one of your quotes is going to get stolen as well. There is no best way to do cyber, and I could not agree with that even more. So
happy to provide.
Awesome. Good to hear. Well, hey, thanks again so much, Jamie and Jose, for joining us today. Great to have you both back on a summit stage in some capacity. And thank you again. Great content. Lots to unpack and lots to review. And it was a real pleasure having you on here. So thank you once again.
Thank you.
The SANS team.
Truly honor.
With that said, I am going to now hand it back over to Phil. Phil's got our next introduction, and I just want to let everyone know, as we are starting to wind towards the end of the day, we are nowhere near the end of amazing content. Phil, who we got lined up next, sir?
Yeah, well, not only do we have more great content this afternoon, remember we got all of tomorrow as well. So
another day. That's right. Oh my gosh.
Yes.
That's right.
We don't bring it late. Well, I'm really excited for this next introduction and the next talk. Introducing Ashley Pearson, who is going to be talking about the place in the overall information security cyber life cycle where threat hunting fits. Really talking specifically from a SOC point of view. Ashley and I had a chance to chat DM back and forth a little bit here before the talk. Came to realize, well, first of all, she is a threat hunter with the Air Force down in San Antonio. And came to realize that in each of our non-intersecting Air Force careers, we were both actually assigned at different times to the same small communications squadron in Northern California, which is kind of cool. So we've got a little bit of 9th Com legacy there, which is very cool. But this talk is going to be really relevant for us because a lot of times on the DFIR side, we kind of get these blinders on and don't really think about that big picture and think about where our work product goes and where our sourcing or our tip comes from, so to speak. And I know Ashley's going to touch a little bit on that. And if you give me one more Northern California metaphor from back at Beale Air Force Base, instead of us looking at this down at the low in the weeds level where we often are on a daily basis, she's going to bring it back up to the 70,000 feet or higher perspective that the U2 would bring us. And I'm really looking forward to that. So that said, welcome, Ashley. We're glad to have you and incredibly excited for your talk. Go ahead.
Hey, everyone. Like Phil just mentioned, my name is Ashley, and I work as a threat hunter at the Air Force Computer Emergency Response Team. I'm really looking forward today to talking to you guys about the Security Operations Center and where threat hunting fits into that picture. It's something I'm really passionate about. I've ranted enough about it at work, so I figured why not make it into a talk, right? Those always make the best things to talk about. Just to get into it first and a little bit about me so you guys know who I am and where I'm coming from. Like Phil mentioned, I did work at 9th Com at Beale Air Force Base, kind of in the middle of nowhere, Northern California, as a server admin. I started my Air Force career 8 years ago, and for the first half of it, I was kind of a jack of all trades server admin. I did a little bit of everything. I did ticket jockey work at the help desk. I did server administration, a little bit of vulnerability management and firewall management along the way. And then about halfway through my career, I decided to switch things up a little bit and swap over to what is known in the Air Force as cyber warfare operations, which is mostly cybersecurity, kind of in a general sense to translate it for you guys. I've worked in a SOC for the last 3 years. For the last year specifically, I've been a dedicated threat hunter. So I've kind of done a little bit of everything in the Security Operations Center before moving to dedicated threat hunting full time. I do have my Twitter handle up there if you guys want to follow me. I do have a very new blog. It's only got a couple of posts, but I'm hoping it's something to keep up while I keep delving into the cybersecurity realm. I've been super excited because there's so much to learn in cybersecurity. So I've been kind of Pokemon collecting certs there down at the bottom, going to school, taking classes, reading a bunch of white papers, taking as much training as possible because I'm just really excited to learn about all of the things that DFIR in general has to offer. So just to go over kind of what I want to talk about today, since I am taking it back up to that 10,000 foot view, the overall question is, how do you integrate threat hunting, which is a relatively new function within a security operations center, with some of the more traditional or pre-established processes or roles, right? So I'm going to start by just going over some of those functions and roles so we're kind of all on the same page, since I kind of have to translate from, you know, the military jargon to the more commercial sector stuff. Then I'll kind of go over the culture shift that needs to happen to really make sure that your threat hunting function is going to be successful and that your operations as a whole is going to be successful. I'll go into what threat hunting is, maybe what some threat hunters might look like in your organization so you can identify them a little bit better, how to mature those operations, and then ultimately I'm going to go over where threat hunting fits into that picture and how you can use that to leverage the abilities that threat hunting can provide to illuminate some security blind spots that you might have in your organization. So I'm sure when we think of a traditional SOC, we all kind of have a slightly different picture. So I put up here some of the functions that I think of, and I think of these as functions that the SOC performs, right? Instead of tying them specifically to roles, because I'm sure a lot of us work in organizations where just because you're working in a role doesn't mean that's the only thing that you perform. Some people are hat swappers. I think Nicole mentioned that earlier, where she wears one hat for half of her day and then she takes it off and wears another one. So I like to think of these more as role agnostic and kind of focus on exactly what the function's providing to you. And I'm sure a lot of us are going to have the same ideas here. Vulnerability assessments are really common. The network security monitoring for a SOC, detection engineering, or forensics. And then we get into the analyst tiers here. You know, you have your traditional tier 1 analyst working the SIEM alerts that come through, tier 2 being your traditional incident response. And then tier 3, if you have it, your SMEs, your advanced incident response, that kind of thing. And I know I mentioned earlier that I moved over to the SOC a couple years ago. And while I was there, I kind of wandered around for my first, I would say, year and a half, kind of bouncing around, trying to figure out exactly where my expertise might fit in and lend its hand to within the organization. So I've spent a lot more time working through the analyst tiers than I have these other secondary positions that perform those functions. And what I noticed while I was working that position is the way that these functions come together to work in your SOC are really going to depend on the people, the processes, and the technology. Those are going to have such a huge impact on what roles you have, who's performing those roles, the tool sets that are available for those functions to really shine in your organization. But then the other thing that I noticed is that a lot of these roles, if you think about them at their core, operate on more of a firefighting level. You're responding to alerts that are generated in your organization. You're performing these functions in reaction to either your IDS or IPS, your SIEM, or even external agency notifications, which I know are still very common these days. But the thing is, that's not necessarily a bad security posture to have. We just want to try to shift from a more reactive posture to a more proactive one. So if you think of your typical tiered analysts, right, your incident responders, a lot of those guys are going to be performing their function in response to atomic indicators of compromise, and it's going to be very trigger based. Like I said, you have a firewall alert that has fired or a SIEM alert that comes through that your tier 1 analyst is going to touch. And it's going to be something that's already known to them. Like, this is a known bad file or IP address or domain, and they're going to respond and perform incident response actions to that. Whereas we want to start looking at how to detect activity that's tool agnostic. We want to start looking at indicators of attack. And this is actually something that CrowdStrike has defined that I really like to use when I teach new threat hunters that come to the section or talk to even my own bosses in the organization. And these indicators of attack have us focus on detecting the intent of what an attacker is trying to accomplish versus just the tool sets that they use to accomplish these actions on objectives. You're more concerned with the steps that they're performing within the execution of the cyber kill chain rather than, again, flagging on mimikatz.exe or evil.exe, right? And these require no advanced knowledge of indicators of compromise. So you're not sitting around at this point waiting for someone to notify you of something bad happening within your network. You're going out and finding things that are, one, very relevant to your own environment and that are happening right now. So instead of taking indicators of compromise and parsing them down to things that might be relevant to your environment, you're really going about it proactively and trying to find these things yourself. And of course, I feel like you can't talk about threat hunting without at some point bringing up David Bianco's Pyramid of Pain. I personally, just to get these concepts in my head, I divide the Pyramid of Pain in half. For me, the bottom half of the Pyramid of Pain really deals with and explains those indicators of compromise in a very easy to digest manner. He labels them, domain addresses, IP addresses, hash values. Those types of things are very easy for you to implement in your environment when you're looking at detection logic to create. But I also want to spin it around a little bit and think about it from the adversary's perspective as well. If you have malicious domain names, IP addresses, and hashes, they're going to be very easy for you to just plug directly into your IDS or IPS or any of your other alerting devices in your environment, right? But they're also very easy for the adversary to change should you alert on them. If you flag a bad domain name, it's very, very easy for them to just swap it over to a new one, register something new. If you pop an IP address, how easy is it for them to just spin up a new cloud instance with a different IP address? It is almost laughably easy for them to change those things too. But once we get over to that proactive side and we start focusing on the top half of the Pyramid of Pain there, it's much more difficult for you to create detection logic around these things, but it's also going to be much harder for them to quickly change to keep evading detection with your environment. And that's exactly why we want to start focusing on the upper half of the Pyramid of Pain. If you pop a TTP, a tool, or any of the host or network artifacts that they're leaving behind while moving around in your environment, it's going to take them much longer to recover from that detection than it is if you just focus solely on the bottom half of the Pyramid of Pain here. And I want to make a special note too that transitioning from reactive to proactive can be very slow. It's not going to be a snap of the fingers. All right, boys, we're proactive now. This is happening. Sometimes it can be really difficult and it's very easy to fall back into relying on those known indicators of compromise that I talked about before. So sometimes it can be a bit difficult. But what you want to ask yourself is, so how do we start climbing this pyramid and get away from solely focusing on the indicators of compromise and move more towards the top half of the pyramid, right? And the answer is threat hunting. I realize I'm biased in saying this because I do really enjoy threat hunting, but threat hunting really lives in the top half of that Pyramid of Pain. They are, as a function, providing internal notification of malicious behavior. They're not just saying, hey, I found mimikatz.exe. That's already going to be detected by the IDS or IPS or AV that you have in your environment. They're going out there and finding these things based on the behaviors without that notification of the malicious behavior happening in your environment. And that's very, very valuable to you. And I know the typical definition of threat hunting that you're going to hear, a lot of people have touched on it today as well. Threat hunting is really an iterative approach and it's hypothesis driven. So you're saying this malicious behavior is happening in this manner and this is how I'm going to find it and I'm going to prove or disprove that. And that's kind of a widely accepted definition, but there are still a lot of misconceptions. The biggest one being that threat hunting is synonymous with what functions a tier 3 incident responder can provide to you. That's not necessarily incorrect. Again, it's going to depend on the people, processes that you have in your environment that are going to shape this, but they really do provide two different sides of the story to you. Your tier 3 incident responder is going to be just as smart, just as knowledgeable, but they're still focused on that reactive, like waiting for a trigger to happen before operating. Whereas whoever's fulfilling this threat hunting function is going to, again, go find their own alerts to work. The success is just going to be dependent on the culture and personalities that you have fulfilling this function in the long run. So you really want to make sure that you have the right people fulfilling this function in your organization. And with that comes some expectation management. And this isn't just management's expectation of the people fulfilling the threat hunting function. This really is also the threat hunters having realistic expectations for themselves, right? You're not always going to find bad when you perform a threat hunt, and that's okay. And this is very different from some of those traditional SOC functions that we talked about, because if you work traditional incident response, you have an alert, you work that from cradle to grave, and then you have expected outcomes and things that are going to come from that. Whereas sometimes these threat hunts just aren't going to be producing things to work from. And that's definitely a hard pill to swallow. And that's probably the hardest part of that culture shift that I talked about, which is why it can sometimes take a little bit longer to implement in the long run. So if everyone could just keep in mind while they're performing this or managing their threat hunters, this quote from Captain Picard: "It is possible to commit no mistakes and still lose. That is not weakness, that is life." And this, you really need to take this to heart when you're threat hunting. You can plan for weeks or months, sometimes, the perfect hunt. You can analyze all the data sources that you're going to need or what you're going to look for. And sometimes you're just not going to find it. And that's okay. And it shouldn't discourage you in the long run. And managers as well, it shouldn't discourage you from supporting your threat hunting function because they're not meeting a 100% success rate in the long run. Now, if you're never finding anything, that's when you need to go back to the drawing board and make sure that you take the time to learn from some of these mistakes. And that's how we get into how to perform threat hunting. Now, if you look at some of the talks earlier, if you're able to attend them, regardless of organization, MITRE, Target, even Nicole touched on it when she was going through her brief earlier, these are going to vary from organization to organization. Some people have a very, very detailed methodology in the way that they perform threat hunting, but the commonality between all of those things is really 4 general steps. And this is the squirrel model as well, which is why I like it, because it leaves a lot of room for interpretation. But generally speaking, when you're threat hunting, you're going to start with a hypothesis. Again, you're going to say, hey, I think this activity is happening in this manner, and here's how I'm going to find it. You're going to perform your investigation and either prove or disprove that hypothesis. And then that's eventually going to lead to the discovery of new tactics or activity within your environment. And then it's going to enrich analytics within your environment. And there's a kind of a hidden step here that's inferred from the inform and enrich analytics step, but it's that feedback part of this loop that's really important to focus on. And I really want to focus on that one for just a minute. The hypothesis generation, the technique discovery, and the patterns and TTPs that you're going to find are very important. But you're never going to mature your threat hunting operations unless you really take the time to learn from some of the mistakes that you might have made. You need to sit down and ask yourself sometimes some really difficult questions. Did we find this? If yes, can we create detection logic from it? Can we work with the detection engineers here and maybe detect this in the future so we don't have to perform a manual hunt? Did we not find anything? And is that a limitation on skill set or knowledge base? And what can we do to remedy that? Or is this a tool set or a data set limitation? And those are going to be harder to remediate in the long run, but they're still very important questions to ask, because your threat hunts are really not going to improve unless you sit down and take recovery time after to ask yourself these questions. And as far as the signatures go, for creating detection logic, sometimes you're going to be able to create detection logic, even though you're performing your threat hunts based off of behavioral detection, you're still going to be able to parse out a lot of those indicators of compromise because those are still valuable. You're still going to be able to find the domains and hashes that you can blacklist or whitelist or in your environment. But a lot of this is going to be organization specific. And it's still important to recognize, like, hey, can we implement this, or is this going to have to be manually repeated every, couple weeks or couple months? Again, that's going to depend on the people fulfilling this function. But this is a really, really important step that doesn't get highlighted enough, and it's really crucial to improving yourselves in the long run. And that improvement shouldn't just die within the threat hunting section. Your threat hunts really need to start tying into some of the other functions within the organization, right? You can see here in this graphic, you perform a threat hunt, And that's going to have incoming intelligence or other sources of information. You're going to generate that hypothesis. You're going to perform the hunt. You're going to perform the investigation. And from that, you're going to get new IOCs, new TTPs, new indicators of attack that can immediately be passed over to your detection engineering function to create and validate new signatures. And then those signatures are immediately going to feed directly into the alerts and incidents that your incident response chain is going to be working. And that's going to lead to more resolved incidents. It's going to improve your detection time in the long run. All of those things feed directly into some of the other positions within the Security Operations Center. And even if you're not finding the exact IOCs or indicators of attack that you're working on, you're still going to be able to find sometimes some potentially malicious samples of executables or binaries within your environment. Now, if your threat hunters can perform basic analysis, that's fine. And some organizations don't have a dedicated forensics area. But if those malware samples are analyzed or reversed in any way, that's going to generate more indicators of compromise. And that whole section of this chart right here is really organization specific immediately. It's not, hey, we found this intelligence and this might pertain to our environment, but we're not sure, so we're going to have to do some research. No, this was found in your environment operating, so you know that this is very relevant to your environment, and you can cut down on some time between identifying these samples and extracting new IOCs to then feed right back into the incident response chain in the long run. The nice thing about threat hunting is it's not disrupting any of the existing functions within the Security Operations Center. It kind of fits directly before some of them because it's a more proactive approach. So it complements a lot of the things that are already there, which is wonderful and makes it far easier to implement. Each time you run through the threat hunting maturity or the feedback or feed those threat hunt results into the other areas of your Security Operations Center, you're going to start shrinking the gaps in your detection capabilities. I mentioned earlier that one of the biggest benefits that the threat hunting function provides to you is identifying gaps that you have. They're looking for activity and actors and behavior that have not alerted any of the other detection capabilities you have in the mesh that's created your security enclave. So some of those at the beginning you might find are very big gaps and very scary gaps, but over time, if you start taking the things that your threat hunters are telling you to heart and fixing and taking the time to look at that feedback loop and take a look at your environment and say, can we find this? If we can, that's great, but how do we fix it? How do we learn from this? How do we grow as an organization? Then you're going to immediately start improving your security posture and close all of the security gaps that we mentioned. The ultimate goals from shrinking all of these security gaps in the long run is to lower the average dwell time of attackers in your environment. There are a bunch of reports that come out that the dwell time of actors within any environment is astronomically long. It's like a scary number, like days and weeks and months sometimes, or years even. You'll see stories come out saying this activity was occurring for years and no one knew about it. And it could have very well been prevented had they implemented a proactive approach to it. So once you start getting after that type of behavior, you're immediately going to start lowering the dwell time of malicious activity in your environment. You're also going to start imposing cost on any of the adversaries. If you start looking at, again, the top half of that pyramid of pain from David Bianco, you immediately start tagging and flagging on some of their harder to change indicators of attack, which is going to take them much longer to recover from than if you purely rely on the vendor signatures that are string matching on some of those easier things from the bottom half of the pyramid of pain. And you don't want to make this easy for them. Don't make it easy for adversaries to hide in your network. You want to impose as much cost as possible in the long run on them. Make them change their tools. Make them change the way they behave. Make them so worried that they're going to leave something behind in your environment that you're going to catch, that they're not going to be able to hide any longer. That's really the biggest goal from threat hunting, is they shouldn't feel safe. You should be operating under the assumed breach mindset where something bad is happening in my environment and I just haven't found it yet. And you want them to also be thinking, they know that I'm here, so I have to be very careful what I'm doing and take longer to complete my actions on objective. And you really want to make sure that they're the ones who are worried and that you're not worried that you just haven't found them yet. So in conclusion, the right people and the right processes can easily make this happen in your organization. Once you get management buy-off and start seeing the value that a proactive mindset can really provide to your organization in the long run, you'll start immediately closing those gaps. And even some of the more difficult things, if it takes a bit longer, that's okay, because you're still improving your security posture in the long run. And with that, I leave you with a meme and I ask if anyone has any questions.
That was excellent. Thank you very, very much. There was a lot of conversation in your hallway channel that you'll probably want to go back on just to kind of get a feel for it. Everybody's pretty stoked. One question in particular that I think has an infinite number of answers, honestly, but I'm curious to get your take on it. There's some discussion here in the thread, but when you said, can this be signaturized? What does that mean to you in the way that you take care of threat hunting, the way that you perform it?
Sure. Signaturized, I think that this is something that I've heard kind of my organization specifically throw out, but it's just creating detection logic. It really depends on what type of activity we found. If it's something that you can string match on, then you can easily throw it into or signaturize it in your firewall or your IDS or IPS. But if it's kind of a string of activity, you might need to look at some of the methods Nicole talked about earlier, where you're creating analytics and looking for outliers in what is a baseline activity within your organization.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's a couple of interpretations in the thread. I kind of made the question a little bit more generic than it was asked in the thread, just because I didn't want to lead your response at all. But yeah, I think that's something that we need to all take away, is that the goal of performing threat hunting is to take what's useful and then turn that into a nice packaged, productized means of doing that in a routine fashion. Whether that is through, like you said, firewalls or IDSs or some other practice. I think that's kind of the end state here.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent. Let's see. I will also say that we had some good talks on your splitting of the pyramid of pain. Absolutely brilliant. I love that. And I never saw that kind of lens of proactive and reactive. And David and I were kind of talking, and then we're like, oh man, we gotta take some notes, and I'm thinking how we're gonna reframe some of the way that I talk about it, and certainly David liked it as well. Well, that's excellent. There's one Q&A in here. Let's see. Can you comment on the difference between generic threat hunting and TTP specific threat hunting? And this is a question we get a lot, and I have a response to it, but I'm going to hold it. Can threat hunting be automated based on behavioral detection? I wonder if you could kind of give us a little bit of weigh in on that quickly.
Sure. I think I touched on it a little bit, but the automation is really going to depend on the tools that you have in your environment. And I think Nicole had a really great quote on this earlier. You might be able to automate some facets of threat hunting, but there are a lot of things, especially once you start getting into, I think it was the Target team that talked about it earlier, the outliers and looking at patterns and stuff that are really going to rely heavily on having just a human analyze some of the activity that they're seeing, or go to the drawing board and see, is this a pattern or is this normal activity? Some of that stuff is really hard to create detection logic around. And if you can create it, the question is, can I create it? Or is it going to have such a high false positive rate that it's going to completely inundate my tier 1 analysts? So all they're responding to is just, hey, this one's 99% maybe bad, but 1% of the time it's definitely bad. You just kind of have to ask yourself what the balance is that you need to strike in that.
Absolutely. You hit the nail on the head there with striking that balance. I somewhat jokingly say we've had automated threat hunting since the IDS was released, because that's kind of what I tend to see, is that once we do go, as we were saying before, signaturizing, packaging up that hunt into something that can be done on an ongoing basis, we're kind of looking at that as an IDS or a security operations type activity. So very, very cool stuff. Well, thank you again very much. That was excellent, and I appreciate you taking the time to share that with us. Would love to have you stick around in the hallway, answer questions as those are coming in too, and it's good content. Well, we are going into a break right now, and we've got about a 10-minute break that'll be coming in. And we will come back and Matt will introduce to us what will be our last talk of the day here, which will be on more financial crimes as well. So good stuff, definitely near and dear to my heart. But get up, stretch, caffeinate yourself. We'll see you back here in just a little while.
All right, everyone, we are back. Our last talk of day one. This is exciting. Day one has flown by, has it not? I think we've had like such awesome content that I keep looking up every 2 seconds, and I'm like, oh my gosh, another talk is done, but more great content, more awesome chats, more memes being thrown around, more great concepts being identified. Just overall, a really fun day, and I'm excited for the talk we've got lined up to close us out for the day today. Another very interesting title, if you will. Our next talk is going to be called, and let's see if we can get the slides lined up for what our next talk is going to be. Big game hunting. Major fin threat joins the targeted ransomware as a service scene via a Valak partnership. I'm not going to lie. There's a lot of keywords inside of there that are meant to probably trigger your malware detection system, if you weren't noticing. But the one that caught me was big game hunting. No, I'm excited about this one. I've done a lot of financially motivated crime investigations in my time. And when we saw this one come through, not only was I super taken aback by it, but I was also really excited because we've got some folks from IBM's Iris, X-Force Iris team, and they usually do some awesome work and provide great insight for those of us in the community here. So without further delay, John Dwyer, Christopher Kiefer, are you with us? Let's wait for those mute buttons. I hear one. Who we got? Someone just got a text message. I hear Christopher. Yep, Chris, I can hear you. John, you with us?
Yep.
Awesome. There we go. All right.
Sorry
Take it away,
that.
guys. Looking forward to it. The stage is all yours.
Okay. Chris, I think you have control. I think you're driving. So go ahead and jump to the next slide.
It's not responding.
Oh, there we go. Okay, perfect. All right. Hey, thanks to everyone. Sorry about the little technical mishap there, but I'm John Dwyer, and I'm joined here by Chris Kiefer, and today we want to talk a little bit about targeted ransomware service with a Valak partnership. So kind of a change in pace and change of focus how the rest of the conversations have been going. As incident responders and threat analysts, we're usually operating on the right side of the boom. So the point of this talk is we really want to dive into the Valak malware, why you should be paying attention to it. And then Chris is going to give an intelligence brief of especially the big kind of like connections that we've made based on real world investigations of this, why you should be pushing this to the top of your stack of new things to pay attention to. There's a lot of information in there. Pay attention to these red boxes and red arrows. I didn't want to leave anything out that would be great for threat hunters and defenders as parts of like potentially pieces of signal you could pick out of the noise to detect this type of threat. And brevity is not something I'm known for. So hopefully the red boxes and red arrows allows me to kind of move through these slides as fast as possible. Okay, so what is Valak? So if you're not familiar with it, Valak is kind of relatively new to the commodity malware, and definitely within the last 6 months, we've seen it ramp up as far as amount of infections and capability. What you really need to know for the point of this discussion is that it's a JavaScript modular-based piece of malware. What I mean by modular is that not every Valak infection is going to be the same. So the capabilities of the malware can be extended based on plugins that are downloaded from whatever C2 it is. And that probably sounds familiar. And it also should make that immediate connection, because if you think back 2018, 2019, when TrickBot really hit the scene in the ransomware as a service, it also adopted that architecture in which, depending on what system was infected, particular modules would be pushed down depending on how important that system was. Valak has adopted the same sort of architecture, and that goes into the theme of now Valak is going to be a player in the same sort of industry as well. A couple of the features there, you can see that it's fileless, and I'll show examples of what I mean by that. But essentially, within the last, like I would say 6 months, it has completely dropped from dropping files to disk for its core malware. Instead, it keeps a copy of itself within the registry, and it reads that registry to invoke itself through a scheduled task to persist. It has a lot of the common functions that you'll see through other malware, such as like Recon and things like that. And the bottom bullet there is the one that I really want to draw your attention to. So within the last few versions, it's included new plugins that are especially targeting to enterprise services, which leads more evidence that they're now going to be, really part of this industry. The two functions there are important. So Exchange Grabber and Client Grabber. Client Grabber is specifically designed to steal Microsoft Exchange credentials. And then Exchange Grabber does something pretty neat in that it actually goes through an Exchange mailbox and enumerates all the existing email messaging that is going on and steals copies of them, but mostly it's getting a list of available pieces of or email that exist already. And the reason is because the authors of the malware do something, or the distributors of the malware do something very interesting to get it, through traditional security protections. So for the most part, Valak is delivered through as an attachment, shocker, but it's password protected zip archives to try to get through the email gateways. But then they specifically target reply chains. So by reply chain is they will compromise a third-party mailbox, enumerate all of the messages in there from existing email threads, pick out a target, reply to that with the payload. So it's super sneaky, sis. Like double the chances of someone opening it, because not only is it someone that you trust, but it's also from a thread that you've already established. Once they open up the zip archive, you'll see that there's a macro, again, shocker, downloads a DLL. That DLL is loaded into the system through Reg Server 32. The DLL doesn't do much after that. It calls basically one system call, the WinXE API call, to load a bit of JavaScript, which is Valak. And once Valak gets on there, there's only one function that happens by default. So that is that initial request function. And through there, it does a few other things as far as recon and checking itself in and things like that. But the two important things as far as point of this discussion, it creates two GET requests. And the GET requests are to download a file called project.aspx and a.aspx. And those hit the disk as project and a.htm. Okay, so I'm not going to dive too far into the inner workings of most of Valak. Actually, if you want to take like a mental note, Cybereason, our friends over there, did a really good write-up of every single function within Valak. You can just Google Valak malware. I think it's the first result, but you can give that a read and should give it a read so you understand the malware and how it's going to work. Okay, so now that we understand what Valak is, how machines get infected with Valak, I want to walk through a case study based on investigations that we have done associated with this malware, in particular with the Sodinokibi ransomware. And again, stick around for the end because Chris is going to tell you why you need to specifically pay attention to this partnership. Okay, so stage one, and as you're going to notice in the top left here, these are going to walk us through 5 different stages, and I broke these up by stages. Every time that there is a pivot in tools or techniques is going to be a new stage, and that's going to be important to remember. Keep that in the back of your mind as you see this evolve. Think about why would techniques or tools change. Okay, so here's our evidence on this machine that got infected by Valak. In the middle there, you'll see that we have an email there that has, here's the password to my password protected zip archive with our malware. This is an existing chain from a credit application that happened 4 or 5 months ago. Within there, there's our macro. There's a lot of obfuscated code, but that doesn't really do much other than download and invoke that Reg Server 32 command to load the DLL. From a digital forensics point of view, we can see these files hit the disk in the user profile. So project1.htm and a.htm. Actually, you can see project 2 happens there too, because this particular user opened up the zip archive 6 times because she couldn't get it to work. Once that happens and those downloads those files, so those are actually going to be our next pivot into stage 2, because project.aspx is actually an encoded and encrypted file that is a patch for a new version of Valak. So when it checked into this particular C2, it said, okay, you're more than just an initial infection. We're going to actually push stage 2 down. And what stage 2 does is project.aspx is a patch, a new version. We can see on the right that project.aspx in the default call has now been replaced with bounce.aspx. And every time that this checks into the C2 servers, we're going to see disk artifacts of bounce, the key, well, that's a random number that's generated every time it does a request.htm. And each one of those are encoded and encrypted files. A.aspx is used for, like I mentioned before, plugins. So that hits the disk as plugin host.exe and can be used to execute and modify plugins as they're pushed down, if they're pushed down. Okay, so stage 2. So let's look at this new version of Valak. It does, again, it does a whole bunch of other things. It adds like, you know, multiple different functions, and they're not really important for the purpose of this discussion. You could read about them on the interwebs. But we can see that initial task has been replaced with parse task, and this is the only function that executes by default. And within there, there's three main functions that are going to be used for the operation of this malware. We see create exec job, create OLE exec job, and launch plugin. If you can remember all those bounce HTML files that we saw as disk artifacts, each one of those is encoded. The Valak malware can decrypt that and decode it, and it's looking for these strings. This is how it knows what function it's supposed to be calling. So if it sees -- task in the body of this file, it's going to call the create exec job with the task name being that key associated with those bounce files that goes after that. So let's take a look over here on the left, and we can see, okay, when this particular function is called, I'm going to create a scheduled task named perf Watson _ whatever that key number is, or whatever string. And then I'm going to use Wimic to execute the contents of whatever is in that bounce file as an alternate data stream to audio sampler.db. So that's, you know, you can do that as a command line parameter if you'd like, but it's an evasion technique so that it doesn't get whacked by antivirus or something like that. So if we pivot back onto that machine and see what happens next, we can infer that that's exactly what happened. Looking at the artifacts on the machine, we can see that a new scheduled task was created. We can see that it's using Wimic, which is executing this 7B4EE051, which corresponds back to that a bounce.htm file as an alternate data stream to that file. We were able to recover that file from Slackspace, and what we found out is that is an installer for the Net Support Manager piece of software. If you're not familiar with Net Support Manager, it is designed for IT support help. So it's like a remote, you know, help desk tool that has, you know, commonly been used for nefarious purposes. And I'll show you exactly what Net Support looks like and what it does on the next slide. But now we have a new set of C2. So in stage 1 and stage 2, we had the C2 block configured in the Valak payload. And now we're moving here on the right-hand side. You'll see this red arrow from client32.ini. And essentially this calls back to the Net Support Manager server. And they did a simple persistence here by tucking client32.exe into a link into a startup program. Okay, so now we have two pieces of access into this machine and 2 sets of C2. Okay, so we're still in stage 2 here, and I just want to show you a little bit during our testing. Whenever we find these artifacts, you know, like I said, we're on the right side of the boom, so we're obviously having to collect more data to put the story together, exactly what happened. In our testing here, if we load up Net Support Manager with in our lab here, you can see Net Support Manager has all kinds of fancy tools that would be great for an attacker to use. I can transfer files, I have interactive PowerShell access, I can record audio, whatever I'd like to do. In particular, if I click on this remote command prompt button here, it essentially pops a shell for me. This looks like a Windows terminal. And in our testing, we run this command. So PowerShell.exe -command who am I get my results. Okay, so we've tested that. Now let's go look at the available telemetry on the machine, on our test machine. If we pay your attention down here to the bottom there, we can see client32 executed, then remcmd stub.exe executed. So that gets dropped during the installation of the file. And that's what sets up an interactive shell in the machine. From there, our standard process execution chain all the way to who am I. So now that we know that whenever interactive access to this machine is established, we have a data point to say, oh, this is exactly kind of what happened. And if we pivot back into the artifacts of the machine, looking at historical program execution, if we look at Shimcache, we can see this is exactly what happened. So we see client32 executes, checks in with the server, and then remcmd stub executes. So boom, we know interactive access, and now we have our terminal. From there, we can see that there's probably some recon-y information or tasks that are going on by whoever is controlling on the other side. And then we see another interesting process execution chain. So historically, this was mostly done with MS Build, but if you see csc.exe and cvtres.exe combined or sandwiched in between PowerShell, that's a process execution chain that may be associated with a C# loader. So what you can do with these tools is you can, basically pull down raw C# code, compile it on the fly, and pop a shell on a machine without writing anything to disk. It's a really slick way to do something completely fileless to avoid detection on a machine. When I saw this initially, I was like, well, this is interesting, right? Because we're always waiting for PowerShell to like, oh, PowerShell has entered the game. Like, we're always waiting for it to happen because it's so ubiquitous now. But it's also, they already have PowerShell remote access on this machine through Net Support Manager. So this is a pivot to now, are we going to use PowerShell? And if we go back to the machine that we're analyzing here, we can say, that's exactly what happened. PowerShell is now going to be what's going on. Artifacts on the machine that we can tie back to put this all together. We can see for the first time ever on the history of the event logs on this machine, we have a PowerShell remoting session established, and that can be determined by the host name in the PowerShell Windows event logs of server remote host. Additionally, with Windows Remote Management Service being configured and listening to anything. Additionally, from a digital forensic point of view, if you guys remember back from your forensics training, these registry keys were set. So these tracing things, registry keys, whenever they're set, these get written to the first time a binary downloads something from a network location. And these timestamps on these 3 artifacts all correlate to the same time. So we know that PowerShell remoting was being used. We know that they likely enabled Windows Remote Management to enable PowerShell remoting. And then PowerShell downloaded something for the first time ever when this happened. So that's weird. And so okay, so PowerShell is definitely be used. And then we pivot again. Because the next thing that happens on this machine, in the middle of your screen there, you'll see that there's an AD Recon report file that's written to disk under the domain administrator profile. So 2 interesting points there. One, they've leveled up to domain admin. So sometime whenever they went to interactive PowerShell access, they were able to level up their creds. The second thing is they are interested to see what else is operating in this environment. If you're not familiar with AD Recon, it's a very awesome tool that I can't remember the author's name, but it's on GitHub. Whoever your name is, great job. If you run that, it's just a PowerShell script. It'll create a very easily navigatable Excel spreadsheet of all the Active Directory information within a domain. So all the users, all the computers, all the OUs, all the group policy objects, all of the trust, everything like that will be nice in an orderly thing that you can click through with tabs and shortcuts. It's an excellent tool. Additionally to that, another point of detection here is, this is a low signal to noise ratio for threat hunters or detection out there. But if you see a scheduled task or services that's referencing something running out of system apps, that's probably something that you want to pay attention to. So we're going to dive into that as well a little bit. Following the timeline of events, we can see that PowerShell is still going to be used because finally, they've been on this machine for days now. They finally do their first bit of interactive lateral movement. And it's interesting because they chose, it was after they got that AD Recon report, they chose a specific target. And I want to keep that in mind as we go through this, go through the rest of these slides. We can see in the bottom right-hand corner there's our Klingon blob of PowerShell. When we decode that, it looks like a Cobalt Strike SMB beacon. It could be a few other things, but when you get that name pipe status underscore and then identifier name, that's likely going to be Cobalt Strike SMB beacons. If you're not familiar with that, it's a great tool that essentially allows you to proxy command and control traffic through another machine. So you don't have to pop 2 beacons. You can just execute commands through SMB to another. So PowerShell seems to be the way to go. Okay, that seems to be the way that's going to happen. Like I said before, we want to take a look at this scheduled task because it was suspicious based on where it was, located on the machine. We take a look at that, and it's actually a PowerShell script, which is probably, not often we see actual scripts written to disk now for persistence evil. But in this case, it makes sense when we got to dive in to see exactly how this Klingon blob works. So what this thing does is it actually has a DLL that's packed inside this code. It unpacks that and then injects that DLL into the PowerShell.exe process that launched the script. And whenever that happens, it beacons out to yet another C2 address and opens up multiple name pipes looking for more commands. So that's interesting because if you're keeping track at home, this is our third backdoor and our third set of C2. And now we've moved to our third set of tools and our third set of tactics. So at this point, things starting to get really interesting because now this potentially an indication of sold access once Valak got access to an enterprise machine, was it given to someone else and then given to someone else because it was, you know, interesting to maybe someone could, you know, squeeze some shekels out of this computer? I'm not sure. Okay, but then we go to stage 4 and we have pivoted again. And this is, again, another interesting data point. The first thing that we have on the timeline of this new machine. So like I said, they targeted one particular machine to do lateral movement to. And I'm going to explain why we think they did that in a couple seconds here. So the first thing that happens here is that Plink gets dropped on the box. Actually, let me sidebar this for a little bit. Nothing has devised our team more. There's been no diversive subject more than whether or not this tool is named Plink or P-Link. So if you follow up with us in the Slack channel, let me know if you're team Plink or team P-Link, because I would love to tell my boss that he is wrong. So this is something that we kind of look for is whenever Plink gets dropped into random directories on a machine, because if you're not familiar with it, that is basically the command line interpreter for PuTTY. So it does SSH and does a bunch of other things. One of the interesting things that attackers use it for is you can set up some local port forwarding and you can actually tunnel RDP traffic over SSH or whatever port you really want to do. And a signal for that in the middle, right underneath Plink there, you see those 2 red boxes. That's an event 4624, and we see that it's a logon type 10, so terminal server access. And then the source network address is 127.0.0.1. You may also see this as local host, but that event log in conjunction with Plink is good evidence that they're tunneling RDP traffic. But they already had PowerShell access. They already had a backdoor access to this machine. And why did they need to move into GUI-based access? Like moving along in the timeline of this machine, this probably, I don't know if everyone, when we were doing the analysis of all these investigations, is the most interesting part of this infection, is because, you know, living off the land tools is nothing new. Everyone kind of knows that attackers use PowerShell and WMIC and run DLL, and that's kind of like more or less common knowledge now. However, it's way more rare that attackers use living off the land for recon tools. And so remember how I said it was interesting that they picked one machine? So this machine was named in such a way that you could infer that it was used to manage an ESXi environment. So they moved to this machine, and then they immediately go into vSphere and start enumerating all the virtual machines and all connecting to the disk, connecting to the raw disk through the API. They start going through Nagios and they go through Dell Open Manage. Now, unless you've done some level of system administration and you have some IT skills to flex, like you're not even gonna know that Nagios, what it can give you. And what they were doing with Nagios is they could do recon on networks that were outside of that VLAN or outside of the Active Directory environment that they got their report from. And they did that through the Dell Open Manage system too. And they did this for days and days and days. And they, SMB scans, and they were just enumerating everything that they possibly could. And then in the bottom right-hand corner, we get a new data point. And this is one of the good things about having, when we respond to incidents, there's always an Intel analyst that's assigned to our IRs. And when I was talking to Chris, and he's like, threat actors have been leveraging, a lot of cloud tools, and Mega has been particularly associated with data theft. And in the bottom right-hand corner, that's a little clip from the RDP cache we were able to recover. So the MegaSync tool was installed on this machine, and doing some research, the MegaSync just allows you to sync data from a machine. So if I'm connecting to virtual machines, and if I'm connecting through Nagios and have SNMP access to things, or if I have SMB access, I can just drag and drop stuff over to this folder and sync it up to mega.nz. And looking in the Firefox history of this machine, there was, connections to mega.nz. So at this point, we have now evolved into data theft. So we had commodity, we pivoted into PowerShell. Now we're doing heavy recon through a bunch of different system administration tools, and now we're doing data theft. Okay, and then suddenly it stops. Like the timeline, I can remember the guy talking to me, he's like, it's pages and pages and pages of this, and then it just stops. And it stops immediately whenever they stage the ransomware on the domain controller on the machine. And then again, they start to flex their IT skills. So on the top screen cap there, you can see that the group policy modules for PowerShell were loaded. And what they knew to do is they created a new group policy object. They also knew to link it at the root of the domain and mark it as enforced so that they could bypass any sort of inheritance problems. And what this group policy object did was disable Windows Defender, disable the firewall, and enable Windows Remote Manage to listen for connections from anything. Then they loaded CrackMap exec on the machine. So if you're not familiar, you can Google that one too. CrackMap exec is a post-exploitation tool, and one of the great features of it is you can pipe a list of host names or networks over to that binary and create a scheduled task as long as you have credentials. I thought this was very interesting because they did have domain admin rights. They showed that they knew how to use group policy. This was a Windows 2008 R2 domain. And I think, this is just me speculating here, but I think that they knew that group policy preferences on a 2008 functional level are unreliable at best. And so they decided to pivot to something else because they wanted to make sure that they would have the effect. So they did this, they pushed this out to all these machines, and we were able to recover some of that, and essentially they did a GP update force to make sure it's going to pull down that group policy. So nothing will get in the way, because as you can expect, boom goes dynamite. This is CrackMap exec passing all of these networks. So if you can see all these different networks, all these /24s, these networks weren't of the direct access, so of the purview of that machine, unless you would have done the reconnaissance through Nagios. So if you were just going based on the Active Directory available subnets, like, you wouldn't have known that some of these IP ranges are out there. So it really showed that they knew what they were doing. And we were able to recover this batch file that essentially says, piping in there, they changed the domain admin profile, tell it, run this ransomware as soon as you can, and then everything gets boned. Okay, again, I know I went really fast here, but there's only so much time, and I'm a talker. But so if you are a responder or a threat hunter, here's my bit of soapbox here. I cannot recommend doing something like this enough. So whenever you have evidence that you've either gotten through an investigation or you're threat hunting, is that leverage, a graphic tool like this to build out each one of the points in which the attacker has an activity and each one of the stages in which a tool and a technique has changed. Because if we go through this, each one of these boxes is a potential for detection before we get to the right-hand side of the boom in stage 5. And not only do we have like all kinds of compromised machines, but now everything's encrypted as well. So everything that's going on in here, we really need to assess this against our available telemetry and say, okay, we have all these data points. Where are we missing data from? And let me tie this back to a tool set. And if I don't have that telemetry, I need to mark that as a gap and then develop a threat hunting process around that. So that's my bit of soapbox. And I'm not going to take any questions now for this because I want to give Chris enough time to talk through his piece.
Thank you. Thank you for that excellent and thorough analysis. So up to this point, John has given us deep technical insight into a Sodinokibi attack. I need control. There we go. All right. But now what I'd like to do is shift gears and zoom out a little bit and provide some threat intelligence that will complement and complete our picture of this Sodinokibi criminal business. During the next few slides, I'll present information that aims to answer questions about, there we go. Aims to answer questions about, for example, our attribution assessment and other more general intelligence questions like, what are the victims? What are the victim types? How lucrative or not is this criminal enterprise? And some other interesting topics like, the strategies these attackers take to force their victims to pay a ransom. After all, success of this kind of activity is really, extracting the best possible ransom payment from its victims. So as John stated, during the latter stages 4 and 5, we began to observe more sophisticated attacker activity to include the installation and use of malware that we were able to analyze and identify as a 64-bit variant of the Carbon backdoor. After more detailed analysis of its network activity, next slide. After a more detailed analysis of its C2 activity and other factors, we arrived at the assessment that this attack, the Sodinokibi attack, was likely attributable to the threat group that we identify as ITG-14. Now, to talk about how we arrived at that assessment, let me just briefly mention a colleague of mine, Ule Vladsson. He's the subject matter expert for ITG-14. And he observed in December 2019 a Fortinet open source intelligence report in which Fortinet describes its discovery of a new loader it called BioLoad and believes to be exclusive to Fin7. And in that report, it also details how that loader loaded a new 64-bit variant of the Carbanak backdoor. Now, fast forward to May 2020, our Sodinokibi attack. The Carbanak backdoor sample that we recovered and analyzed used a C2 IP address. That C2 IP address, we soon found out was also used by another unique piece of malware that Ule detected using his Yara signature. He detected this sample, downloaded it, and confirmed that it was also, in fact, a 64-bit Carbanak backdoor. So for these reasons and others, we assessed that this attack was conducted by the Sodinokibi affiliate that we identify as ITG-14, also known as Fin7. Next slide. So from this May 2020 attack really was the catalyst for a more proactive, detailed, and focused threat intelligence monitoring effort and the goal was to really understand the totality of this Sodinokibi activity and business. And we use multiple different sources for this intensified monitoring effort to include our own internal intelligence derived from other Sodinokibi investigations, as well as information derived from deep and dark web criminal communications monitoring, monitoring Sodinokibi's own hidden service website called the Happy Blog, and other various sources. And so the outcome of this really kind of helped us gain a better insight into this activity and understand, for example, victimology. So we assess from this monitoring effort, we assess that there are approximately 100, well, it's changed now since a pretty proactive group, threat group here. So it's now up to 140 to 145 victim organizations that fall into one of 21 different countries and one of 27 different industries. Of those 140, 145 victims, most by far and large belong to the United States, followed by a distant second and third, United Kingdom and Australia. Of the 135, 140 victims, most fall into, a high percentage fall into one of three industries: wholesale, professional services, and manufacturing. Next slide. In addition to estimating victim count and other factors for victimology, we also were able to understand more about the ransom amounts. And this is important because if we can find out more detail about ransom amounts and other metadata around that, we can start to understand whether this is lucrative activity or not by the attacker. And knowing that can help us assess, estimate, how, if this activity is likely to continue or not in the foreseeable future. And we found that this is potentially very lucrative for these attackers. For example, when we began this monitoring effort, we found we had very specific amounts, ransom amounts for very specific victim organizations. But what perplexed us was that these ransom amounts varied a lot from organization to organization. And at first it wasn't clear why, but then we found evidence that suggests these attackers are using annual revenue as at least one factor for setting ransom amounts for victims. And so with this new evidence, we enumerated all the known victims and estimated victims and other metadata around those victim organizations like annual revenue. And then we mapped those known specific ransom amounts to the annual revenue to determine what percentage of that ransom amount was, compared to the annual revenue. And so we were able to derive an estimated ransom amount range as a percentage of total annual revenue. And you can see the range on the right-hand side is between 0.75% and 9.1%. But this still is a little bit shy of helping us understand how lucrative or not this activity is. And so we were able to identify more evidence that allowed us to estimate and know which victims have paid and not paid, have likely paid and not paid. And if we zoom in on just one small subset of those 140 to 145 victim organizations, we realize that 14 of those victim organizations have annual revenues exceeding $1 billion. And of those 14, we estimate 10 have likely paid the ransom. And so what that means in terms of dollar amounts is that we estimate that the attackers have made approximately $77 million, and that's at the conservative low range estimate. But all hope is not lost. On the left-hand side there, we've outlined a general high-level attacker timeline. And why is this important? Because this timeline indicates that in the worst case scenario, if an organization becomes a victim to these types of attacks, there's still a brief time period, there's still hope that given the right preparation, an organization can potentially greatly mitigate the overall impact of these kinds of attacks. And as you see on the left-hand side, we found in one example, dwell time was approximately 11 days. And of those 11 days, 9 days were spent conducting recon and other various activity. And in another example, by the attacker's own admission, they've spent up to 5 days stealing data, just stealing data, that totaled around a terabyte of data. Next slide. So in the worst case unfortunate scenario that an organization becomes a victim of these types of attacks, what can they expect next? Once the data has been stolen, once the data is encrypted and they have the ransom note, what's next? And what we found through our observations is that the attackers have a very progressive tactic of applying and reapplying pressure on the victim organization to pay. And that escalation of pressure approach looks a little bit like this. First, they get the ransom note with instructions to contact the threat. And when they do, they go to this hidden service website and get more instructions and more detail. And that detail includes things like the initial ransom amount and then the initial 7-day deadline. And then in those instructions, they also are told if they don't pay the ransom within the first 7 days, the ransom will double. So that's kind of the initial hint of escalation that the attacker plans to apply, escalation of pressure the attacker intends to apply on the victim organization. If the 7-day deadline expires and they haven't paid, then the ransom doubles. Again, more pressure on the victim. Victim organization still not compliant, then the next step of escalation occurs. The victim's name is listed on the attacker hidden website called the Happy Blog, along with a short friendly comment from the attacker, something along the lines of, "We have compromised your network. We suggest you contact us soon." If the victim is still not compliant after a short period of time, then you start to see more actions on the part, more aggressive actions on the part of the attacker. And that is the attacker will begin to, if it hasn't already done so, upload screenshots of data the attacker has allegedly stolen, along with other more specific and aggressive comments. For example, we've seen more aggressive comments like, "In 3 days and each day after, if you do not pay, we will begin to leak your data." And sure enough, if you watch it, two things can happen. Either nothing else happens and the victim is completely removed, all mentions of the victim is completely removed from the blog, or you start to see data leaks. And those data leaks started out with those specific threats of releasing data where it has, data leak 1, data leak 2, data leak 3. And then after the third day, the deadline passes, those placeholders become hot links to the data the attacker allegedly stole. And then if things progress really bad, it moves to the auction portion of the website. And from there, it looks very similar to the Happy blog, where the victim's name is listed and a short description of the data that the attacker has allegedly stolen and is now listing for sale. And from here, two scenarios can happen. Either anonymous buyer, scenario 1, an anonymous buyer purchases the data and the auction closes, and that completes this whole attack process. In scenario 2, there is no buyer, the deadline expires, the deadline for the auction expires, and the attacker will presumably leak all the data it has for that victim organization. And even recently, we've seen one more element of pressure added to this. And that is, in addition to the final data leak, the attacker now is threatening to send the data to specific parties that the victim organization presumably would not want to have the data. Parties like regulators, competitors, and media. Next slide. But the threat of releasing data relies on the value of that data, the potential value that the victim organization has in that data in terms of how much overall damage and impact it can cause, negative damage and impact it can cause on the victim organization. And so we set out to, what kind of data is the attacker releasing? And this slide lists out that kind of data that the attacker is listing. And so what this really means is that, the attacker is putting out credible threats. They have likely stolen, very potentially damaging data, data that can damage the victim organization in terms of reputation and fines and other aspects. Points of sale data, SCADA data, marked confidential data that can negatively impact a stock market price or an initial public offering. Very sensitive stuff like intellectual property and PCI, PHI data. One really kind of alarming recent example of this PHI, PCI data leak that they've done is one victim organization was in the healthcare industry, and the attacker released a partial data leak, an initial data leak that included actual baby ultrasound videos and pictures. So the attacker has a process, a very effective process of examining bulk data in a way that they can identify very sensitive data of potential value for pressuring the victim organization to pay a ransom. Next slide. And so before I conclude the presentation, I'd like to just touch on a few other notable observations and trends. For example, the use and abuse of remote access software like AnyDesk and Net Support Manager, and John touched on one of those. The use and abuse of legitimate cloud storage platforms to facilitate both the infill of attacker tooling and malware, and also facilitate the theft and exfiltration of victim organization data. Legitimate cloud storage platforms like Mega and SendSpace and Sync.com and PrivateLab.net, DropMeFiles.com, AnonFiles.com. And we've even identified some other interesting criminal partnerships, services like bulk translation services that support a wide range of languages. And so we've found on the dark web these services being offered to multiple ransomware as a service syndicates, if you will. And we believe that these services are one way these attackers are using to bulk review and analyze and find and identify data that they can use to pressure the victim organization to pay a ransom. Next slide. So in conclusion, we've identified at least one notorious financially motivated attacker, ITG-14, also known as Fin7, now conducting ransomware attacks. And why is this important? Because this indicates that a sophisticated financial threat that was once most known for targeting points of sale systems, most well known for targeting points of sale systems, is now also conducting ransomware attacks. And this kind of indicates either they're conducting point of sales attacks as well as ransom attacks, or maybe this is an indication that they could be shifting their focus to a more lucrative and growing business model, the ransom attack, ransomware as a service attack. And as John pointed out, these attacks are fast and they're interactive, but there's still time and there's still hope that, given the right preparations, using indicators like what John pointed out, and patching vulnerabilities like those listed on the right-hand side here, securing and hardening remote access points like RDP. Businesses can take these kind of preparations, and even if they fall victim to these kinds of attacks, the timeline indicates there's still the potential to mitigate the overall impact of these kinds of attacks. And data is being stolen, so backups aren't enough. Organizations must get good at stopping data exfiltration. And one first stab at stopping this is identifying which public cloud storage platforms have business justification, and then which the ones that don't, just start to block those. And that list that I provided you is a good starting point for that. And then these attacks look very much like an insider threat attack, where they're using legitimate but compromised credentials to conduct all sorts of activity, from initial access to internal recon, escalation privileges, etc., and using legitimate IT admin software to facilitate all this activity. So getting good at behavior analytics is also another potential win for victim organizations to help prevent and mitigate these types of attacks. At this time, that concludes our presentation. Thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to be here and present this to you, and to open the floor for questions and comments.
Wow, awesome stuff. Thank you so much, Christopher and John, for sharing with us. I'm going to say, I started out introducing y'all, and I went into this with I've worked some financial attacks in my time, and I'm definitely interested to see what happens here. But what an awesome overview of start to end, the attacks, how they work. But more importantly, Christopher, you said one thing that I want to focus on and make sure everyone heard, and repeat if I can quote you or perhaps paraphrase you. Fin7 moving from POS-based spear phishing to perhaps ransomware as a service, thinking that this may be a more lucrative line of business or a more profitable line of business for them. There are some questions in the chat. However, just due to where we're at in time, I'm going to ask you guys to jump in there. And we've gone through, and I shouldn't say we have the answers that you all have, but I would say there's some really interesting discussions taking place. Maybe that's the better way to say it. Really interesting discussions I think you guys should chime in on, because there's some really cool content being shared. But thank you both so much for presenting today. Awesome presentation. And once again, I love the concept of being able to track an attacker's motivations and watch them move from one target area to another. So I'm going to throw selfishly one question out, and then I'll pull Phil in and we'll close today out. But one selfish question I have for you guys: do you think with a group like Fin7 moving from one target to another, is there any chance that I don't know, encrypted card transactions, pin and chip, or anything has kind of helped push them away from POS breaches into more ransomware-based stuff? Do you think that's been an impact, or is it simply just ransomware makes more money? I'm sorry if I'm catching you on the spot here, but
so I'll just comment that I think that's possible, but I don't have any specific data to say one way or the other.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. Sounds good. Well, thank you both very much, John and Christopher. Appreciate your presentation, guys. Appreciate you joining us today. Thank you so much for our final presentation on day one. What an awesome one to close the day out as well. Lots of great comments in the chat. Check them out and respond and jump in. But with that said, everyone, Phil, you there, sir?
Yes, I am. That was excellent. And I need to provide a little point of clarification. Jen, our organizer of organizers who puts this on, noted that at the lead-in to the last talk that we had, I said that financial crimes are near and dear to my heart. I feel compelled, because this is being recorded, to provide a clarification. I used to work a couple of those pretty big cases, and I find it very fascinating to see how they grow and how they proliferate. So that's what I meant, Jen, just to make sure that there's no misunderstanding about that. So
yeah, good cover, Phil. Good cover. That was quick turnaround. Awesome. Well, hey,
I know where these recordings go, and I can't afford to have any out of context nonsense out there. So
okay. So the financial crimes business is never mind. All right. Well, there we go. That's day one for us, everyone. Lots of great content today. I'd like to personally share a couple of my favorite quotes from the day today. Give you all something to think about. So first off, from a quote perspective, I thought we had some really, really awesome presentations today. I thought we had some great concepts being covered. Two of my favorite ones, I'm going to paraphrase or somewhat summarize here. I'm a big fan of presentations that came out and they said, your environment is your home turf. You should be the king on your home turf. You should be the in charge of that. No one should ever dictate what happens in your home turf. And I absolutely love that comparison. And then I have to throw this one out there too, is perhaps one of my favorite quotes from the day. Adversaries should not feel safe. And hopefully everyone's picking up on a current trend there, which is we all, with the right data, the right approach, the right mindset, if you will, which a lot of folks have shared with us today, I think you can institute an environment where adversaries are not safe. It's their clock is ticking, not the other way around. And that's kind of maybe my second key takeaway for everyone today. There was a lot of methodology. There was a lot of approach and thought-based presentations today, which I thought lay a really good groundwork. And I'll throw in my third favorite quote to tie this out. There is no best way to do cyber. And I think the fact that we had some speakers today who have done some amazing research and amazing collaboration of different projects, they came out and said, hey, we've brought all these pieces together, but even we are aware that this is going to be customized. This is going to be unique to every single environment. We're not telling you the way, we're telling you a starting way, an approach, a place where you can start from. And I really like how and I don't say SANS was ever there, but I do feel like in the past, I've seen some presentations where it's kind of like my way or the highway, best way or no way. And I'm glad that we're now starting to see ideas and concepts presented with here's a way as opposed to the way.
Yeah.
And then, sorry, go ahead, Phil.
Well, no, what I was going to kind of tag onto that is a lot of times, especially in our incident response and threat hunting grouping of courses within the DFIR curriculum, we talk a lot about we help you learn how to learn. And that's what I see a lot of in our content here today, is that it's not a recipe with answers or a prescribed list of rote memorization that you follow in order to accomplish a thing. It's more saying, here are some examples of what was done in the past or some ancillary anecdotes that can be used and applied by somebody who knows their environment, who knows their mission. And I think Peter's talk did a great job of explaining that from two specific perspectives that were at opposite ends of the spectrum to boot, and really showing how to set up a threat hunting program based on, whether you're the DIY or the ultra high speed, low drag, tons of tech heavy type organization. And I thought that was a really cool way to, look at it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's great seeing everything tied together. And thank you all as well to all the speakers who shared their own experiences as part of this too. I will say one of my favorite parts of teaching is you get to cover a concept and then you get to hear a student's take on it. There's been plenty of times, Phil, I know you've been in this boat because we've been in this boat together. There's been plenty of times where I'm like, here's a way, and someone's like, doesn't work for me. And I'm like, well, why not? And then you learn about these intricacies of their environment and you're like, oh, that's actually pretty unique and pretty interesting. And I like that we get to share that, or a lot of speakers shared that with us today. And one final shout out I'd like to give, not that I'm done necessarily, but one final point I'd like to give out here. I want to give another hat tip to the Target team for I'm gonna say it now on air, setting an example for the rest of us, for bringing on multiple levels of experience in your crew and letting folks who have been with the company for a while and only for a little while present on some shared content. And I hope those of you watching this who come speak with us in the future, who apply to speak at Summit events in the future, by all means, and I'm not saying anyone does this, so don't take this as a targeted statement, but more of a general thing. You have no idea how other people on your team experience the same problems you're working with. And thank you to those folks in particular for really showing us, hey, there's 4 of us viewing a particular concept. Look at the varied exposures here, some seasoned, some not. And it turned out to be a really great presentation put together, and I think a good example set for folks in the future as well. So thank you very much to that. But Phil, what else did you pick up on today? Any other key takeaways?
So I know you had the quotes, definitely a lot of those good ones in there. I think my biggest kind of like head explode gif was actually Ashley's, as David said, a katana blade through the pyramid of pain. Really gave me some interesting ideas on things that I want to follow back up on and look. That was definitely the kind of most unexpected high impact, logic bomb that I'm pulling from today. But certainly, as you said, there's so much that we've had. Both the content itself as well as, like you described with the Target team, the approach that they've taken. It's almost like a meta lesson that we can learn from the way that they prepared that presentation. I so much that we've had today. It's good stuff.
Awesome content. Well, we've got a few minutes left, so we'll use this time. First and foremost, I get maybe our first kind of final point, everyone. Thanks again to all of our speakers. Awesome day today. Great day one. First, let's talk evals. Quick note for everyone. Eval links have been posted. They've been circulating around. They're hopefully, maybe we can get them on the slide in the next couple of minutes before we tie things out. We'll see. If not, they are floating around Slack. I'm going to ask to see if someone at SANS can kind of, there we go. We've got in the announcements channel, it's the most recent post in there. Just do us a favor. Give us some of that honest feedback. Let us know what you thought of our speakers, of our content, about the overall event. Those of you who have taken SANS classes before, we always use that to make ourselves better. If this is your first time at a summit or at a SANS event, feedback is how we make things better for you. And we'd encourage you to submit that for us. The second thing, logistics. Phil, what's timing for tomorrow for everyone who's interested or curious here? What time are we starting tomorrow?
Tomorrow, same time. We've got if I remember correctly, 9 o'clock kickoff. Is that right?
Yep. I had to get the sheet open really quick.
Gotta bring my right tab up here.
Right? Yeah.
Yes.
You only had 750, you said, which I'm jealous of those numbers.
Yeah. Well, now I have 40 more. Well, tomorrow morning, we got a really, really cool treat. After we do kind of just a brief opening of the second session, David J. Bianco is going to be giving his very first keynote, and I'm very excited for this. I had a chance to work with him in some of the content development and just kind of talking over some ideas. Really, really stoked for this. If for those of you who don't know, obviously, we've mentioned him a few times with the Pyramid of Pain. But he's also going to be teaching Forensics 572 this coming week after the summit for the corresponding training event. So he's one of our newer instructors, and I'm so stoked to have him on the team. Just experience from a practitioner's level, as well as somebody who's developed a lot of the very practices that are the fabric of our industry, you could say. So always lots to learn for there. And you know what? I think I want to leave with something that David did say earlier in the chat. And I'm paraphrasing here, so forgive me if I'm getting a little bit wrong. Even when you see the giants that we, whose shoulders we stand on in this industry, he said that if you go to a conference and you're not learning something, then you're done. And I think everybody needs to take that away, because if you're not continually reinventing and at least refreshing your knowledge on the industry, you're missing out. Absolutely. So there's something to learn from so many different aspects of what we see here.
Very true. Truer words have
So.
never been spoken, at least in the past few minutes here. So nicely done. Awesome. Well, with that, I've got one last thing for everyone, Phil. If you haven't yet joined in the fun, ladies and gentlemen, please jump into the Dwyer Kiefer hallway chat. We'd love to get your thoughts on Plink or P-Link. There's an active debate going on right now about how to refer to this particular executable or tool, I guess I should say. But hey, without further ado, and with that said, thanks again. Day one, awesome day. Thanks to our speakers. And with that, team, we will go ahead and wish you all a wonderful rest of your Thursday or wherever you are in the world. Maybe the early start to your Friday. Those of you joining us in later time zones, thank you very much. And we will see you back tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern. I believe all of our tech issues have been sorted out, so we should be good to start on time, but pay attention to the Slack, check in with your fellow attendees, check in with your speakers, be active, be on Twitter, fill out evals, do all the things, and we'll see you all tomorrow. Take care. Have a good evening.
All right. Thanks for everybody. Have a great night.